Ain't nobody's business if you do. Author's notes. Nobody can be so amusingly arrogant as a young man who has just discovered an old idea and thinks it is his own. Sidney J. Harris. I've been waiting years for someone to write this book. If someone had, I wouldn't have had to. I have simply never understood why people should be jailed for actions that do not physically harm the person or property of others. I have thus always been distinctly in the minority. People I admired and people I abhorred all seemed to agree. On this point I was wrong. I filed my conviction away under something I'll understand when I'm older. Now I am older. It makes even less sense than it ever did. From the mid-60s to the early 80s, although the subject of consensual crimes, mostly referred to as victimless crimes, was occasionally discussed and a number of scholarly tomes were published, some of them quite good, a comprehensive view of the subject for just folks like me never appeared. Once the war on drugs was declared, however, all discussion stopped. One might as well have tried saying something good about Emperor Hirohito in 1942. Nice uniform. The image that outraged me into putting my childish notion on the front burner was the cover of a news magazine from the mid-1980s. Workers in a cocaine field were piled like firewood, their white peasant clothing red with blood. They had been gunned down in cold blood by American troops. The workers didn't own the field, they were brought in for the harvest, paid subsistence wages. But was this cover an expose on the dangers of prohibition? A warning about what happens when rhetoric and prejudice become more important in setting national policy than logic and reason? A bold illustration of why military solution is the most destructive oxymoron of all? I haven't voted since 1964, when I voted for Lyndon Johnson, the peace candidate. Gore Vidal no. The headline blared, "Winning the War on Drugs." Inside, the war on drugs was touted as though the magazine were covering the landing at Normandy. Page after page, article after article, arrest photo after arrest photo, diagrams, maps, bar graphs, pie charts. Today they probably would have included a CD-ROM. Like the one-sided reports about Vietnam 2 decades before, in this editorial orgy of support, not one word was written to defend the rights of those who wanted to take drugs. Not one voice was quoted crying in the wilderness, "So they want to take drugs. So what?" I began researching the topic of this book, hoping desperately it had already been written. Spending several weeks reading Supreme Court decisions is not my idea of a good time. And then there are those brilliantly written government reports books, actually with names such as Federal Recidivism Rates 1989 to 1990 or my bedtime favorite, Statistical Abstract of the United States, 1994. Alas, I couldn't find a book such as the one you hold in your hands, so I had to write it. I explored every argument I could find opposing the legalization of consensual crimes. Not one of them held up to logical analysis, not one was supported by history, every solution was worse than the problem it was trying to solve. Then came the dark part of the research, the terrible fact that laws against consensual activities were destroying lives, our society, our freedom, our safety, and our country. The more I discovered, the more I was reminded of Remy de Gourmand's comment, "The terrible thing about the quest for truth is that you find it. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you mad." Aldous Huxley. I hope this new edition of the book causes the sort of controversy caused by asking in 1773, "Why don't we break from England and start our own country?" or, in 1833, "Aren't slaves human beings and therefore entitled to their freedom?" or in 1963, "Shouldn't Vietnam have the right to determine its own form of government?" It's all a variation of "Why isn't the emperor wearing any clothes?" As Bertrand Russell observed, change is scientific, progress is ethical, change is indubitable, whereas progress is a matter of controversy. Throughout the controversy caused by the hardcover edition, I was buoyed by this from Herb Locke: "You say what you think needs to be said. If it needs to be said, there are going to be a lot of people who will disagree with it or it wouldn't need to be said." One of the fears about discussing consensual activities is that if you defend a certain practice, you're often accused of being or doing that. Well, If you're wondering about me, why not assume that I do it all? Yes, you can safely presume that I am a drug-selling homosexual prostitute gambler who drunkenly loiters all day with my 6 wives and 14 husbands, making and watching pornography while being treated by strange medical practices. You can also assume my motives to be the darkest, most selfish and pernicious you can imagine. I'm doing it for the money. I have a pathological need for attention. My mother didn't love me enough when I was 3. No matter how many times I say that I'm not advocating any of the consensual crimes, someone will, of course, accuse me of recruiting for them all. Until you've lost your reputation, you never realize what a burden it was or what freedom really is. Margaret Mitchell. Although the subject is serious, this book is occasionally funny. I know if I lose my sense of humor about a subject, I am truly lost. Call it a quirk in my personality, call it a defense mechanism, but in my mind things go from bad to worse to appalling to absurd to funny. Then they start all over again. This, for example, from the 1993 World Almanac and Book of Facts. Dorothy Rice filed a $40 million lawsuit against Texas evangelist Robert Tilton, saying he continues to send solicitation letters to her dead husband, promising that God will restore his health. Or take the Reverend Jimmy Swaggart. Every time he slammed his Bible on the pulpit, I knew 1,000 more consensual criminals were going to prison. When he was caught with a prostitute, he insisted it was the devil's work and asked his congregation to forgive him. Pretty standard Christian hand-in-the-cookie-jar response. Not very funny. When he was caught a second time, however, he told his congregation, "The Lord told me it's flat none of your business." Amen, Brother Swaggart. I look forward to the day when I can be similarly amused by Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell. If one could only remind Reverend Swaggart of Hyman Rickover's advice, if you are going to sin, sin against God, not the bureaucracy. God will forgive you but the bureaucracy won't. When we start deceiving ourselves into thinking not that we want something or need something, not that it is a pragmatic necessity for us to have it, but that it is a moral imperative that we have it, then is when we join the fashionable madmen. Joan Didion. That's the trouble, of course, we have taken sins out of God's domain, where they can be forgiven, and put them in the domain of law, where they can only be plea bargained. Not only do we attempt to drag personal morality into the public arena, we put it into the hands of the least efficient organization on earth, government bureaucracy. The only thing that saves us from the bureaucracy is inefficiency. Eugene McCarthy pointed out, an efficient bureaucracy is the greatest threat to liberty. How inefficient is the bureaucracy? Well, in sunny California the government spent 4 years and $600,000 to produce 25 drafts of a wellness guide. Some bureaucratic suggestions for wellness. Don't buy something you can't afford and don't beat, starve, or lock up your kids. Or this letter, sent from the South Carolina Department of Social Services, your food stamps will be stopped effective March, 1992, because we received notice that you passed away. May God bless you. You may reapply if there is a change in your circumstances. Increasingly, in utter desperation of a war lost, the enforcement of laws against consensual activities is being turned over to the military. You may recall then, Air Force Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay's 1965 comment, "My solution to the problem would be to tell the North Vietnamese they've got to draw in their horns and stop their aggression or we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age." The problem with declaring war on personal behavior that does not harm the person or property of another is that the military is not just a bureaucracy, it's a heavily armed bureaucracy. The lighter side of the dilemma is illustrated by this news item, when the Army tested a new air defense gun called the Sergeant York, which was designed to home in on the whirling blades of helicopters and propeller-driven aircraft, it ignored the chopper targets. Instead, the weapon demolished a ventilating fan on a nearby latrine. I don't make jokes, I just watch the government and report the facts. Will Rogers: in war, the first fatality is the truth. The second and parallel fatality is the civil rights of all dissidents. How much farther can my jaw drop than it did as I listened to then, Los Angeles Police Chief Daryl Gates testified before Congress that casual drug users should not be arrested, but taken out and shot. His reasoning? The country is at war, and all who use drugs are traitors. A good number of people agreed with Chief Gates. The price of freedom is eternal and internal vigilance. And an occasional laugh. Peter McWilliams Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press Last revision, December 2, 1996 Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do Part I, the basic premise and overview, the only chapter in this overlong book you need to read, Why Doesn't Everybody Leave Everybody Else the Hell Alone? Jimmy Durante. This book is based on a single idea: you should be allowed to do whatever you want with your own person and property, as long as you don't physically harm the person or property of a non-consenting other. Simple. Seemingly guaranteed to us by that remarkable document known as the United States Constitution and its even more remarkable Bill of Rights. And yet, it's not the way things are. Roughly half of the arrests and court cases in the United States each year involve consensual crimes, actions that are against the law, but directly harm no one's person or property except, possibly, the criminals. More than 750,000 people are in jail right now because of something they did, something that did not physically harm the person or property of another. In addition, more than 3 million people are on parole or probation for consensual crimes. Further, more than 4 million people are arrested each year for doing something that hurts no one but, potentially, themselves. The injustice doesn't end there, of course. Throwing people in jail is the extreme. If you can throw people in jail for something, you can fire them for the same reason. You can evict them from their apartments. You can deny them credit. You can expel them from schools. You can strip away their civil rights, confiscate their property, and destroy their lives just because they're different. At what point does behavior become so unacceptable that we should tell our government to lock people up? The answer, as explored in this book: we lock people up only when they physically harm the person or property of a non-consenting other. No loss by flood and lightning, no destruction of cities and temples by hostile forces of nature, has deprived man of so many noble lives and impulses as those which his intolerance has destroyed. Helen Keller contained in this answer is an important assumption: after a certain age, our persons and property belong to us. Yes, if we harm ourselves it may emotionally harm others. That's unfortunate, but not grounds for putting us in jail. If it were, every time we stopped dating person A in order to date person B, we would run the risk of going to jail for hurting person A. If person B were hurt by our being put in jail, person A could be put in jail for hurting person B. This would, of course, hurt person A's mother, who would see to it that person B would go to jail. Eventually, we'd all be in jail. As silly as that situation sounds, it is precisely the logic used by some to protect the idea of consensual crimes. Arguments in favor of laws against any consensual activity are usually variations of "it's not moral." And where does the objector's sense of morality come from? For the most part, his or her religion. Some claim cultural values as the basis of morality, but where does this set of cultural values come from? The sharing of a similar religion. To a large degree, we have created a legal system that is, to quote Alan Watts, clergyman with billy clubs. Says Watts, the police have enough work to keep them busy regulating automobile traffic, preventing robberies and crimes of violence, and helping lost children and little old ladies find their way home. As long as the police confine themselves to such activities, they are respected friends of the public. But as soon as they begin inquiring into people's private morals, they become nothing more than armed clergymen. That which we call sin in others is experiment for us. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Please don't think I'm against religion. I'm not. Individual morality based on religious or spiritual beliefs can be invaluable. It can be an excellent guide for one's own life. But religious belief, especially someone else's, is a terrible foundation for deciding who does and does not go to jail. If people physically harm someone else's person or property, they go to jail. If not, they don't. Every other behavior we would like them to follow, for their own good or our own comfort, must be achieved through education or persuasion, not force of law. In exchange for extending this tolerance to others, we know that unless we physically harm another's person or property, we will not be put in jail. This assurance gives us the boundaries within which we can live our lives. It allows us to explore, to take risks, and as long as we risk only our own person and property, we know that at least one risk we won't be taking is the risk of being thrown in jail. With such freedom, of course, comes responsibility. As we take risks, bad things will occasionally happen. That's why they're called risks. At that point, we must learn to shrug and say, that's life, not, why isn't there a law against this? Why isn't the government protecting me from every possible negative occurrence I might get myself into? When we, as adults, consent to do something unless we are deceived, we become responsible for the outcome. We must become involved, educated, aware consumers and teach our children to be the same. Just because some activity is available, and just because we won't be thrown in jail for doing it, doesn't mean it is necessarily harmless. It has been my experience that folks who have no vices have very few virtues. Abraham Lincoln: if it's not the government's job to protect us from our own actions, and whoever said the government is equipped to do so when the government can't seem to buy a toilet seat for less than $600, then the job returns to where it always has been, with us. Consensual crimes are sometimes known as victimless crimes because it's hard to find a clear-cut victim. The term victimless crimes, however, has been so thoroughly misused in recent years that it has become almost meaningless. One criminal after another has claimed that his or hers was a victimless crime, while one self-appointed moralist after another has claimed that truly victimless crimes do, indeed, have victims. It seems easier to use the lesser-known phrase consensual crimes than to rehabilitate the better-known phrase victimless crimes. Please keep in mind that I am not advocating any of the consensual crimes. Some of them are harmful to the person doing them. Others are only potentially harmful to the doer. Still others are genetic orientations, while others are simply lifestyle choices. No matter how harmful doing them may be to the doer, however, it makes no sense to put people in jail for doing things that do not physically harm the person or property of another. Further, the government has no right to put people in jail unless they do harm the person or property of another. The United States Constitution and its Bill of Rights, the supreme law of the land, prohibit it. My definition of a free society is a society where it is safe to be unpopular. Adlai E. Stevenson: people often use the word legal too loosely. They fail to give sufficient thought as to what legal and illegal really mean. When we say a given activity should be illegal, what we're saying is that if someone takes part in that activity, we should put that person in jail. When it comes to consensual crimes, however, when people say, it should be illegal, what they usually mean is, that's not right, that's not a good idea, or that's immoral. When using the word illegal, it's important to remember how forceful the force of law truly is. We are all entitled, of course, to our opinions about certain activities, but do we really want to lock up people who don't go along with our opinions? We all have the right to be different. The laws against consensual activities take away that right. If we let anyone lose his or her freedom without just cause, we have all lost our freedom. With this thought in mind, here are the most popular consensual crimes: gambling, recreational drug use, religious and psychologically therapeutic drug use, prostitution, pornography and obscenity, violations of marriage, adultery, fornication, cohabitation, sodomy, bigamy, polygamy, homosexuality, regenerative drug use, unorthodox medical practices, quacks, unconventional religious practices, cults, unpopular political views, commies, suicide and assisted suicide, transvestism. Not using safety devices, such as motorcycle helmets and seat belts, public drunkenness, jaywalking, and loitering and vagrancy, as long as they don't become trespassing or disturbing the peace. Even if you don't want to take part in any of the consensual crimes, working to remove the consensual crimes from the books has a trickle-down effect of tolerance, acceptance, and freedom for the things you do want to do. This may be one trickle-down theory that actually works. We are so concerned to flatter the majority that we lose sight of how very often it is necessary, in order to preserve freedom for the minority, let alone for the individual, to face that majority down. William F. Buckley, Jr. While exploring the extremes of social prejudice, we can explore our personal prejudices as well. I suggest that, when we want to put people in jail for what they do to their own person or property, our individual tolerance and compassion probably need a little exercise. But this isn't just my idea. Here's how another person, a carpenter by training, put it: why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, "Brother, let me take the speck out of your eye," when you yourself fail to see the plank in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. That, of course, was said by Jesus of Nazareth, that dear misunderstood man many people use as the authority to lock the bastards up. The fact that we would find his idea so controversial 2,000 years later, and more than 200 years after we formed a government based on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, shows how much work we have to do. The government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. George Washington Treaty of Tripoli 1796. Here's the condensed list of reasons why having laws against consensual activities is not a good idea. Each point has a chapter of its own. Later in the book it's Un-American. America is based on personal freedom and on the strength of diversity, not on unnecessary limitation and slavish conformity. The American dream is that we are all free to live our lives as we see fit, providing we do not physically harm the person or property of another. It's unconstitutional. The United States Constitution and its Bill of Rights clearly give us the right to pursue our lives without the forced intervention of moralists, do-gooders, and busybodies. Laws against consensual activities violate the separation of church and state. The Constitution guarantees that not only can we freely practice the religion of our choice, but also that the government will not impose religion upon us. Almost all the arguments in favor of maintaining laws against consensual activities have a religious foundation. The government is then asked to enforce these religious beliefs by arresting the non-believers and putting them in jail. Laws against consensual activities are opposed to the principles of private property, free enterprise, capitalism, and the open market. If everything thus far has sounded hopelessly liberal, here's a nice conservative argument: our economic system is based on the sanctity of private property. What you own is your own business, you can give it away, trade it, or sell it for a profit or a loss, none of which is the government's business. This is the system known as capitalism. We recently fought, and won, a 45-year cold and hot war against communism to maintain it. For the government to say that certain things cannot be owned, bought, given away, traded, or sold is a direct violation of both the sanctity of private property and the fundamental principles of capitalism. If we've learned anything in the past quarter century, it is that we cannot federalize virtue. President George Bush 1991. It's expensive. We're spending more than $50 billion per year catching and jailing consensual criminals. In addition, we're losing at least an additional $150 billion in potential tax revenues. In other words, each man, woman, and child in this country is paying $800 per year to destroy the lives of 5 million fellow citizens. If we did nothing else but declare consensual crimes legal, the $200 billion we'd save each year could wipe out the national debt in 20 years, or we could reduce personal income tax by 1/3. Another economic high point: moving the underground economy of consensual crimes above ground would create 6 million tax-paying jobs. And then there's the matter of interest. The $50 billion we spend jailing consensual criminals is not just spent, it's borrowed. The national debt grows larger. 6% interest compounded over 30 years adds $250 billion to that $50 billion figure, a dandy legacy for our progeny. Lives are destroyed. Yes, by taking part in consensual crimes, people may destroy their own lives. This is unfortunate, but that's their business. The problem with making consensual activities crimes, however, is that the government moves in and by force destroys the life of the consensual criminal. A single arrest and conviction, even without a jail sentence, can permanently affect one's ability to get employment, housing, credit, education, and insurance. In addition, there is the emotional, financial, and physical trauma of arrest, trial, and conviction. If any significant amount of jail time is added to this governmental torture, an individual's life is almost certainly ruined. Consensual crimes encourage real crimes. Because consensual crimes are against the law, taking part in them costs significantly more than is necessary. In order to pay these artificially inflated prices, some of those who take part in consensual crimes go out and commit real crimes: mugging, robbery, burglary, forgery, embezzlement, and fraud. If the consensual activities were cheap, real crimes would decrease significantly. In addition, to someone who is regularly breaking a law against a consensual activity, all laws may start to seem unimportant. All men are frauds. The only difference between them is that some admit it. I myself deny it. H. L. Mencken. Consensual crimes corrupt law enforcement. The law enforcement system is based on a perpetrator and a victim. With consensual crimes, perpetrator and victim are the same person. Whom are the police supposed to protect? Theoretically, they arrest the perpetrator to protect the victim. With a consensual crime, when the perpetrator goes to jail, the victim goes too. It's a sham that demoralizes police, promotes disrespect for the law, and makes arresting real criminals more difficult. Asking the police to enforce a crime that does not have a clear-cut victim makes a travesty of law enforcement. It's sad that the laws against consensual activities have turned one of the true heroes of our society, the honest cop, into an endangered species. The cops can't catch M, the courts can't handle M, the prisons can't hold M. As it is, the police are catching less than 20% of the real criminals, those who do harm the person or property of others. There is simply no way that the police can even make a dent in the practice of consensual crimes. Even if the police could catch all the consensual criminals, the courts couldn't possibly process them. The courts, already swamped with consensual crime cases, can't handle any more. Real criminals walk free every day to rape, rob, and murder again because the courts are so busy finding consensual criminals guilty of hurting no one but themselves. And even if the courts could process them, the prisons are already full, most are operating at more than 100% capacity. To free cells for consensual criminals, real criminals are put on the street every day. The first thing to learn in intercourse with others is non-interference with their own particular ways of being happy, provided those ways do not assume to interfere by violence with ours. William James. Consensual crimes promote organized crime. Organized crime in America grew directly out of an earlier unsuccessful attempt to legislate morality, prohibition. Whenever something is desired by tens of millions of people each day, there will be an organization to meet that desire. If fulfilling that desire is a crime, that organization will be organized crime. Operating outside the law as organized criminals do, they don't differentiate much between crimes with victims and crimes without victims. Further, the enormous amount of money at their disposal allows them to obtain volume discounts when buying police, prosecutors, witnesses, judges, juries, journalists, and politicians. And guess who finances some of those "Let's Get Tough on Consensual Crime" campaigns? You guessed it. Once consensual crimes are no longer crimes, organized crime is out of business. Consensual crimes corrupt the freedom of the press. Reporting on consensual crimes has turned a good portion of the media into gossips, busybodies, and tattletales, the Hugh Grant syndrome. With so much important investigation and reporting to be done concerning issues directly affecting the lives of individuals, the nation, and the world, should we be asking one of our most powerful assets, the free press, to report who's doing what, when, where, how, and how often with other consenting whoms? Laws against consensual activities teach irresponsibility. If we maintain that it is the government's job to keep illegal anything that might do us harm, it implies that anything not illegal is harmless. This is certainly not the case. There were 7 times as many black women in prison as white women in 1994, and the proportion of black men incarcerated was 8 times higher than that of white men. Almost 7% of all black men were incarcerated in 1994, compared with less than 1% of white men. Drug crimes played a major role in the prison population increase. Los Angeles Times, December 4, 1995. Laws against consensual activities are too randomly enforced to be either a deterrent or fair. The laws against consensual activities provide almost no deterrent whatsoever. If the chances of being caught at something are only, say, 1 in 10 million, that's hardly a deterrent. In fact, their very illegality sometimes makes consensual crimes fascinating, glamorous, and irresistible. Laws against consensual activities discriminate against minorities and the poor. In selecting which consensual activities should and should not be crimes, the views of the poor and minorities are seldom considered. Therefore, many consensual activities that the mostly white, male, heterosexual, affluent, Christian lawmakers have deemed illegal do not necessarily reflect the preferences or experiences of minority groups. Further, the laws against consensual activities are not uniformly enforced. The poor and minorities, for a variety of reasons, tend to receive the brief end of the stick. Problems sometimes associated with consensual activities cannot be solved while they're crimes. Some people take part in consensual crimes as a symptom of, or escape from, deeper problems. These problems are not easily addressed until we dispense with the irrational, illogical, and transparently inaccurate myth that participation in the currently illegal consensual activities is always wrong. It wasn't until after Prohibition, for example, that those who had real drinking problems could see, admit to, and do something about them. Maintaining the fallacy that participation in illegal consensual activities is always wrong keeps those for whom it is wrong from doing something constructive about it. We have more important things to worry about. The short list of national and global problems more deserving of our precious resources includes real crime, robbery, rape, murder. The chances are 1 in 4 that you or someone in your household will be touched, as they say, by a violent crime this year. Abducted children, more than 400,000 abducted children each year. Insurance fraud, a $100 billion per year problem that adds from 10% to 30% to all insurance premiums. Illiteracy, 1 in 7 American adults is functionally illiterate. 1 in 20 cannot fill out a job application. Poverty, 14.2% of the population. 35.7 million people live below the poverty level. A good number of these are children. Pollution, all the pending environmental disasters cannot be summed up in a single parenthesis. Our addiction to foreign oil, the Gulf War should have been called the Gulf Standard Mobile War. Terrorism, the bombing of the World Trade Center was, in reality, a terrorist warning. The next time it might be an atomic bomb. AIDS. By the year 2000, the largest number of newly HIV-infected people will be heterosexual women. Supposedly government-regulated but not really regulated industries. The $500 billion savings and loan bailout is an obvious example, and last, but certainly not least, the national debt, $5 trillion, and growing faster than almost anything in this country other than intolerance. Truth resides in every human heart, and one has to search for it there, and to be guided by truth as one sees it. But no one has a right to coerce others to act according to his own view of truth. Mohandas K. Gandhi. It's hypocritical. To give but one obvious example, cigarettes do more damage and cause roughly 100 times the deaths of all of the consensual crimes combined. Each year, 500,000 people die as a direct result of smoking. And yet, cigarettes are perfectly legal, available everywhere, and heavily advertised. Tobacco growers are government subsidized, and cigarette companies are free to use their influence on both politicians and the media, and, boy, do they ever. How can we tolerate such contradictions in this country? We are, as Thomas Wolfe pointed out, making the world safe for hypocrisy. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts as are only injurious to others. Thomas Jefferson laws against consensual activities create a society of fear, hatred, bigotry, oppression, and conformity, a culture opposed to personal expression, diversity, freedom, choice, and growth. The prosecution of consensual crimes trickles down into ostracizing, humiliating, and scorning people who do things that are not quite against the law but probably should be. They're different, therefore, they're bad seems to be the motto for a large segment of our society. We are addicted to normalcy, even if it means we must lop off significant portions of ourselves, we must conform. There's no need to accept the validity of all these arguments. The validity of any one is sufficient reason to wipe away all the laws against consensual activities. In this book, we will explore each of the consensual crimes, asking not, is it good, but, is it worth throwing someone in jail for? We'll explore the prejudice about consensual crimes, the prejudices we have been conditioned to believe. You'll find that the number of lies within lies within lies is amazing. Responsibility is the price of freedom. So is tolerance. In the time it took you to read this overview, 342 persons were arrested for consensual crimes in the United States. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part I, the basic premise. What are consensual crimes? A wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement. Thomas Jefferson. First Inaugural Address 1801. A consensual crime is any activity currently illegal in which we, as adults, choose to participate that does not physically harm the person or property of a non-consenting other. Does this mean that consensual crimes are without risk? No. Nothing in life is without risk. The fact is, we're all going to die. Life is a sexually transmitted terminal illness. Consensual crimes are sometimes referred to as victimless crimes. Alas, every scoundrel committing a real crime of extortion, fraud, or embezzlement declared it a victimless crime, attempting to argue that a crime without physical violence is also a crime without a victim. Everyone who has been robbed with a fountain pen or computer terminal rather than a gun knows that's not true. Another group claiming protection under the victimless crime umbrella are those, such as drunk drivers, who recklessly endanger innocent, non-consenting, others. Just because no one actually got hit, it was okay to go 70 miles an hour through a school zone. Not so. Meanwhile, all the intolerance mongers, attacking a bona fide consensual crime, maintain the crime does so have a victim. We're all victims, is one of their favorite phrases. It's hard to find any activity in life that does not, potentially, have a victim. People who live in Florida may become victims of hurricanes, drivers of cars may become victims of traffic accidents, and each time we fall in love we may become the victim of someone tearing the still beating heart from our chest and stomping it into the dust of indifference. Sorry, it's been a hard month. A civilized society is one which tolerates eccentricity to the point of doubtful sanity. Robert Frost. Does this mean we should outlaw Florida, automobiles, or falling in love? Of course not. It isn't whether we could be victims that puts such activities outside the realm of criminal law enforcement, but that we, as adults and knowing the risks, consented to take part in them. Please know that I am aware of the hazards. Amelia Earhart wrote her husband before her last flight, "I want to do it because I want to do it." Consent is one of the most precious rights we have. It is central to self-determination. It allows us to enter into agreements and contracts. It gives us the ability to choose. Being an adult, in fact, can be defined as having reached the age of consent. We become responsible for our choices, our actions, our behaviors. Nothing in this book refers to children. Children have not yet reached the age of consent. This book discusses only activities between consenting adults. Sometimes we land on the sunny side of risk and get the reward. Sometimes we land on the dark side of risk and get the consequences. Either way, as responsible adults, we accept the results, sometimes kicking and screaming, but we accept them nonetheless. Our governmental elders have decided, however, that some activities are just too risky, and that people who consent to take part in them should be put in jail, where, presumably, these people will be safe. Ironically, many activities far more risky than the officially forbidden activities are not crimes. Why should cocaine be illegal and Drano not? Whether snorted, swallowed, or injected, Drano is far more harmful than cocaine. And yet Drano is available in every supermarket. Children can buy Drano. No one asks, "What are you doing with this Drano?" You're not going to snort it, are you? There is also no Drano law that prohibits us from ingesting Drano, nor a Drano enforcement agency, DEA, to enforce the law. Nor is there an Omnibus Drano Act designed to reduce the international use and trafficking of Drano. Freedom is the right to choose, the right to create for oneself the alternatives of choice. Without the possibility of choice and the exercise of choice, a man is not a man but a member, an instrument, a thing. Archibald MacLeish: all the consensual activities the government makes illegal must have some upside. People don't bother with things that have only a downside. In this way, consensual crimes are the government's way of writing a handbook for rebels, saying, in effect, this is the latest thing we think should be illegal. Try it today. Another way of defining consensual activities is this from Hugo Adambada: government should allow persons to engage in whatever conduct they want to, no matter how deviant or abnormal it may be, so long as, a. they know what they are doing, b. they consent to it, and, c. no one, at least no one other than the participants, is harmed by it. Why are some consensual activities considered crimes while others are not? The short answer is religious beliefs. Almost all of the consensual crimes find the basis of their restrictions and prohibitions in religion. Even the idea that one should take good care of oneself has a religious base. The body is the temple of the soul. Liberty exists in proportion to wholesome restraint. The more restraint on others to keep off from us, the more liberty we have. Daniel Webster 1847. Prudent participation in consensual crimes, however, is not necessarily anti-God, anti-religion, or even anti-biblical. The prohibitions against certain consensual activities grew from a misinterpretation and misapplication of biblical teachings. This is discussed in the chapter, What Jesus and the Bible Really Said About Consensual Crimes. The fact is, however, that religious beliefs, or misbeliefs, are what most people use when choosing what is right or what is wrong for themselves. This is fine. It's when they try to bestow that system of right and wrong on others by force that consensual crimes are born. The argument that society prohibits certain consensual acts to protect itself is almost instantly transparent. Any number of things that are far more damaging both to individuals and to society are perfectly legal. These are discussed in detail in the chapters, Putting the Problem in Perspective and Hypocrites. Besides, society can protect itself just fine. It doesn't need the government's help. Please see the chapter, Separation of Society and State. In framing a government, which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this: you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. James Madison: let us assume just for a moment, however, that it is the job of the government to protect people from themselves and to protect innocent wives and husbands from being emotionally hurt by the self-destructive behavior of their spouses. Let's assume we are our brother's keeper whether our brothers like it or not. Is the best way to protect a wayward brother by seizing all his property and putting him in jail? Is this helping either the criminal or the people who love him? Would a wife really feel more secure knowing that her husband is safe in jail and not running around with gamblers? Would a husband truly be happier living on the street, penniless, because the state accused his wife of selling marijuana and tossed her in jail after seizing the house, car, and all their joint assets? But what about the children, some lament. The children are the victims. Children are too young to give their knowing consent, that, by definition, is why they are children. If children are genuinely being harmed, it is the job of the government to remove them from the harmful environment. To put parents in jail, however, for things that they consent to do with other consenting adults, activities that do not directly involve children their own or others, is counterproductive. Is a parent's possible bad example worse for the children than throwing the parents in jail, confiscating their money and property, and making their children wards of the state? The United States ranks 13th on the Human Freedom Index. 12 other countries are freer than the United States. United Nations prenatal care in this country is a national shame. 22 other countries have lower infant mortality rates than the United States. Every day, children in this country die of malnutrition and preventable diseases. These are enormous problems. Pretending that the enforcement of laws against consensual activities is making these problems any better, when it is only making them worse, is tragic. Just because certain acts do not involve violence does not make them legal. The act of taking something that belongs to another, whether done with a knife or a deceptive smile, is a crime. To avoid committing crimes, then, all we need to remember is what we were probably told when we were 5, if it's not yours, leave it alone. Central to all this discussion of crimes and victims is the matter of innocence. Here I mean innocence in the sense of not consenting rather than not guilty. Do what's right for you, as long as it don't hurt no one. Elvis Presley: if you are walking down the street and get hit by a baseball that someone intentionally dropped from a tall building, you are innocent. The person who dropped the ball is guilty of a crime and is responsible for all damage. He or she may not have intended to hit you, but intentionally dropping a baseball from a tall building includes the possibility, in fact, the high probability, that the ball will physically harm the person or property of another. If you are playing second base, however, and get hit by a baseball, you are responsible, not the batter. When you consent to play second base, the possibility you might be hit by a baseball comes with the territory. Batters do not hit balls with the intention of striking players. In fact, batters try to hit balls as far away from opposing team members as possible. Although being hit by a baseball while playing second base is unfortunate, you are at best, worst, only a victim of Newton's first law of physics. If a body is moving at a constant speed in a straight line, it will keep moving in a straight line at a constant speed unless ouch. The batter may feel very bad about it, but the batter has committed no crime. Although the physical harm done is the same with either a dropped ball or a batted ball, in one situation you were innocent and another person was guilty of a crime, in the other situation, you were responsible because you gave your consent. No, you didn't give the batter consent to hit you, but you consented to the risks of baseball. It is the law's job to protect innocent people from likely harm to their person or property. It is not the law's job to protect adults from the risks of their own consensual acts. It is the law's job, for example, to reasonably ensure that the food and drugs we purchase are pure and that the measurements are accurate. It is not the law's job to tell us when, where, how, why, or how much of this food or drug we can and cannot consume. It is the law's job to see that the gambling it regulates from casinos to the stock market is fair and that all players have an equal chance. It is not the law's job to determine how much we can bet, how skilled we are, or how much we can afford to lose. Heterosexuals don't practice sodomy. Senator Strom Thurmond, May 8, 199. As Arthur Hopper wrote in the San Francisco Chronicle, September 2, 1992, in a series of dramatic raids last week, police rounded up a number of hardened jaywalkers. Obstructing traffic, then it becomes a crime. Until then, it's not. They will undoubtedly claim they've broken the back of San Francisco's notorious jaywalking ring. Just as you might suspect. It's another case of creeping government paternalism. Even we most notorious jaywalkers endanger no one but ourselves. Once again, the government is out to protect me from me. This isn't the function of government. The government is a fictitious entity created by us individuals to protect ourselves from each other. I agree not to murder them in return for their agreeing not to murder me. Fair enough. But if I want to kill myself, that's my business. Unfortunately, this fictitious entity we created more and more takes on a life of its own. It pokes its nose into everything. It tells me I'm too stupid to wear a seatbelt and too careless to wear a motorcycle helmet. If I don't, it says, wagging its finger, I will be sent to bed without any supper. The function of government is to protect me from others. It's up to me, thank you, to protect me from me. Liberty is the only thing you cannot have unless you are willing to give it to others. William Allen White. It may seem that if people were running around doing what they wanted, society would run amok. Wouldn't this lead to all sorts of immorality? No. The need to be social, to interact, to be part of a society takes care of that. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part I. The basic premise: separation of society and state. All that is good is not embodied in the law, and all that is evil is not proscribed by the law. A well-disciplined society needs few laws, but it needs strong mores. William F. Buckley, Jr. In defending the laws against consensual activities, some ask, shouldn't the laws of the state describe or at least reflect what is acceptable and not acceptable to a broad segment of society? Absolutely not. The government which makes and administers the laws is there to keep physical violence from being inflicted on its citizens, whether that violence comes from foreign governments, groups of citizens, or individuals. A government that provides a level playing field for commerce and keeps everyone's person and property relatively safe from the physical harm of others is doing a good job. As Thomas Paine wrote in his 1776 pamphlet, Common Sense, society in every state is a blessing, but government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil, in its worst state, an intolerable one. Society, on the other hand, determines acceptable and unacceptable social behavior. Many of society's rules are so thoroughly accepted we don't even think about them. That we speak primarily English in the United States is purely a matter of custom. That we eat certain animals and don't eat others, horse is very popular in France, sleep in a bed, the Japanese do not understand why we need a bedroom, bury our dead, cremation is the tradition in India, and so much more, are all purely matters of social custom. Although in this country one can speak Croatian, eat horse, sleep on a futon, and be cremated, the vast majority of people choose not to. It is hard to fight an enemy who has outposts in your head. Sally Kempton. The reason? Our conditioning. Society attacks early, B.F. Skinner pointed out, when the individual is helpless. We do some things, don't do other things, and behave in certain ways because that's how we were trained. Much of the time we do what we do because, A, it's the only thing we know. Are you fluent in any language other than English? B, it's what we're comfortable with. Would you feel comfortable eating a horse burger? Or, C, we have to get along in society. That last one, getting along in society, is what keeps us in place when cultural conditioning fails. Even as rebellious a rascal as George Bernard Shaw acknowledged the need for society and its power, nobody can live in society without conventions. The reason why sensible people are as conventional as they can bear to be is that conventionality saves so much time and thought and trouble and social friction of one sort or another that it leaves them much more leisure time for freedom than unconventionality does. The more we pull away from society's norms, the more society pulls away from us. We can, quite legally, be total renegades. The cost, or punishment, if you will, is that we become social outcasts. If we wore aluminum foil clothing, never washed, communicated only with grunts and squeaks, walked backwards, and lived off live grasshoppers, we might occasionally find ourselves as a guest on daytime talk shows, but we would never be a guest at a dinner party, be rented an apartment, or offered much work, except, perhaps, for organic pest control during grasshopper infestations. If our behavior is sufficiently eccentric, society punishes without any help from the law. Never speak disrespectfully of society, Algernon. Only people who can't get into it do that. Oscar Wilde. The importance of being earnest prior to complete isolation. However, any number of punitive societal responses keep us in line, sometimes literally. It is not, for example, illegal to cut in front of someone at an automated teller machine. And yet, very few people take cuts. Some wait their turn because they believe in fair play, others because they're afraid of disapproval. In Los Angeles, we wait because we're afraid someone else in line might be carrying a gun. The reason there are no laws against taking cuts is that most people understand the fairness of lines and agree to cooperate. Most of those who don't believe in fairness do believe in avoiding barrages of negative comments. The very small minority who do take cuts do not cause enough of a problem to warrant legal regulation. Most of us want to fit into society. A cartoon appearing in The Realist many years ago showed a line of sack-clothed bearded men, one looking just like another, holding identical signs reading, "We protest the rising tide of conformity." Even the rebels follow certain counter-social mores in order to be accepted in the counterculture society. To get, or keep, a job, living arrangement, or lover, we will conform to any number of standards without a police officer or legislature in sight. Society has the means to change itself without anyone changing a single governmental law. 30 years ago, for example, an earring on a man would mean that he was a transvestite, b, a pirate, or c, Mr. Clean. Today, earrings are de rigueur as proof of machismo among certain groups of men. No one had to write a law, enforce a law, or repeal a law regarding earrings on men. As Lewis Thomas explained, we pass the word around, we ponder how the case is put by different people, we read the poetry, we meditate over the literature, we play the music, we change our minds, we reach an understanding. Society evolves this way, not by shouting each other down, but by the unique capacity of unique, individual human beings to comprehend each other. Justice is, just us. Richard Pryor is justice just ice. Joni Mitchell. Imagine if every rule we have in society required a law enforcement, court time, and jail space. Several laws, for example, have been proposed to make English the national language of the United States. These laws have been dismissed, for the most part, because they were unnecessary. Not only were they unnecessary, they were unenforceable. Although the proposals sparked interesting debates, one congressman said, "Jesus spoke English, and that's good enough for me." People realized such laws were futile. Why don't people come to the same conclusion about consensual crimes? Not only is the law's help inappropriate, society doesn't need the law's help. Society does just fine on its own. In fact, society has far more power over the individual than law enforcement does. Order is not pressure which is imposed on society from without, Jos Ortega y Gasset wrote in 1927, but an equilibrium which is set up from within. Society, in fact, does not mind that some people flout its regulations. Some people must be outside society in order for those inside society to know they're inside. If everybody were in, then nobody would be in. The very fact that some people are out makes being in worthwhile. Only certain religions live under the misguided notion that everyone must or should be good. From the government's point of view, which drug one uses recreationally should make no more difference than, say, whether or not one wears an earring. Both are primarily a matter of fad and fashion that the government has no business becoming involved in. The government has far more important issues to consider than the prevailing currents on earrings or drug choices. He who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god. Aristotle. This means not just a separation of church and state, but a separation of society and state. Whether there should be a separation between church and society is for church and society to work out between themselves. This is a book about government intervention in private lives. The government has no more business being the enforcer of social policy than it has being the enforcer of religious belief. Both the church and society have lasted longer than any government. The people need the government to keep forced intrusions of both religion and society out of their lives. As usual, Thomas Jefferson said it best. At the age of 77, he wrote, "I know no safe depository of the ultimate powers of the society but the people themselves, and if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform their discretion." Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part I. The basic premise: personal morality versus governmental morality. Whether or not legislation is truly moral is often a question of who has the power to define morality. Jerome H. Skolnick. Some people believe that consensual crimes should remain crimes because they are immoral. It's too easy to respond, no, they're not immoral. To the people who find them immoral, they are and may always be immoral. That is their personal morality. This is all well and good. The trouble arises when people confuse personal morality with governmental morality. Personal morality is what we personally believe will make us happier, safer, healthier, more productive, and all around better human beings. It includes all the personal rights and wrongs we choose to believe. It is everything we think will help us toward life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In a free country, we should be free to explore, experiment with, discard, or adopt any belief or activity that might enhance our lives, unless we violate governmental morality. Governmental morality is seeing to it that citizens are safe from physical harm. Our personal morality comes from many sources: religion, philosophy, good advice, family, culture, society, ancient wisdom, modern scientific thought, and, of course, personal experience. From the many beliefs about how to live, we choose the ones we apply to our lives. Sometimes we choose consciously. We read a book, like one of its ideas, try it, find that it works, and choose to make it part of our lives. Other times, we choose by default. Our family, church, club, tribe, school, gym, or whatever, has always done a thing a certain way and we continue doing it that way without any further exploration, investigation, or thought. Moral indignation is in most cases 2% moral, 48% indignation and 50% envy. Vittorio de Sica. Our culture conditions us to be good, and we either go along with that programming or we challenge it and adopt other behavior that we personally find better. This collection of beliefs and practices forms our morality, your personal morality. When individuals come together to form a government, however, there must be a way of deciding what is right and wrong within that society. In a dictatorship or monarchy, the dictator, king, or queen decides what's what. The ruler's personal morality becomes the governmental morality. Hitler didn't like Jews and homosexuals. Get rid of them. King Henry VIII didn't like the way the Pope treated him. Ban Catholicism and form the Church of England. In a totalitarian state, a committee or ruling body decides what's best for everybody. The populace seldom, if ever, has a chance to decide who is part of that committee. The collective personal moralities of the committee members become the governmental morality. The result is very much like a dictatorship, except blander. A committee is a group of individuals who all put in a perfectly good color, Alan Sherman pointed out, and it comes out gray. In a totalitarian state, there is no one to blame. Everything is done by committee. To whom can one complain? Oh, there's probably a form to fill out, a line to stand in, or a government building to write to. Totalitarianism becomes tyranny by bureaucracy. Give me chastity and self-restraint, but do not give it yet. Saint Augustine. Some governments are based on religious or spiritual beliefs. The person or group the society deems to be most in touch with God, spirit, nature, or whatever represents the highest collective belief, is put in charge. In a democracy, each person has one vote to cast and, hence, each person has an equal say in the way things are run. In the Declaration of Independence, however, there is a catch to the democratic process. Each person is endowed with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In other words, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness cannot be taken away, alienated, from an individual even by the democratic process. So, if 250 million people agree that chartreuse is not the right color for hair, our form of democracy, nonetheless, guarantees the one individual who chooses chartreuse hair the freedom to go green. In this way, the collective personal moralities of even a majority of the people cannot dictate the personal moralities of the minority of people. But where are the limits? If we say, hitting innocent people with a stick is an expression of our liberty to wave a stick around, or joy riding in other people's cars makes us happy, then we obviously have a conflict. Where does our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness end? As the old saying goes, your freedom to swing your fist ends where my nose begins. Another basic element of our government is the right to private property. Under communism, everything is communally owned. Under socialism, certain things are owned by the government and other things are not. Under capitalism, you own what you own until you sell it or give it away, at which point it is owned by someone else. Our property, then, becomes an extension of ourselves. In a free society, standards of public morality can be measured only by whether physical coercion, violence against persons or property occurs. There is no right not to be offended by words, actions, or symbols. Richard E. Sincere, Jr. Property represents a certain amount of energy we invested in something, or a certain degree of good fortune we may have had. The energy is ours, the good fortune is ours, and the symbol of that energy or good fortune is our property. So, to paraphrase the above maxim, your right to swing your fist ends where my window, television, houseboat, model airplane collection, begins. Something else we own is our person, that is, our body and all things associated with it. One of the foundations of our form of government is that, after a certain age, your body becomes your own. Yes, your parents created it, fed it, clothed it, and educated it, but, after a certain age, you are not legally bound by the wishes of your parents. This idea is radically different from the beliefs of those cultures which hold that children are the property of their parents. So, we own our bodies and we own our property, and what we do with them is our own business, as long as we don't physically harm the person or property of another. In exchange, we allow others the freedom to do with their person and property whatever they choose, as long as they do not physically harm our person or property. This is the fundamental agreement, government, under which everyone is guaranteed maximum freedom and maximum protection. Without doubt, the greatest injury of all was done by basing morals on myth. For, sooner or later, myth is recognized for what it is, and disappears. Then morality loses the foundation on which it has been built. Lord Herbert Lewis Samuel: to determine, then, whether or not something is moral on a governmental level, we need only ask, is it physically harming the person or property of another? If the answer is no, it's moral. If the answer is yes, it's immoral. On the personal level, however, we must ask of ourselves an even more intimate question: will this action harm my own person or property? Answering this question and then attempting to act accordingly will keep us so busy we won't have time to worry about what other people, especially strangers, are doing with and about their personal morality. As Hank Williams sang, "If you mind your own business, you won't be minding mine," or as Fats Waller wrote, "You run your mouth, I'll run my business." Although at times we may seem to be physically harming ourselves, we know, in fact, we are simply sacrificing momentary happiness for future gain. People jogging, for example, usually appear to be in pain. A compassionate person, not familiar with the jogger's greater goal, might stop and offer the jogger a ride, perhaps to the hospital. A person seeing a jogger might report to friends, "I saw this poor person running down the road wearing only shorts. There must have been some terrible accident." Some caring souls, with the sincere goal of putting an end to pain, might suggest that jogging be outlawed. This group might show pictures of George Bush and Bill Clinton looking extremely unhappy jogging and compare them to pictures of a contented Eisenhower in a golf cart or a happy Reagan on a horse. As seemingly conclusive proof, the Anti-Jogging League could point out that the man who started it all, Jim Fixx, author of The Complete Book of Running, died at 52 while running. Jogging, obviously, is immoral. The happiness and prosperity of our citizens is the only legitimate object of government. Thomas Jefferson 1811 joggers, however, know that jogging, for them, is perfectly moral. They believe they are trading present pain for future gain. While they may never convince the non-joggers of jogging's benefits, although, God knows, they try, they're glad to live in a free country where their idiosyncrasy is tolerated. Although their scantily clad bodies and expensively shod feet are an annoyance to some, joggers take their freedom and allow others the freedom to sit in donut shops and consume their daily dozen. The problem of postponing immediate pleasure to attain eventual satisfaction becomes even more pronounced when we enter the world of religion. People may routinely and systematically deny themselves earthly delights in order to gain eternal paradise. If this is the belief of certain people, should the government step in and insist they enjoy themselves more often? Conversely, if the believers become popular enough or powerful enough, should they be able to, by law, prohibit everyone from doing whatever the believers consider to, that is, sinfully, pleasurable? In order to preserve the rights of both the heathen and the holy, the answer to both questions must be no. I'm not asking that any new system of government be adopted, I'm merely suggesting that we try the system we already have. As United States Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson explained, the very purpose of a Bill of Rights was to withdraw certain subjects from the vicissitudes of political controversy, to place them beyond the reach of majorities and officials and to establish them as legal principles to be applied by the courts. One's right to life, liberty, and property, to free speech, a free press, freedom of worship and assembly, and other fundamental rights may not be submitted to vote, they depend on the outcome of no elections. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part I. The basic premise: relationship. Because of the diverse conditions of humans, it happens that some acts are virtuous to some people, as appropriate and suitable to them, while the same acts are immoral for others, as inappropriate to them. St. Thomas Aquinas: when we use the word relationship, we generally use it to describe how we relate to other people. When we want to really single someone out as special, we say, we are in a relationship. That's the one that usually starts with some enchanted evening, and too often ends, another one bites the dust. I'd like, however, to use the word relationship in the broadest possible sense, how we relate to everyone and everything mentally, emotionally, or physically. With some things, we have good relationships, with others, we have bad relationships. When most of our relationships are going well, we say life is good. When most of our relationships are going poorly, we say life is bad. Most things are neither good nor bad in themselves, but get a reputation for being good or bad based on how most human beings relate to them. Individually, we can have a good relationship with dreadful things, and we can have a bad relationship with wonderful things. Iodine, for example, is neither good nor bad in itself. Taken in small quantities, iodine is an essential nutrient. Taken in larger quantities, iodine is a lethal poison. One could say people were in a good relationship with iodine if they had just enough but not too much, and one could say people were in a bad relationship with iodine if they had so little they had an iodine deficiency, or so much they had iodine poisoning. We could have bad relationships with things that almost everyone agrees are good. Food, for example. Food is not only good, it's essential. Some people are in a good relationship with food, they eat enough to keep alive, but not so much that it endangers their health. Other people have a bad relationship with food, they eat so little, so much, or so much of the wrong foods, that it negatively affects their lives. I like white trash cooking. Cheeseburgers. The greasier the better. Mashed potatoes served in a scoop, a little dent in the top for the gravy. Drake's devil dogs for dessert. Pure pleasure, no known nutrient. Orson Bean. Our lives are made up of both good and bad relationships. We may have a good relationship with our dog, a bad relationship with money, a good relationship with our health, a bad relationship with programming our VCR. There may be some things you have a good relationship with that most people have a bad relationship with. Speaking in public, the IRS, airline food, and you may have a bad relationship with things that most people have a good relationship with. Movies edited for television, light beer, NutraSweet. The idea behind laws against consensual activities is that if some people are in a bad relationship with something, then that thing should be banned. The problem is, that solution doesn't solve anything. The problem doesn't lie with the thing itself, but with some people's relationship to it. Yes, there are some things with which it is easier to be in a bad relationship than others. Cigarettes practically beg for a bad relationship. But then, they were designed that way. For the several centuries prior to the Civil War, tobacco's use was primarily recreational. People would inhale it, choke, get dizzy, fall on the floor, roll around. Typical Saturday night recreation. For the most part, people used tobacco, a botanical relative of deadly nightshade, by the way, once or twice a week, and that was it. After the Civil War, the South needed a cash crop less labor-intensive than cotton. A special strain of tobacco was developed that allowed people to inhale deeply without coughing. This let people smoke almost continuously, if they liked. It also resulted in almost immediate addiction. I have every sympathy with the American who was so horrified by what he had read of the effects of smoking that he gave up reading. Lord Conisford. Almost everyone who smokes is addicted to tobacco. While there are many social drinkers, there is almost no such thing as the social smoker. Smokers begin smoking from the time they wake up in the morning and continue smoking regularly throughout the day until they go to sleep. Addiction is a sure sign of a bad relationship. At first, the addictive substance, or activity, makes us high. After a while, however, the body builds up an immunity to the substance, or activity, and more is needed to achieve the same euphoric effect. Unfortunately, the toxic effects of the substance, or activity, eventually counteract the elation. At that point, we take the substance, or partake in the activity, more to get by than to get high. A perfect example is caffeine. At first, caffeine produces extra energy, alertness, and a sense of well-being. The body, however, becomes immune to caffeine faster than almost any substance. Soon people are drinking coffee or Coca-Cola or eating chocolate. An 8-ounce bar of chocolate has as much caffeine as a half a cup of coffee, to get them back to normal. You know, I'm not myself until I've had my morning coffee. People can become addicted to, that is, form bad relationships with, many of the things we usually think of as good. Some people become addicted to romance, not love, but the initial rush of falling in love. So many people become addicted to otherwise productive work that psychologists have coined the term workaholics. Even the highest forms of attainment and attunement are not immune to the dangers of addiction, as Father Leo Booth explains in his book, When God Becomes a Drug. When, in the name of God, people hold black and white beliefs that cut them off from other human beings, when, in the name of God, they give up their own sense of right and wrong, when, in the name of God, they suffer financial deprivation, then, they are suffering from religious addiction. Tolerance is the positive and cordial effort to understand another's beliefs, practices, and habits without necessarily sharing or accepting them. Joshua Liebman. No matter how good something is, it can become bad through a bad relationship. Conversely, no matter how bad most people think something is, some people can have a good relationship with it without physically harming themselves or the person or property of others. Many people would be surprised to learn that some prostitutes actually enjoy their work, consider the service they provide as valuable as that of any other professional, and are physically and emotionally healthier than some who claim, all prostitutes are sick and spend their time spreading their sickness to others. Cocaine is considered by many to be instantly and irreparably demoralizing, demeaning, and destructive. And yet, there are thousands upon thousands of people who have used cocaine regularly, albeit recreationally, for years, in some cases, decades, and have managed to create great art, business empires, and, yes, even grow healthy children. Most people think heroin is the most addictive and destructive of drugs. It is addictive, although, according to former Surgeon General C. Everett Koop, not as addictive as cigarettes, and bad relationships with heroin have destroyed lives, but a good relationship with heroin or its less potent brother, morphine, is not impossible. Dr. William Stewart Halsted, the father of modern surgery and one of the 4 doctors who founded the Johns Hopkins Medical Center, a responsible, productive, well-respected physician and educator, took morphine daily for almost his entire professional life. 47 years after he died, his secret came out. The only thing that made his relationship with morphine potentially unhealthy was the fact he had to keep it so hidden. This is not a rare story in the medical community. It is not heroin or cocaine that makes one an addict, it is the need to escape from a harsh reality. There are more television addicts, more baseball and football addicts, more movie addicts, and certainly more alcohol addicts in this country than there are narcotics addicts. Rep. Shirley Chisholm, September 17, 1969. House Select Committee on Crime and Adultery is always wrong, right? Certainly no one in a position of social or political leadership, the one who sets an example for an entire people, should commit adultery. Right? Well, if history is anything to go on, that's not necessarily true. Accusations have been made, and some well documented by noted historians, that every United States president since FDR, with the possible exceptions of Harry S. Truman, Jimmy Carter, Richard Nixon, and Gerald Ford, have strayed from the sanctity of their marriage vows. Of the exceptions, Carter was doing it in his heart, Nixon was doing it to the country, and Truman was too busy playing either piano or poker. The good that Martin Luther King, Jr. did remains undiminished. He was great precisely because, like other heroes, he did not allow human weakness to deter him from doing great works. Carl McClendon Kennedy's pre- and in-office escapades must be some kind of record. He had more skeletons in the closet than the gay catacombs. According to FBI files, in 1942 he had a torrid affair with Inga Arvad, generally believed to be a Nazi spy. The FBI bugging of their trysts revealed no spying, but a good deal of sexual intercourse. That's an FBI technical term. FBI files also reveal that Kennedy was married briefly when he was 22. His father, Joseph P. Kennedy, put pressure on 2 successive New Jersey governors, the state in which the wedding had taken place, to have the marriage removed from the records. He was successful. Cardinal Spellman, a family friend, arranged for an annulment in 1952. The following year, Spellman officiated at the wedding ceremony of Kennedy to Jacqueline Bouvier. Over the years, Kennedy was linked, so to speak, with Gene Tierney, Angie Dickinson, Jane Mansfield, I am not making this up, and, of course, Marilyn Monroe. As Edie Adams wrote in her autobiography, I may be the only shapely, blonde female then between the ages of 15 and 45 who said no to JFK, but it wasn't because I wasn't asked. The story about Kennedy's affair with Marilyn Monroe while he was in the White House is now famous. When she became too demanding and threatened to become a political liability, Kennedy, like all good presidents, turned the matter over to his Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, who took his brother's place. The stories of JFK's infidelities became such common knowledge that Bette Midler said in her act, Guess what? I slept with Jack Kennedy. Guess what else, she would ask, gesturing to her backup singers, the Harlettes. They slept with Jack Kennedy. Few people in the audience needed to have the joke explained. It is also rumored that Kennedy was visited in the White House by Dr. Max Jacobson, who was later labeled by the tabloids Dr. Feelgood due to his propensity for giving his patients injections of amphetamines and other mood-elevating substances to cure anything from a cold to a divorce. After an investigation, he lost his medical license. Who knows how many of Kennedy's staff were also treated by Dr. Jacobson while at the White House? Can you imagine? For 3 years, the trembling hand of an intravenous speed freak might have been hovering over the great nuclear button. If we cannot end our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. John F. Kennedy. President Clinton had not one, but 2 scandals revealed during his campaign, but he was elected anyway. This demonstrates either the maturing of the American electorate or the country's utter frustration with Bush. I like to think the former, but I fear it's the latter. It turned out that Clinton smoked marijuana and may have had an affair with a woman named Jennifer Flowers, not necessarily, but not necessarily not at the same time. People, for the most part, shrugged and repeated the phrase from the 1960s, so what if he's smoking flowers? Happily, the electorate decided that Clinton's behavior in the State House was more important than his behavior in his own house, and he was elected by a broad margin. If you say a modern celebrity is an adulterer, a pervert, and a drug addict, all it means is that you've read his autobiography. P.J. O'Rourke. The wave of tell-all biographies, and autobiographies, so popular in the last 2 decades has clearly shown that everybody's got a bad relationship with something. No matter how great, accomplished, successful, or magnificent a person may be in one area of life, there always seems to be that little dark corner he or she tries so desperately to keep hidden. At first, these revelations about the heroes of our time seem as though they were written by editors of supermarket tabloids. Lord Laurence Olivier and Danny Kaye were lovers. After the initial shock and laughter die down, a surprisingly large number of these revelations turn out to be true. In his meticulously researched biography, Laurence Olivier, Donald Spoto revealed what Hollywood insiders had known for years, that for the entire decade of the 1950s, Kaye provided the nurturing, encouragement, and emotional support Olivier was no longer receiving from Vivien Leigh. From 1939 to 1950, Scarlett O'Hara had become Blanche DuBois. Did their indulgence in this crime negatively affect their careers? No. All indications are that their careers were mutually enhanced by it. What if their crime had become public knowledge? That would have destroyed their careers and just about every other part of their lives. Danny Kaye would never have had his TV series, which ran for 4 years in the early 1960s, nor would his exemplary work with the United Nations Children's Fund have been permitted. A homosexual with our children. Oliver's brilliant work in the last 3 decades of his life probably never would have happened. He never would have been made director of the National Theatre, thus, it probably never would have gotten off the ground. He certainly wouldn't have been elected to the House of Lords. Although there are certainly homosexuals in that august body, when the more open about his sexuality Sir John Gielgud was suggested for lordship, one person commented, "England already has a queen." Spoto's book portrays Kaye as a deeply devoted admirer of Olivier and Olivier as, well, an actor. Like most performers, Lord Oliver's weakness was praise, which just happened to be Kaye's strength. "I am an actor. Of course I can play a heterosexual." Sir John Gielgud. Even the silly books, where rumor is reported as fact, Kitty Kelly with her kitty litter being the reigning queen of that genre, also lead to a monumental "so what," and a bit of tolerance for the variety of relationships of which human beings are capable. So what if Ron and Nancy smoked pot in the governor's mansion? Did Sinatra do it his way with Nancy in the White House? If so, so what? The point is that people can have a bad relationship with some parts of their life, marital fidelity, for example, and still have a good relationship with other parts of their life, career, public service, and so on. William F. Buckley, Jr., has taken daily, for 30 years, a psychoactive prescription drug known as Ritalin. Ritalin is prescribed for hyperactive children and lethargic adults. It seems to calm kids down and pick adults up. Mr. Buckley apparently has a good relationship with this drug. Anyone who knows him will tell you he has never, ever, experienced either of Ritalin's most common side effects, weight loss and irritability. Mr. Buckley, in his usual candor, freely admitted to his decades of daily usage. As Ritalin has for some people amphetamine-like effects, rumor got out that Buckley took speed every day. This is, of course, an exaggeration and oversimplification. When I asked him about this, Buckley wrote me, "I hope you will have a chance to mention that what the doc said, after I had fainted, first and last time, was that my blood pressure is so low that I should either take a quarter pound of chocolate in mid-afternoon, or a Ritalin. Big deal. I doubt, by the way, that a doctor would nowadays say that because some people are affected adversely by Ritalin. But after 30 years, nobody has detected any change in me. Now I'm feeling sick fine, as you can see. Our relations with a good joke are direct and even divine relations. G.K. Chesterton. Good relationships with drugs are possible without a doctor's prescription, and as any doctor will tell you, bad relationships with drugs are possible even with a doctor's prescription. The point again, it is not the substance, but the relationship to the substance that causes problems. Attempting to control the substance in no way helps control the problem. In fact, it only makes the problem worse. If someone is in a bad relationship with a substance and you take the substance away, the person will find a new substance and enter into a bad relationship with it. There seems to be something in people who are in a bad relationship that requires, nay, demands some sort of bad relationship. The substance is secondary, almost incidental to the desire for the bad relationship. This transference of addiction can occur even when a substance is given up by choice. People who stop smoking, for example, will sometimes put on weight. They simply transfer their bad relationship with tobacco to a bad relationship with food. If you eliminate people's bookies, they'll take up with stockbrokers. Deprive people of coffee, and they'll turn to Diet Coke. Tolerance comes of age. I see no fault committed that I myself could not have committed at some time or other. Goethe. Certain people with addictive personalities are giving some poor, innocent substances, and activities, a bad name. Most people who condemn currently illegal consensual activities know little or nothing about them. All they know are the sensationalized media accounts designed not to educate, but titillate. Unless they take part in the activities themselves or have close friends who do, most people have bad relationships with the mere existence of these consensual activities. The primary emotions seem to be revulsion and fear, born of ignorance. Revulsion and fear keep one from investigating and learning that there is nothing much to be repulsed by or afraid of. It is a closed loop of ignorance. The unwillingness to see that it is my judgment, based on my ignorance, that is causing the problem is the problem. Bad relationships promote worse relationships. Worse relationships promote impossible relationships. Impossible relationships promote laws against consensual activities. Most people, of course, do not intentionally set out to create a bad relationship. Most relationships initially start out good, and gradually, often imperceptibly, become bad. If, however, a formerly good relationship has turned bad and we don't realize it yet, no one has the right to throw us in jail for our lack of perception. If we do realize the relationship has become bad and we choose to continue with it for whatever reason, no one has the right to arrest us for our poor choices. As long as our relationships don't physically harm the person or property of another, we are free to choose what we relate to and how we relate to it. People use all kinds of things for their corruption, but nothing corrupts everybody. Successful change takes place by changing the individual, not prohibiting activities or substances. Fanaticism consists in redoubling your effort when you have forgotten your aim. George Santayana. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. It's un-American. Every effort to confine Americanism to a single pattern, to constrain it to a single formula, is disloyalty to everything that is valid in Americanism. Henry Steele. The United States is the most diverse country on earth. Nowhere else do so many people with differing ethnic, religious, racial, and cultural backgrounds live side by side in relative peace and harmony. The melting pot did not melt us into one, uniform people, but melted away a good portion of the intolerance, prejudice, and the notion that one group or another shouldn't be here. It happened over time. The prejudice of one generation became the toleration of the next generation, which became the fascination of the next generation and the norm of the next. Drawn by the concept of a new world and, later, the land of the free, settlers eventually realized that, in order to get the freedom they sought, they would have to give others freedom as well. This realization sometimes came through rational thought, but more often came as a compromise in settling bloody disputes. The Europeans who first arrived in America fell into roughly three categories: 1. Those seeking religious freedom, 2. Those seeking fame and fortune, and 3. Criminals. These three elements were at odds, and within each element was discord. I hate people who are intolerant. Lawrence J. Peter. On the religious front, the Catholics and the Protestants hated each other, and both despised the Jews. Protestants divided along the lines of those who were happy with the Church of England, the Anglicans, and those who wanted major reforms, the Puritans. Those seeking fame and fortune vied for land, trading rights, transport routes, reserved parking places, and all the other material goodies entrepreneurs squabble over. The criminals were anything from political dissidents and recalcitrant serfs to thieves and murderers. They had little in common except that they had broken England's common law or had offended someone in power. The religious, ambitious, and malicious Europeans, all hating each other and made up of splinter groups that didn't get along, also had to contend with the Native Americans, and vice versa. When the Europeans arrived, there were as many as 4 million Native Americans on the land now known as the United States. The natives, who were, at first, friendly, or, at worst, had a live and let live attitude toward the immigrants, eventually turned hostile. Spain, starting with Christopher Columbus's shipping natives back to Spain as slaves, had created a policy, by then over a century old and, therefore, a tradition, of enslaving, exploiting, and abusing the natives. The native North Americans would have none of this. Here began the most dramatic and the most tragic failure of the melting pot. As many differences as the European settlers had among themselves, they had more in common with each other than they did with the Redskins. The Native Americans were never officially included in the melting pot. Even those who converted to Christianity, learned English, applied for statehood under the system prescribed by the newly formed federal government, and attempted to fit into the white man's ways. The Native Americans' application for statehood was summarily denied. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetuate it. Martin Luther King, Jr. Within the colonies, changes started when some of the children of the Puritans turned out to be not quite as religious as their parents. Conversely, the children of some of the criminals were more religious than Ma and Pa. In both cases, the older generation shook their heads and moaned, "What's the younger generation coming to?" When the slightly less religious children of the Puritans and the slightly more religious children of the criminals married, in wedding chapels set up by the entrepreneurs, the Puritan parents and the criminal parents discovered they had something in common after all: children who were positively out of their minds. Some children married Native Americans, others married new immigrants. They had children, and the first generation of Americans was born. Soon, another group was added, slaves from Africa. They, as the Constitution euphemistically puts it, migrated to America, but much against their will. They weren't even included in the melting pot until after the 1860s, and significant melting did not take place until the 1960s. After the Revolutionary War and the formation of a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, people seeking freedom of all kinds began flocking to America. The French, who were our allies in the Revolutionary War, were welcome, but spoke funny. The Chinese, imported as cheap labor to build the railroads, were despised, abused, but eventually accepted. The Irish, who came to escape the devastation of the potato famine and the tyranny of England, arrived at roughly the same time as the Italians. These two took an instant dislike to one another. It was nearly a century before the animosity dissolved. The Jews came from many countries, primarily Russia and Eastern Europe. One pogrom after another forced them to try the religious freedom promised by the Constitution. They did not immediately find it. Strong anti-Semitism and restricted hotels, clubs, restaurants, and neighborhoods caused the sort of ghettoizing the Jews had unfortunately become accustomed to in their native lands. This discrimination would not decrease until after World War II, when Hitler demonstrated to the world the ultimate result of intolerance. 6 million concentration camp deaths later, America finally woke up in the late 1940s and began to refer proudly to its Judeo-Christian heritage. It gives me great pleasure indeed to see the stubbornness of an incorrigible nonconformist warmly acclaimed. Albert Einstein: the philosophy that made the melting pot work was a belief both high-mindedly enlightened and streetwise practical. You allow me my diversity and I'll allow you yours. It's an ongoing process, ever changing, ever growing, ever looking for the balance between the extremes. Defenders of the status quo have always tried to keep their status, well, quo. The way it is the way it's meant to be, the way God wants it to be, and if you don't like it here, you can go back where you came from. Recently, for example, we have seen an influx of immigrants from non-Christian nations, India, other parts of Asia, and the Middle East, which has struck fear into the hearts of those who feel it their duty to protect traditional American values, their values. That these Hindus, Buddhists, and Muslims are turning out to be perfectly good citizens is even more disturbing. They must be up to something. So mainline Christians allow the television preachers to manipulate their audiences, most times to their own financial gain, by making the most absurd biblical claims without their being called to accountability in the name of truth. Bishop John Shelby Spong: so, a movement is afoot to declare the United States a Christian nation. The plan is that, when all naturalized citizens swear allegiance to the flag, they will also swear allegiance to the specific interpretation of Christianity popularized by, among others, St. Patrick Robertson and St. Jerome Falwell. The new immigrants will have to abandon their native religions just as they must abandon allegiance to the country of their birth. Ruling by religion, however, was tried in this country and it failed miserably. Here, for example, is an early colonial law: if any man have a stubborn or rebellious son, of sufficient understanding and years, viz. 15 years of age, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father or mother, being his natural parents, lay hold on him, and bring him to the magistrates assembled in court, and testify unto them, that their son is stubborn and rebellious, and will not obey their voice and chastisement, but lives in sundry notorious crimes, such a son shall be put to death. The law then states the specific biblical chapter and verse on which the law was based, Deuteronomy 21:18, 21. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place, and they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice, he is a glutton, and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. The ugliness of bigotry stands in direct contradiction to the very meaning of America. Hubert H. Humphrey. How many of us would be alive today if that law were still on the books? The Founding Fathers realized ruling by religion wouldn't work, and, wisely, prevented it. The United States opted for a government not dictated by any person's or group's interpretation of any religious text. More on this in the chapter. Laws against consensual activities violate the separation of church and state, threatening the freedom of and from religion. Diversity, not conformity, is America's true strength. In nature, purebreds excel in certain characteristics, but at the expense of others. They may be beautiful, but stupid, gentle, but sickly, ferocious, but unpredictable. It's the crossbreeds that have the strength, flexibility, and multileveled instincts not only to survive, but to thrive in a broad range of conditions. The United States is not just a crossbred, it's a mongrel, the most mongrel nation on earth. It's what gives us our strength, sensitivity, tenacity, flexibility, common sense, and spunk. You have spunk, don't you? Lou Grant asked Mary Richards at their first meeting. Mary nodded proudly. Lou glared, I hate spunk. That at any rate is the theory of our Constitution. It is an experiment, as all life is an experiment. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. Many citizens of the United States have stopped even trying to trace their national roots. When asked, what nationality are you, they respond, American. And rightly so. I have flowing in my veins Irish, Italian, a little Cherokee, and God knows what all. I'm an American. The struggle between the Irish and the Italians came to an end with me and hundreds of thousands like me. How could the Italians hate me? I'm part Italian. How could the Irish hate me? I'm part Irish. How can I side with the settlers? I'm part Native American. How can I side with the Native Americans? I'm mostly settler. I have compassion for many sides. And I am one of millions who have the blood of many nations flowing through our veins, the wealth of many cultures, the wisdom of many generations and many, many ways to love God. As Bishop Fulton J. Sheen explained, democracy cannot survive where there is such uniformity that everyone wears exactly the same intellectual uniform or point of view. Democracy implies diversity of outlook, a variety of points of view on politics, economics, and world affairs. Hence the educational ideal is not uniformity but unity, for unity allows diversity of points of view regarding the good means to a good end. If there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, said Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. I am determined my children shall be brought up in their father's religion, if they can find out what it is. Charles Lamb. America is a bold, dynamic, audacious, enthralling, and ongoing experiment. There have been many risks, many embarrassments, Richard Speck, John Hinckley, Jeffrey Dahmer, and many glories, Luther Burbank, Helen Keller, Thomas Edison, Liberace. Where else but in America could we read this news item? A DeKalb County, Georgia, Superior Court ruled that Gary Eugene Duda, 35, could change his first name to Zippity. Duda said that he had already been called Zippity by friends for most of his life. The American experiment has seen its tragedies, the executions of Sacco and Vanzetti, the imprisonment of 110,000 Japanese Americans during World War II, the Cold War with its nuclear arms race, and its triumphs, Lindbergh's flight to Paris, putting a man on the moon, the Human Genome Project. The experiment continues. There are some who want to call the experiment off, who want to roll back America to those happy, carefree, God-fearing pre-constitutional times. Then, their God would rule by force of law. Let's not let them. Restriction of free thought and free speech is the most dangerous of all subversions. It is the one un-American act that could most easily defeat us. Justice William O. Douglas. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Laws against consensual activities are unconstitutional. Our Constitution is in actual operation. Everything appears to promise that it will last, but in this world nothing is certain but death and taxes. Benjamin Franklin. Although the Declaration of Independence is not, like the Constitution, the law of the land, it is certainly the spirit of the land. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, I have never had a feeling, politically, that did not spring from the Declaration of Independence from England or even Europe. It was a declaration of independence from ignorance, religious intolerance, and political tyranny. What we call the Declaration of Independence is officially the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. There is, by the way, no signed Declaration of Independence from July 4, 1776. The Declaration of Independence was approved by voice vote on July 2, 1776, and the parchment copy was signed by the first delegates on August 2, 1776. Other signatures rolled in throughout the year. Thomas McKean did not sign until 1781. The only reason we celebrate the 4th of July is that both Thomas Jefferson and John Adams remembered it as the date of the signing. There is, however, no congressional record of a signing on that date. Were it not for Adams and Jefferson remembering its being on the 4th of July would either be the 2nd of July or the 2nd of August. Nature intended me for the tranquil pursuits of science, by rendering them my supreme delight. But the enormities of the times in which I have lived have forced me to commit myself on the boisterous ocean of political passions. Thomas Jefferson that both men first comrades, then political enemies, and finally friends should misremember the day is part of one of those truths stranger than fiction stories. In the early morning of July 4, 1826, Thomas Jefferson awoke and asked, "Is it the 4th yet?" Told that it was, he quietly died. 5 hours later, John Adams, not knowing of Jefferson's death, declared, "Thomas Jefferson still survives," and died. July 4, 1826, marked the 50th anniversary of July 4, 1776. In his last letter, written 10 days before his death, Jefferson gave his final thoughts on the Declaration of Independence: "May it be to the world, what I believe it will be, to some part sooner, to others later, but finally to all, the signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkeyish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves, and to assume the blessings and security of self-government. That form which we have substituted, restores the free right to the unbounded exercise of reason and freedom of opinion. All eyes are opened, or opening, to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth, that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately, by the grace of God. These are grounds of hope for others. For ourselves, let the annual return of this day forever refresh our recollections of these rights, and an undiminished devotion to them. The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and governments to gain ground. Thomas Jefferson wrote into the Declaration of Independence one of the most brilliant definitions of freedom in history: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." We don't use the terms inalienable or unalienable much today, but in the 18th century they were well known and often used. Alienable is a form of the word alienate, to take away from, to separate. An alienable right is a right that can be taken from you or a right that you can transfer to another. For example, owning a car is an alienable right. Selling the car and transferring the title to another alienates your right to own and drive that car. You have alienated yourself from the possession and use of the car. If you have an alienable right to something, the government can with just cause take it from you. In time of war, or building a new freeway, the government can take your house, for which you would be paid the fair market value. The self-evident truths announced in the Declaration of Independence are not truths at all, if taken literally, and the practical conclusions contained in the same passage of that declaration prove that they were never designed to be so received. William Pinckney inalienable rights, on the other hand, are rights that cannot be taken from you or transferred to another no matter what. These are the basic rights guaranteed to every citizen of the Republic. What did our founding fathers consider to be our basic, inalienable rights? Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Wrote Samuel Eliot Morison in the Oxford History of the American People, 1965, these words are more revolutionary than anything written by Robespierre, Marx, or Lenin, more explosive than the atom, a continual challenge to ourselves as well as an inspiration to the oppressed of all the world. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness cannot be taken from us, they are inalienable. Note that inalienable rights are not limited to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, emphasis added. Life is obvious, it is our physical life. Liberty is the freedom to live that life the way we choose. The phrase the pursuit of happiness is so vague, so broad, and so far-reaching that it is revolutionary even today, perhaps especially today. It, of course, does not guarantee happiness, but it does give us the right to pursue happiness whatever we think that may be, in whatever way we think will get us there. Naturally, there are limits. My pursuit of happiness might include your new car. Does that mean that I, as a citizen, have a right to take your car? Of course not. Where should the limit be? As you already know, I propose the limits are the physical harming of another's person or property. As I'll attempt to show here and in other chapters, this is precisely the same limit that the Founding Fathers had in mind when they created our government. I think your slogan liberty or death is splendid, and whichever one you decide on will be all right with me. Alexander Woolcott. Before forming the government, however, there was a little business of a revolutionary war. King George III of England did not, after reading the Declaration of Independence, say, "Oh, they'd like their independence, I hope they enjoy it." No. England is not famous for letting her people go. Only Princess Di got away from the British Crown without a fight. Soon after the Declaration of Independence, the 13 colonies of British America gathered together under the loosely stated Articles of Confederation, a document designed to last the duration of the war. All power was put in the hands of a Continental Congress. The Continental Congress had the dual disadvantage of being, a committee, and b, unable to tax. They had the power to request money from state legislatures, but, as you can imagine, such requests often went unheeded. Two important lessons were learned from the Continental Congress: a, committees do not govern well, and b, a government is no government without the power of taxation, or some other way to raise funds. After the war, in the summer of 1787, a group of elected representatives was given the task of adapting the Articles of Confederation into a permanent document outlining an ongoing government for the Confederated States of America. This group of 55 delegates took to their task with rare enthusiasm. Some historians say they ignored their mandate entirely. Jefferson, who was in France at the time, expressed concern that they met in secret session. The delegates threw out the Articles of Confederation entirely and began work on a new document, the Constitution of the United States of America. From that point on, the gathering of those 55 delegates was known as the Constitutional Convention. There can be no prescription old enough to supersede the law of nature and the grant of God Almighty, who has given to all men a natural right to be free, and they have it ordinarily in their power to make themselves so, if they please. James Otis. Although Jefferson was absent, many great men were in attendance. Jefferson called them an assembly of demigods. Benjamin Franklin arrived each morning in a sedan chair carried through the streets of Philadelphia by convicts. He was 81 and suffered gout. Also present were future presidents John Adams and James Madison, as well as Alexander Hamilton, who later, with Madison, sold the Constitution and the concept of a strong federal government to the citizenry in a series of 85 newspaper articles known as the Federalist. George Washington prepared for his role as the nation's first president by presiding over the convention. The American Constitution, one of the few modern political documents drawn up by men who were forced by the sternest circumstances to think out what they really had to face, instead of chopping logic in a university classroom. George Bernard Shaw. The major question facing the convention and American politics at large was how much power would remain at the state level, and how much would go to the federal government. The Federalists believed in a strong federal, that is, national government. Without it, they argued, the 13 colonies would become like the countries of Europe, eternally caught in the ritual of alliances, betrayals, intrigues, and hostilities that had marked the history of Europe for more than 1,000 years. Further, Federalists argued, without a strong central government, each state would be ripe for individual plucking by the then aggressively imperial powers of France, Spain, Russia, or a return engagement from Great Britain. Moreover, the Federalists claimed, all the people of the colonies had pulled together and won a rousing victory for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These courageous souls were now one people, members of one country, a country that united defeated the strongest military power on earth. These people of one nation did not want to return to being citizens of individual states, states that, if history were any indicator, would be at each other's throats over borders, territorial rights, and tariffs within a matter of years. And if one state went to war against another, did one really want to fight brother against brother? The Anti-Federalists held that states' rights were sovereign. Each state already had a constitution or was busy working on one which was to be the supreme law of the people within that state. Why couldn't the Confederated States get along as well as the Nordic countries, which were independently sovereign, lived together in peace, and banded together in time of war? This, the Anti-Federalists claimed, was what the Articles of Confederation were intended to do, form an alliance against Great Britain and nothing more. Once victorious, the states would return to the status quo. Oh, it might be nice, the Anti-Federalists acknowledged, to have some sort of central government, but it should be more a voluntary alliance, a forum in which sovereign states could meet and discuss treaties, national defense, trade, and the like. In this, the Anti-Federalists wanted something more along the lines of the current United Nations than the United States. In a democracy, the opposition is not only tolerated as constitutional, but must be maintained because it is indispensable. Walter Lippmann. The Federalists demanded a strong chief executive with sweeping powers. Women were not allowed to vote, much less run for office, would be something of an emperor, but one chosen by the people in regular but widely spaced elections. The Anti-Federalists thought that a simple amendment to the Articles of Confederation, something along the lines of resolved, that this document is null and void unless some country declares war on one of the states, was all that was necessary. And can't we all go home now? It's Philadelphia and it's summer and it's hot. As in all politics, the final document was a compromise. There would be a strong federal government, but the power would be held jointly between three equal branches: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. The Constitution, however, would be the supreme law of the land, superseding all state constitutions and laws on certain specific points, but leaving the states free to legislate on matters not given to the federal government. Overall, the Constitution of the United States is a Federalist document. The Federalist nature is evident in the first line. The original draft read, "We the people of the states of," and then listed each state. The revised document, the one we know today, begins, "We the people of the United States." One people. One nation. One supreme law. We may be tossed upon an ocean where we can see no land nor, perhaps, the sun or stars. But there is a chart and a compass for us to study, to consult, and to obey. That chart is the Constitution. Daniel Webster. Allow me to highlight certain portions of the Constitution that apply most directly to our discussion of consensual crimes. The Constitution begins with the famous preamble, which lays out the purpose of the Constitution, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. We the people. Here, it's we the people, not we the Protestants, we the Catholics, or we the atheists, but we the people, all the people. Compare this simple, direct, all-inclusive opening with a typical formal governmental document from the days of monarchy. The documents were always in the name of the monarch who ruled by the grace of God, and usually granted a privilege to some special class of human beings, or took some privilege away from one special class of human beings and gave it to an even more special class of human beings. Take, for example, the opening of the Magna Carta. John, by the grace of God, King of England, Lord of Ireland, Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, and Count of Anjou, to the archbishops, bishops, abbots, earls, barons, justiciars, foresters, sheriffs, provosts, officers, and all his bailiffs and faithful people, greeting. Know that by the inspiration of God and for the salvation of our soul and those of all our ancestors and successors, to the honor of God and the exaltation of the Holy Church, and the improvement of our kingdom. I love my country. I fear my government. Bumper sticker. Note the delineation of power, the holy royal pecking order. We knew who was on first, God, who was on second, the king, who was on third, the archbishops. Somehow you knew that in a disagreement between, say, an archbishop and one of the faithful people, way down the list, the archbishop would win. None of this nonsense opens the Constitution. In a government document at that time, it was radical not to mention the ruling monarch and downright revolutionary not to mention God. Even the individual states don't get special recognition. From the outset, it was a document without classes of people, with no highs, no lows, no one better or worse. It is a document of we the people. In order to form a more perfect union. The intent was to form a union, a government, more perfect than had ever existed before. The imperfections, injustices, of other governments were well known and eloquently documented. The most obvious example of an imperfect union was the Inquisition. Like the Spanish flu, it was not limited to Spain. The Inquisition had been alternately smoldering and flaring since the late 1400s. Not only were heretics tortured and burned at the stake, but, when taken over by the government, as it soon was, the Inquisition was a tool of terror and oppression against anyone's actions, values, or ideas that irritated the rulers. They still did all this, of course, in the name of God. If there is any principle of the Constitution that more imperatively calls for attachment than any other, it is the principle of free thought, not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought that we hate. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, J.R. Galileo, for example, was summoned before the Inquisition in 1633 at the age of 69 and forced to publicly admit he was wrong when he said the earth was not the center of the universe and that the earth revolved around the sun. According to the prevailing interpretation of the Bible, the universe revolved around a God-created stationary earth. To say otherwise was heresy. The apocryphal story has Galileo saying under his breath as he listened to the pronouncement of the Inquisition, "It moves just the same." Because Galileo recanted, he was spared the stake and was instead placed under house arrest for the remaining 9 years of his life. The great thinkers of the Enlightenment who adored scientific advancement found the persecution of Galileo particularly appalling. They used it again and again as an example of what governments should not do. The more perfect union of the United States, then, would be one not based on intolerance, injustice, prejudice, religious beliefs, or the whims of the ruling class. It was based on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Establish justice. Justice of fundamental fairness in the government's interactions with its people was notably lacking in 1787. Throughout the world one was generally presumed guilty when accused and had a few frantic moments in which to prove one's innocence, while one's method of punishment, often execution, was being prepared. Those afforded a trial of any kind, a luxury in itself, were often given such treatment as trial by fire, in which the accused carried a glowing hot bar of iron up 3 stairs and then dropped it. If you had blisters on your hands 3 days later, you were guilty, or trial by water, in which you were thrown into a body of water and, if you sank and didn't resurface, something human bodies seldom do when thrown into water, you were presumed innocent and were set free, providing, of course, you didn't drown before they fished you out. For the common person, trial before a jury of one's peers was almost unheard of. Generally, the most one got was a trial before a magistrate or bailiff who was constable, judge, jury, and executioner all in one. I believe in only one thing, liberty, but I do not believe in liberty enough to want to force it upon anyone. H. L. Mencken, the idea that there would be justice, fair laws equally applied to all, was again revolutionary. The vast majority of injustices discussed by the great writers of the Enlightenment consisted of punishing crimes that had no innocent victims. No one complained when a highwayman was hung; it was the hanging of heretics, after torturing them so that the devil would leave their bodies, that incensed these writers. If one was killed while physically attacking a king, well, c'est la politique. What infuriated our founding fathers was that people were condemned for high treason and beheaded because they, refused to acknowledge the monarch's right to dump his current wife, again, and marry another. To the framers of the Constitution, such excesses of the ruler's power, supported by, demanded by, or excused by the ruler's religion, were not justice. Each citizen was entitled to justice without being aligned and in slavish agreement with the ruling powers. The Constitution is not neutral. It was designed to take the government off the backs of people. Justice William O. Douglas, moreover, it was the government's job to guarantee justice to any citizen whose liberty was being threatened, to defend anyone from being forcefully put upon by others, including religious groups or the government itself. This is what the Founding Fathers meant by establish justice. Ensure domestic tranquility. It's hard to imagine that the domestic tranquility our Founding Fathers wanted to preserve was the tranquility of the self-righteous, no matter how vocal or how many. On the contrary, they seemed to enjoy tweaking the righteousness of the mighty, promoting anything but tranquility in the domiciles of authority. The sort of "don't rock the boat, leave well enough alone" complacency, if we legalize all the consensual crimes, think of all the trouble it will cause, was clearly not the domestic tranquility the Founding Fathers intended to promote. They advocated and succeeded at a violent revolution against a centuries-old religious belief, that the King of England ruled by divine right, and a government, Great Britain's, that had done little more than impose on British Americans minor taxes. However upsetting the results might be to some, domestic tranquility meant freedom, not conformity for the sake of smoothing things over. Promote the general welfare. The general welfare the framers of the Constitution were trying to promote was a government in which all people had sufficient individual freedom to explore ideas, themselves, and life itself, and to do with that life what they thought best. The general welfare was a government of freedom of thought and action, for which our forebears risked everything. One of the things that really bothers me is that Americans don't have any sense of history. The majority of Americans don't have any idea of where we've come from, so they naturally succumb to the kind of cliché version that Ronald Reagan represented. Robert Massey Pulitzer Prize winning historian secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. That's us, posterity. The blessings of liberty? I'm sure you know my definition of that. Article I of the Constitution discusses the various qualifications for holding office. The only requirements are age, citizenship, and residency. It's more important to note the qualifications that are not given. There was no need to espouse religious, political, or moral beliefs, sexual preference, or anything else to be eligible to hold office. As we will discuss in the next chapter on separation of church and state, most states at that time had religious restriction for those holding office: a belief in the Christian religion, a belief in the Trinity, to be a practicing Protestant. These restrictions were swept aside by the Constitution. As we shall see when we discuss the 10th Amendment, What the Constitution doesn't say is just as important as what it does say. Essentially, all rights not taken by the Constitution for the federal government remain those of the states or the people. But just so there would be absolutely no doubt about the framers' intent, Article 6 of the Constitution reiterates, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article I, Section 8 lists what the Congress and, hence, the government of the United States has the power to do. This section is known as the enumeration of powers. It lists, quite clearly, what the federal government can do: collect taxes, borrow money, regulate commerce, standardize bankruptcy laws, coin money, punish counterfeiters, establish a post office, assign patents and copyrights, set up courts, punish pirates, declare wars, raise armies, maintain a navy, the practical running of a lean, mind your own business government. Basically, it provides for a strong national defense, maintains a level playing field for those who wish to try their skill at commerce, it will even keep pirates at bay, creates an impartial court system for the settlement of disputes, which usually arise during acts of commerce, keeps ideas and things moving, with a post office, toll roads, copyrights, and patents, and that's about it? No, that's not about it, that's it. Outside of the Constitution we have no legal authority more than private citizens, and within it we have only so much as that instrument gives us. This broad principle limits all our functions and applies to all subjects. Andrew Johnson: nowhere in the enumeration of powers is there anything remotely resembling regulation of personal or public morality, making sure no citizens hurt themselves by experimental, reckless, or even downright foolhardy behavior, or bringing God's laws to earth as God's laws are interpreted by whichever religious group gathers enough political power. The enumeration of powers gives the government the power to run the government, not the personal or religious lives of the people. The last paragraph of Article 2, Section 1 begins, "Before the President shall enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation: I do solemnly swear, or affirm." The use of the words affirmation and affirm is significant. In the 18th century it was clearly understood that an oath was something taken before God, an affirmation was something taken on one's personal integrity, without having to acknowledge there even was a God. One would either be sworn in before God, or one would make an affirmation, personally promising to tell the truth, uphold an office, or whatever one was about to do. Can it be I am the only Jew residing in Danville, Kentucky, looking for a matzo in the Safeway and the A&P? Maxine Kuhlman in England at the time: you could only take an oath to a Christian God, you could not make an affirmation. Before giving testimony in a court of law, one had to claim allegiance to the Christian faith and then swear to God to tell the truth. If one failed to take an oath, one could not provide testimony. The ramifications of the law were far-reaching. If, for example, someone robbed you, and, if only you and the robber were present, it was not your word against his. If the robber agreed to take an oath and you did not, only the robber's evidence would be admissible in court. This put all non-Christians at a great disadvantage. The courts of law, as well as the sheriffs, magistrates, bailiffs, and other officials, were, for the most part, unavailable to them. The same was true if one were accused of a crime. Unless one claimed allegiance to the Christian religion, one could not testify in one's own defense. This law remained in effect in England until 1879. The anti-Semitic ramifications of this law are obvious. To add the words affirmation and affirm, and to repeat them in Article 6, is a clear and intentional separation of church and state. The existence of this separation, when discussing consensual crimes, is critical, and will be explored in detail in the chapter. Laws against consensual activities violate the separation of church and state, threatening the freedom of and from religion, and the chapter, What Jesus and the Bible Really Said About Consensual Crimes. When we lose the right to be different, we lose the privilege to be free. Charles Evans Hughes Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution states the limitation of what would be considered treason against the United States, shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. This is a major statement affirming freedom of expression. For us, living in an age when the royal family of England has more trashy tabloid coverage than Madonna, Brad Pitt, and aliens from outer space combined, it's hard to imagine what a significant statement this was. In 18th century England and in most of the world for that matter, saying, for example, the king is a tyrant, could have gotten you beheaded. Further, if someone said that you said the king was a tyrant, that would probably have been enough to ensure your execution. King Henry VIII had Anne Boleyn beheaded for high treason. The grounds? Infidelity. All it took was one person to admit under torture that he loved Boleyn, and Boleyn went to the block. Can you imagine the bloodbath in the royal family if the same rules applied today? Back then it was treason merely to say something the monarch did not like. The preferences of the monarch, from religion to fashion, were well known. Sometimes laws and to flout convention might upset the monarch, which was treason. Actually, upsetting a duke, earl, or baron was treason, upsetting the king or queen was high treason. Upsetting a bishop, archbishop, or cardinal was heresy, often punished by death and carried out with the state's blessing by the church's armed enforcers, who were often more numerous than the crowns. That the king can do no wrong, wrote Sir William Blackstone in 1769, is a necessary and fundamental principle of the English Constitution. You hear about constitutional rights, free speech, and the free press. Every time I hear these words I say to myself, that man is a red. You never hear a real American talk like that. Mayor Frank Hague, the Founding Fathers, basically said, enough. To insult, affront, or even seriously disturb the ruler was no longer grounds for punishment. The Founding Fathers asked themselves, what is the purpose of laws against treason, just as they asked themselves, what is the purpose of all law? The purpose of laws against treason was to defend the United States against acts of physical violence, levying war against it, or giving aid and comfort to those who were physically warring against the United States. Here, the principle that every crime needs a victim is re-established. In defending this principle, the Founding Fathers opened themselves to all sorts of personal discomfort. Some of them knew they would serve in some public capacity and, by making war the only basis for treason, they were giving the people and the press free rein to attack them in any way other than physically. The second point, involving 2 witnesses to the same overt. One can't just be thinking about doing something, one actually has to do it. This, again, supports the notion that it is an act of physical harm, in this case, war, that constitutes a crime. Act or confession in open court prohibited people from manipulating others by threatening to accuse them of treason. Just as today threats of exposing or prosecuting consensual crimes are often used to blackmail and to extort information and behavior from an unwilling party, so too the laws of treason were used for similar underhanded manipulation. Requiring that there be 2 witnesses to an overt act makes it much more difficult to falsify charges. What's the Constitution between friends? Timothy J. Campbell response to President Cleveland, who refused to support a bill because it was unconstitutional. Article 4, Section 2 begins, "The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states." This, once again, affirms that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land and that no state can take away the privileges or immunities, protections, given by the Constitution and the federal government. This protection would be strengthened and deepened by the 14th Amendment. At the close of the main body of the Constitution, desperate to find God in there somewhere, some people will point to the words "the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord 1787. They say, you see, they claim that Jesus is their Lord. The year of our Lord is, of course, a legal term commonly used in the 18th century. It no more acknowledges that Jesus is Lord than writing, "It happened in 436 BC" acknowledges that Jesus was the Christ. It's an agreed upon way of counting days that happened to be invented by some Christian monks. The Gregorian calendar, the one that's been in use since 1582, required the papal decree of Pope Gregory XIII for its adoption. Science did not determine things then, the Pope did. Although the current calendar is a religious document issued by a papal bull, to say that each time we refer to the calendar it is an act of Catholicism, Christianity, or religion of any kind is absurd. Besides, at least 3 signers of the Constitution, George Washington, John Adams, and Benjamin Franklin, and almost certainly James Monroe, were not Christians at all. They were deists. More on this in the next chapter. Fear of serious injury cannot alone justify suppression of free speech and assembly. Men feared witches and burned women. It is the function of speech to free men from the bondage of irrational fears. Justice Louis D. Brandeis. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2. Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Laws against consensual activities violate the separation of church and state, threatening the freedom of and from religion. The government of the United States is not, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion. George Washington. Treaty of Tripoli 1796. In 1982, on the celebration of his 90th birthday, Dumas Malone, noted historian and Thomas Jefferson biographer, was asked, "What is the most fortunate aspect of American history?" Malone replied, "The fact that we became a nation and immediately separated church and state. It has saved us from all the misery that has beset mankind with inquisitions, internecine and civil wars, and other assorted ills." True, but there is little doubt that America was founded on the passionate pursuit of the Almighty God and the almighty dollar. Less than 7 weeks after arriving in the New World, Columbus wrote in his journal, "And I say that your highnesses ought not to consent that any foreigner does business or sets foot here, except Christian Catholics, since this was the end and the beginning of the enterprise, that it should be for the enhancement and glory of the Christian religion, nor should anyone who is not a good Christian come to these parts." What a pity, when Christopher Columbus discovered America, that he ever mentioned it. Margot Asquith. From the start, commerce and religion, religion and commerce. Thus began from the Christian European view of world history the American dream. A little over 100 years after Columbus's 1492 holy business expedition, those who spoke English and worshipped the almighty pound began arriving in the New World. Virginia was settled by Sir Walter Raleigh more for his personal gain and financial enhancement than for the glory of God. He never set foot in the colony himself. The original settlers of the colony had the idea that the Indians would do all the work and the white man had only to provide ideas and direction. But somehow the native tribes in Virginia, those savages, failed to cooperate. The intrinsic intellectual superiority of the white man somehow escaped these Native Americans. Eventually, the colonists were asked by their leaders to work. Each man, woman, and child in the settlement was given a military rank. The duties of each rank were spelled out to the smallest detail. Penalties were harsh whipping for a second offense and a year on a British prison ship for a third offense. Complaining was not permitted, and there was no going back to England. This is your life, Virginia. All of this oppression was done, of course, in the name of God. What God wanted and was kind enough to communicate to the settlers by way of the British Crown was tobacco. A powerful strain of Virginia tobacco was popular in Great Britain. God wanted the people of England to have their tobacco, making the first cash crop from America a drug. In addition, God wanted the investors in the Virginia Company to turn a profit on their investments and, by God, if it took a police state to bring about God's will, so be it. Perhaps, after all, America never has been discovered. I myself would say that it had merely been detected. Oscar Wilde. In the name of God, Amen. Having undertaken for the glory of God, and advancement of the Christian faith, and the honor of our King and country, a voyage to plant the first colony in the northern parts of Virginia. So began the Mayflower Compact of 1620. No secular voyage this. On board the Mayflower, the other passengers referred to a third of the passengers as pilgrims because they were on a religious quest. They were journeying to the New World to found the city on the hill, the New Jerusalem. It was to be a shining beacon for the entire world, proof not only that Christianity was the one true way, but that their specific interpretation of Christianity was the one true interpretation. Besides, England had had enough of them. They were known as the Puritans, and, goodness, were they pure. Protestants protested against Catholicism and Puritans protested against Protestants. Even though the Protestants had overthrown the Catholic Church in England, a monumental undertaking, the Puritans wanted to purify Protestantism even further. By the early 1600s, England had been through decades of religious wars and was temporarily tired of it all. The revolution was effected before the war commenced. The revolution was in the minds and hearts of the people, a change in their religious sentiments of their duties and obligations. This radical change in the principles, opinions, sentiments, and affections of the people, was the real American Revolution. John Adams, February 13, 1818. In 1534, King Henry VIII separated from the Catholic Church, the Church of Rome, and established Protestantism as the official state religion, the Church of England. Although a major advance for Protestantism, the new religion still didn't please the Puritans. It was, they thought, the same old Catholic hierarchy and form of worship under a new name. When Queen Mary ascended the throne in 1553, Roman Catholicism returned to England. A great many Protestants, especially Puritans, were executed or exiled. In 1558, with the ascension of Elizabeth I, Protestantism returned. Although Protestant, Elizabeth still wasn't pure enough for the Puritans. They continued to protest and, of course, were repressed. The Puritans spent the next 45 years being pure anyway. Like the Pharisees of old, they established elaborate customs to separate themselves, the chosen elite, from the heathen, condemned to perdition, mainstream Protestants, and the completely lost from all hope of salvation Catholics. Nearly every aspect of Puritan life was set, regulated, and ordered. The smallest detail of lifestyle became a religious function which either glorified God or condemned one to hellfire. In 1603, the Puritans had their last, best hope when King James IV of Scotland became James I of England. King James was a Calvinist and the Puritans thought of themselves as Calvinists, although after the death of John Calvin in 1564, the Puritans' form of Calvinism had become more severe than even Calvin prescribed. The Puritans presented their many grievances to King James I in 1604, but, as the Puritans were not part of the power structure, they were dismissed. No bishop, no king, James told them. So, the Puritans set their sights on the New World. A Puritan is a person who pours righteous indignation into the wrong things. G.K. Chesterton. The Puritans were well educated, hard-working, the Puritan work ethic lives today, and influenced the educational and business communities of England. They decided to demonstrate to the world how Puritanism, which, of course, they thought of as the true Christianity, could flourish when not repressed by Catholics and quasi-Catholics, Protestants. It would be a community of such spiritual integrity, moral purity, and economic productivity that all the people of the world would herald it a success. The scales would fall from their eyes, they would drop their chains of religious oppression, and the world would be Puritan Calvinistic Christian forever and ever. Amen. By 1620 these pilgrims were ready to go. They sailed for the New World, the spiritual destiny of humankind resting on their shoulders. Their goal was Virginia, but God apparently had more northerly plans. The ship was blown off course. Considerably off course. They landed in Massachusetts. This meant they were no longer bound by the agreements they had made with the Virginia Company. While still on the Mayflower, they made their own compact. Unshackled from the economic bonds of the Virginia Company, they were now free to freeze to death. It was colder than anyone imagined. Massachusetts is like that. As Ulysses S. Grant later explained, the Pilgrim Fathers fell upon an ungenial climate, where there were 9 months of winter and 3 months of cold weather. Due almost entirely to the compassion, openness, and generosity of the Native Americans, whose behavior was downright Christian, more than half of the Puritans survived their first winter in what is now Plymouth, Massachusetts. The Native Americans taught the Pilgrims how to hunt, fish, and grow crops, showed them which plants were nutritional, which were medicinal, and which were purely recreational. My ancestors were Puritans from England. They arrived here in 1648 in the hope of finding greater restrictions than were permissible under English law at that time. Garrison Keillor, the Pilgrims learned quickly, applied what they learned with diligence, and made a success of things. Everything went along fine until the next generation grew up. Those pesky youngsters. The Pilgrims soon learned what a brief study of history could have taught them: religious belief is not always hereditary. Those who towed the line of Puritan orthodoxy were part of a group, a community, an extended family where life was congenial and everyone helped each other. Those who strayed from the fold, by being either less devout or, in rare cases, more devout than the elders considered proper, were punished. If punishment didn't bring them into line, they were banished. Connecticut and Rhode Island were founded by improper Puritans. And then there were the French. Good God, the French. Some had no religion at all, and those who did were what only could be called bastard Catholics. The French weren't after religious freedom, they were after beaver pelts. And stories were circulating that the trappers were having more than social intercourse with the Indians. This, as it turned out, was quite true. Some members of the Native American tribes admired the white man and offered their women to him. The offspring were proudly raised within the tribe. News of this flexible, casual, experimental quality of the Native Americans was brought back to Europe by the French trappers. This influenced the French philosophers, particularly Rousseau, who found it a perfect example of man living in nature, enjoying his inherent natural rights. This philosophy was brought back across the Atlantic in the works of Rousseau, Voltaire, and John Locke. It inspired Franklin, Jefferson, Paine, and others in shaping their political philosophies. America's one of the finest countries anyone ever stole. Bobcat Goldthwait, the Puritan adventure, was but one example of religion motivating migration. Lord Baltimore settled Maryland in the hope of establishing a haven for Roman Catholics. Although most of the settlers were Protestants, the land was owned by Catholics. Not unlike New York City today. The fastest method of advancement in the colony was to see the light and convert to Catholicism. The Dutch settled New Netherlands for purely economic reasons. Peter Stuyvesant took what he learned about authoritarianism, control, and domination from his Calvinist minister father and applied it to the practice of making money for the Dutch West India Company. When the English captured the colony in 1664, it became New York, named after the Duke of York. When the Duke of York became King of England in 1685, New York became an official crown colony. North and South Carolina, it was thought, would be ideal places to produce silk. They were not. Georgia was settled so that the inhabitants of Britain's overcrowded debtors' prisons could start a new life. The restrictions were harsh, the limitations economic, not religious. William Penn knew well the dangers of following an unpopular religion. Penn was a member of the Society of Friends, the Quakers. In England, he was fined and ultimately dismissed from Oxford for refusing to attend chapel. He was imprisoned 4 times for writing or speaking his religious beliefs. He intended his Pennsylvania, the woodlands of Penn, to be a haven for all religious minorities, not just Quakers. Most of his time was spent persuading the British government to allow his holy experiment to continue. This kept him in England and, consequently, Penn only spent 2 two-year periods in the colony that bore his name. It was because Penn not only tolerated but welcomed diversity that Pennsylvania became the most diverse, dynamic, and prosperous of the original 13 colonies. This provided fertile ground for free and, later, radical, and later still, revolutionary thinking. By 1776, Philadelphia was the largest city in the 13 colonies, with a population of 40,000. This was larger than Boston and New York combined, 24,000. I'm really a timid person. I was beaten up by Quakers. Woody Allen. By 1770, the British-American colonies had become a billion-pound enterprise, importing more than 1 billion of goods from England and exporting nearly 2 billion. The effects of religion were still felt. Even the centers of higher learning, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, began as religious institutions. For the most part, however, by the early 1770s, currency was king in the colonies. Voltaire gloried in the name deist. The Catholic Church in 18th century France did not recognize fine distinctions among heretics, and deist and atheist works were burned in the same bonfires. Encyclopedia Britannica. Trying to re-establish their influence, churches with once rigid restrictions on membership opened their doors to all. Harvests, they were called. God, not man, chose who would and would not find salvation. With some good old hellfire and brimstone preaching, the fear of damnation, and the knowledge that only God could save them from the eternal flaming pit, the congregates had experiences we would now call born again. The time was known as the Great Awakening. While still high on the ecstasy of deliverance, the new converts were convinced that the rules and regulations of that particular variation of Christianity were what God desired, in fact, demanded if one wanted to be truly and permanently saved. The ecstasy of the awakening was just a taste of what one could look forward to in paradise, provided one followed God's laws here on earth without deviation or question. The alternative? An eternal afterlife of bubbling sulfur. On the cooler end of the spectrum were the great thinkers of the Enlightenment. Deism was the religion of the Age of Enlightenment. If reason could be applied to government, science, and philosophy, surely, they reasoned, it could also be applied to religion. That there was a God, in the form of a creator, was reasonable. Something had to create this incredible universe, the wonders of which were, through travel, telescope, and microscope, being revealed daily, and something had to account for the miracle of life itself. An overruling providence, Jefferson called it, which by all its dispensations proves that it delights in the happiness of man here and his greater happiness hereafter. Jefferson also referred to the Creator as that infinite power which rules the destinies of the universe. Neither of these statements was privately written by Jefferson and communicated to a select group of friends. Both came from his first inaugural address. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts only as are injurious to others. But it does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods, or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. Thomas Jefferson Washington, in his first inaugural address, referred to this power as the great arbiter of the universe. Deists called this power God or the Creator. The deists were not Christians. This comes as something of a shock to the religious right, who decorate their homes with early American furniture, or the conservative daughters of the American Revolution who make almost religious pilgrimages to Mount Vernon and Monticello. It is, nonetheless, true that our first three presidents, Washington, Adams, and Jefferson, as well as Benjamin Franklin, were deists, not Christians. The deists admired, even loved, Jesus as a teacher and an example. Imitate Jesus, Franklin reminded himself, but deists had little use for the portion of the New Testament that did not deal directly with the life and words of Jesus. They did not believe in the revealed word. Peter, Paul, John, the prophets, Moses, it didn't matter. If God wants to reveal something to me, a deist reasons, he certainly has the power to reveal it to me himself. What Jesus did and actually said while on earth was studied and deeply appreciated. Studied too, according to founding father Samuel Adams, were Confucius, Zoroaster, Socrates, Muhammad Sikh and other teachers and sources of wisdom. Benjamin Franklin, the great sage of the colonies and then of the new republic, summarized a personal creed that almost literally reproduced deism's 5 fundamental beliefs. The first 3 presidents of the United States also held deistic convictions, as is amply evidenced in their correspondence. Encyclopedia Britannica. It was not so much who said or wrote something, but whether or not what was said or written rang a bell of truth within the reader. This indicator of truth within the reader, it was believed, was put there by the divine as a way of divining truth from falsehood. Whatever a deists would read, be it Bible, book, or almanac, they would listen for the bell. Deists therefore found something of value in all religious practices. For example, the Quaker custom of sitting quietly and listening for revelations was much admired. Deists did not believe in damnation. They believed that God only wanted what was good for humanity, and hell was not reasonable from one who wanted only good. Deists believed in repentance. If they wronged another person, they made it up to that person. God, being God, did not need to be apologized to. Deists believed that God, like all good creators after creating creation, went off to create something else. One can see, admire, and even stand in awe of Michelangelo's David and not expect to see Michelangelo nearby answering questions, accepting praise, or fulfilling requests. Nietzsche's idea that God is dead seemed in 1890 to be the height of blasphemy, heresy, and bad taste. The deists, however, would have no trouble with this concept. They might be momentarily saddened to hear of Michelangelo's passing, but it would not interfere with their enjoyment of Michelangelo's creations. Deists did not pray. They may have given praise, as in Lord, what a beautiful morning, or Lord, what a beautiful painting, but they did not pray to make requests. They believed that, as part of the creation, God created logically discoverable methods by which needs, desires, and wants could be fulfilled, and by discovering and practicing these techniques, one could fulfill one's desires. God may have set up the system, but was not necessary for the delivery any more than Benjamin Franklin, who created the postal system, needed to deliver each letter personally. It is much to be lamented that a man of Dr. Franklin's general good character and great influence, should have been an unbeliever in Christianity, and also have done so much as he did to make others unbelievers. Dr. Joseph Priestley: I simply haven't the nerve to imagine a being, a force, a cause which keeps the planets revolving in their orbits, said Quentin Crisp, and then suddenly stops in order to give me a bicycle with 3 speeds. If you wanted a bicycle with 3 speeds, the deists believed, you did what was necessary to get the money and then went to the bicycle shop and bought one. Knowledge, planning, and work were required, not prayer. Deists didn't believe in the sole divinity of Jesus. They took seriously Jesus' statement, anyone who has faith in me will do what I have been doing. He will do even greater things than these, John 14:12. Because of this, and because deists did not believe in hell or eternal damnation, most Christians disapproved of deists. Christians denounced the deists as heretics who were too cowardly to say what they really were, atheists. Not suffering the condemnations of Christians gladly, deists accused Christians of turning God into a tyrant for their own selfish ends. It was an unfriendly stalemate at best. From the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the deists were particularly vehement against any manifestation of religious fanaticism and enthusiasm. Any description of God that depicted his impending vengeance, vindictiveness, jealousy, and destructive cruelty was blasphemous. The deist God, ever gentle, loving, and benevolent, intended men to behave toward one another in the same kindly and tolerant fashion. As deism became increasingly refined, it eventually evaporated by the mid-1800s, a victim of its own refinement. It was a little too cool for those who wanted a religion with history such as Roman Catholicism, with popes going back to St. Peter, and, hence, to Christ, or one of the evangelical religions in which one experienced, even if only for a moment, the promised bliss of salvation. A substantial portion of deist literature was devoted to the description of the noxious practices of all religions in all times. For many religious deists, the teachings of Christ were not essentially novel but were, in reality, as old as creation. Encyclopaedia Britannica: there is little doubt that the separation of church and state was a major theme of the American Revolution. The resolution of the First Continental Congress issued in October 1774 listed among the infringements and violations of the rights of the colonists the fact that the British Parliament had established as the official state religion the Roman Catholic religion in the province of Quebec, which, the Continental Congress claimed, had the effect of erecting a tyranny there to the great danger of the neighboring British colonies. The members of the First Continental Congress were not specifically anti-Catholic, although it's certainly true that most of them were either Protestants or deists, and also true that Protestants and Catholics were not on the best of terms back then. The Founding Fathers were complaining of the tyranny of any state-authorized religion. I consider the government of the U.S. as interdicted by the Constitution from intermeddling with religious institutions. Their doctrines, discipline, or exercises civil powers alone have been given to the President of the U.S. and no authority to direct the religious exercises of his constituents. Thomas Jefferson. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense. This pamphlet, more than anything else, moved popular opinion from merely protesting against British rule to openly rebelling against it. Without common sense paving the way, it is doubtful that the Declaration of Independence would have been issued in July of that year, if at all. Here are some common sense ideas Thomas Paine had about the freedom of religion. This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty from every part of Europe. Hither have they fled, not from the tender embraces of the mother, but from the cruelty of the monster. As to religion, I hold it to be the indispensable duty of all government, to protect all conscientious professors thereof, and I know of no other business which government hath to do therewith. For myself, I fully and conscientiously believe, that it is the will of the Almighty, that there should be a diversity of religious opinions among us. Paine argued that above all things the free exercise of religion was essential to freedom. Declaring independence from the King of England in 1776 was the first taste of religious freedom that most Americans had. Calling the king a tyrant and breaking all ties with him may today seem a purely political move, but it was not viewed so in 1776. The king, it was believed, was the direct representative of God on earth, crowned by the highest church authority. Just as people owed God allegiance, so, too, they owed the king allegiance. Obeying the king was the same as obeying God, disobeying the king was the same as disobeying God. When the Revolutionary War was not going well, many moaned, "This is what we get for offending the king. God is not on our side." When, however, the war was won in 1781, Americans finally started believing that life without a God-anointed king was possible. They also started thinking that, perhaps, life with God but without a state-mandated religion was possible as well. The First Amendment has erected a wall between church and state. That wall must be kept high and impregnable. We could not approve the slightest breach. Justice Hugo Black in Virginia, a state rich in religious tradition, Thomas Jefferson tried for more than a decade to have the principles of religious freedom incorporated as part of Virginia's bylaws. In January of 1786, with the help of James Madison, he finally succeeded. It was a testament not only to Jefferson's persuasive ability and persistence, but also to the gradual awakening of the American public. His Virginia Statute of Religious Liberty stands as a lighthouse of religious freedom. It would probably have as much trouble passing through any legislative body today as it did back in the late 1700s. The Virginia Statute of Religious Liberty begins by stating that Almighty God hath created the mind free, and any attempts to influence others in religious matters by using the force of government tend only to beget habits of hypocrisy and meanness. Further, claimed Jefferson, laws based on religious beliefs are not just a civil injustice, but a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion. After all, if God wanted to physically punish people for not obeying the precepts of a certain religion, he could, because it was in his almighty power to do. Our civil rights have no dependence on our religious opinions, any more than our opinions in physics or geometry. Jefferson went on to point out that whenever one asks the civil magistrate to intrude his powers into the field of opinion and stop the spread of one thought or another on the supposition of their ill tendency, the government is caught in a dangerous fallacy, which at once destroys all religious liberty because the magistrate will simply approve or condemn the sentiments of others only as they shall square with or differ from his own. Let us revise our views and work from the premise that all laws should be for the welfare of society as a whole and not directed at the punishment of sins. John Biggs, J.R. Jefferson maintains that the civil government has plenty to do, there is barely time enough for the rightful purposes of civil government, and the government should only instruct its officers to interfere when principals break out into overt acts against peace and good order. Jefferson continues, stating that truth is great and will prevail if left to herself. Truth has nothing to fear from the conflict unless truth, by human intervention, is disarmed of her natural weapons, free argument and debate. All men shall be free to profess, and by argument to maintain their opinion in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities. When our founding fathers gathered in 1787 to write a constitution, the 13 colonies were a crazy quilt of religious beliefs, philosophies, and practices. 11 of the 13 colonies had religious requirements to be met before one could serve in the state legislature. Some of the state constitutions embraced the church, others kept the church at arm's length. Some gave preference to one religious denomination, some to another. All were noticeably anti-Semitic. The range of attitudes written into state constitutions and laws was quite remarkable. Massachusetts and Virginia represented two extremes. Moral indignation, jealousy with a halo. H. G. Wells, Massachusetts, inspired by the Puritans and the total intermingling of church and state, thought that church and state should not only embrace each other, but live together after a proper marriage, of course. Here is an excerpt from its constitution, passed in 1780, as the happiness of a people, and the good order and preservation of a civil government, essentially depend upon piety, religion, and morality, and as these cannot be generally diffused through a community, but by the institution of the public worship of God, and of public instructions in piety, religion, and morality, therefore, to promote their happiness and to secure the good order and preservation of their government, the people of this Commonwealth have a right to invest their legislature with power to authorize and require the institution of the public worship of God, and for the support and maintenance of public Protestant teachers of piety, religion, and morality. Virginia, on the other hand, inspired by the works of Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, George Washington, and a truly unhappy experience with state-mandated and supported religion, made a clear separation of church and state in its constitution, passed in 1776, no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever, nor shall any man be forced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, or otherwise suffer, on account of his religious opinions or belief, but all men shall be free to profess, and by argument to maintain, their opinions in matters of religion, and the same shall in no wise affect, diminish, or enlarge their civil capacities. And the legislature shall not prescribe any religious test whatever, nor confer any particular privileges or advantages on any one sect or denomination, nor pass any law requiring or authorizing any religious society, or the people of any district within this Commonwealth, to levy on themselves or others any tax for the erection or repair of any house for public worship, or for the support of any church or ministry, but it shall be left free to every person to select his religious instructor, and make for his support such private contract as he shall please. The day that this country ceases to be free for irreligion, it will cease to be free for religion. Justice Robert H. Jackson, in some states, as it had been in Virginia, a single church was established. Others restricted public office to Protestants. Some required belief in specific doctrines of the Christian religion, such as the divinity of Jesus, the Trinity, or immortality. The Constitution of North Carolina is an example. No person who shall deny the being of God, or the truth of the Christian religion, or the divine authority of the Old or New Testament, or who shall hold religious principles incompatible with the freedom or safety of the state, shall be capable of holding any office or place of trust in the civil department within the state. The Founding Fathers looked at the world beyond the 13 colonies, and they looked at history. There, Church and state were so permanently, continuously, and unabashedly intermingled that the study of one automatically included the study of the other. Like television and commercials, religion and politics were, until the Constitution and its Bill of Rights, inseparable. Senator Sam J. Ervin, Jr., offers this account of 2 millennia of religious belief influencing government policy. Lord, there's danger in this land. You get witch hunts and wars when church and state hold hands. Joni Mitchell. The ugliest chapters in history are those that recount the religious intolerance of the civil and ecclesiastical rulers of the Old World and their puppets during the generations preceding the framing and ratifying of the First Amendment. These chapters of history reveal the casting of the Christians to the lions in the Colosseum at Rome, the bloody crusades of the Christians against the Saracens for the possession of the shrines hallowed by the footsteps of the Prince of Peace, the use by the papacy of the dungeon and the rack to coerce conformity and of the fiery faggot to exterminate heresy, the unspeakable cruelties of the Spanish Inquisition, the slaughter of the Waldenses in Alpine Italy, the jailing and hanging by Protestant kings of English Catholics for abiding with the faith of their fathers, the jailing and hanging by a Catholic queen of English Protestants for reading English scriptures and praying Protestant prayers, the hunting down and slaying of the Covenanters upon the crags and moors of Scotland for worshipping God according to the dictates of their own consciences, the decimating of the people of the German states in the 30 Years' War between Catholics and Protestants, the massacre of the Huguenots in France, the pogroms and persecutions of the Jews in many lands, the banishing of Baptists and other dissenters by Puritan Massachusetts, the persecution and imprisonment of Quakers by England for refusing to pay tithes to the established church and to take the oaths of supremacy and allegiance, the banishing, branding, imprisoning, and whipping of Quakers, and the hanging of the alleged witches at Salem by Puritan Massachusetts, and the hundreds of other atrocities perpetrated in the name of religion. It is not surprising that Blaise Pascal, the French mathematician and philosopher, was moved more than 300 years ago to proclaim this tragic truth: men never do evil so completely and cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction. In our country are evangelists and zealots of many different political, economic, and religious persuasions whose fanatical conviction is that all thought is divinely classified into 2 kinds: that which is their own and that which is false and dangerous. Justice Robert H. Jackson. And let's remember that religious intolerance involving Christians began with Christ himself, who, although put to death by Rome, was convicted of blasphemy by the ruling religious body of the day, the Sanhedrin. From the pharaohs of ancient Egypt to the republics of ancient Greece and Rome, up to and including King George III and King Louis XVI, the rulers either were gods or held their positions through the direct mandate of God. Just as we today generally think that a rich person, especially a self-made rich person, must know something that the rest of us don't, so too it was assumed that people with political power had some kind of connection to God. The average person did not. God was the giver of life, God was the giver of power, and God obviously gave more power to a king than to a serf. For every ruler whose belief in God made him or her just, compassionate, caring, and giving, there was a ruler who used the name of God to suppress, exploit, terrorize, and intimidate. Usually it is the tyrants who have their names writ large in history, but there were many rulers who genuinely believed in the more benevolent aspects of religion and sincerely, and, in some cases, successfully, administered a state with the kindness, encouragement, and fairness of a good parent. What bothered the founding fathers about the intermingling of church and state was not that it never worked, but that it worked intermittently. Like good monarchs and bad monarchs, the good and bad were too random, too illogical, too unreasonable a system on which to base an ongoing government. We must respect the other fellow's religion, but only in the sense and to the extent that we respect his theory that his wife is beautiful and his children smart. H. L. Mencken. So, even if there had been a single religion happily practiced by all the citizens of the 13 colonies, which there was not, the intermingling of church and state would still have been unacceptable because no one knew how severely future despots might distort or manipulate that religion for their own selfish use. The solution, then, was to separate church and state, to build a wall of separation between them, as Jefferson wrote, believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, I contemplate with solemn reverence that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. Although it was highly experimental and relatively untried, the concept of separation fit perfectly with the founding fathers' needs and intentions. 1. The separation of church and state allowed the founding fathers to avoid the debate on which of the many diverse and often contradictory religious beliefs then practiced in the 13 colonies should be the official state religion. This debate almost certainly would have destroyed the Constitutional Convention, and the states might never have united. 2. Although the separation of church and state may not have allowed for those elevated periods of spiritual benevolence that took place when government and grace combined, it would protect against the extravagantly wasteful and downright terrifying religious political endeavors such as the Great Crusades, the Inquisition, and the homegrown Salem witch hunts. 3. Being able to choose and practice one's own religion without government intervention, pressure, or control was completely harmonious with the concept that all rights naturally belong to the individual, who voluntarily surrendered specific rights in exchange for the benefits and protection of government. Taking a fresh look at it, why should people give up their natural right to choose and practice a religion? And why should the government, as part of its service to the people, choose, support, and enforce by law one particular religious belief over all others? The answer to these questions leaned overwhelmingly in the direction of leaving religious freedom where God originally put it, in the hands of the individual. Being an Episcopalian interferes neither with my business nor my religion. John Kendrick Bangs 1862. As James Madison wrote, we hold it for a fundamental and undeniable truth, that religion, or the duty we owe our Creator and the manner of discharging it, can be directed only by reason and conviction, not by force or violence. The religion then of every man must be left to the conviction and conscience of every man, and it is the right of every man to exercise it as these may dictate. This right is in its nature an unalienable right. We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson. First draft of the Declaration of Independence. And so the Constitution of the United States of America was written without a single mention or reference to God. If the various indicators of separation of church and state in the main body of the Constitution discussed in the previous chapter were not enough, the freedom from state-imposed religion and the freedom of religious practice were both guaranteed by the First Amendment. Had this not been enough, the 14th Amendment made sure each state paid attention to the First Amendment. And so there it was, and is, a shining example, clear, bright, and unambiguous as to the religious rights retained by all citizens of the United States of America. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. No qualifications. No excuses. No exceptions. No apologies. The first part, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, means that the government cannot dictate a religious belief to be practiced by all people. Further, it means that the individual beliefs of certain religions cannot be written into law simply because a number of people, even a majority of people, believe them to be so. This application of the First Amendment is central to the discussion of consensual crimes. In listening to the reasons why laws against consensual activities are enacted, or why laws against consensual activities should not be eliminated, one begins to peel away layers, the core of which is almost invariably a religious belief. The progression often goes, it's not right. Why is it not right? Because it's not moral. Why is it not moral? Because God says so. But how shall we educate men to goodness, to a sense of one another, to a love of truth? And more urgently, how shall we do this in a bad time? Daniel Berrigan. And this is usually followed by some reference, sometimes specific, but usually vague, to the Bible, a sermon, a televangelist, or a story remembered from Sunday school, or was it Cecil B. DeMille? Knowing about that pesky separation of church and state rule, honored more in the breach, It seems, then in the observance, some politicians and commentators do their best to cloud the fact that criminalizing consensual activities is a religious issue. The people of this country don't want this. The people of this country think it's wrong. 9 times out of 10, the people believe what they believe based on what they heard in church, through televangelism, or by simply accepting the opinion of other highly convinced people who got their opinions through church or televangelism. Even if the first half of the First Amendment's religious guarantees were not there, the second half would be enough to permit all consensual activities, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Thereof refers, of course, to religion. Congress, then, can make no law prohibiting the free exercise of religion. There go all the laws against consensual activities. All one must do is claim that the practice of a consensual activity is a sacrament in one's church, and any of the consensual crimes can then be practiced under the protection of the law. Naturally, there must be some restrictions. Not harming the person or property of another comes to mind for some reason. When it comes to civil rights, however, saying, "It's my religion, therefore I'm protected by the First Amendment," is not a sufficient argument. It's an accurate argument, and even a workable argument, but it potentially adds a layer of pretense and hypocrisy to an individual's life, freedom, and religion. One should be able to participate in consensual activities without having to explain, "I do this because it's part of my religion." One should only have to say, "I'm entitled to do this because it does not physically harm the person or property of another. I never gave the regulation of my personal life over to the government." It is useless for the sheep to pass resolutions in favor of vegetarianism while the wolf remains of a different opinion. William Ralph Inge. There should be no need for prostitutes, the Rehabites, to hearken back to Rahab, the prostitute whom God personally saved when Jericho fell, for gays, the beloveds, to interpret scripture to show that Jesus and his disciples were all lovers, for drug users, the Lyrians, to say they're using chemicals for mystical and religious experiences, the wine at the Last Supper and the changing of water to wine at the wedding feast at Cana being just 2 scriptural examples. For gamblers, the holy rollers or Vegasites, to point out that the apostles cast lots to choose a replacement for Judas. For pornographers, the Lovelations, to claim that God created Adam and Eve without clothing, and that we each came into this world without clothing, so lack of clothing is what God wants, and on and on. What we have today is a contemporary Inquisition in which 4 million people are arrested each year and 750,000 people are currently in prison for crimes that offend the sensibility of highly vocal religious people. This situation directly violates the separation of church and state and the religious freedoms guaranteed by the United States Constitution. The people who want to maintain laws based on their religious beliefs are taking their constitutionally guaranteed right of religious freedom too far. They are physically harming the persons and property of others and using the peace officers of this country to enforce their excessive exercise of a sacred constitutional right. One day I sat thinking, almost in despair, a hand fell on my shoulder and a voice said reassuringly, "Cheer up, things could get worse." So I cheered up and, sure enough, things got worse. James Haggerty. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Laws against consensual activities are opposed to the principles of private property, free enterprise, capitalism, and the open market. Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money? Matthew 20:15. There are few certainties in American history, even recent American history. Did FDR know about Pearl Harbor in advance? Who killed JFK? Whither Whitewater? Often, what we firmly believe is true later turns out to be false. In the war against Iraq, we prided ourselves on the precision of the missiles and the pinpoint bombing. Later, we found out that more than half the missiles and bombs did not hit their targets. All, however, did hit something. Things change, or, as Arthur Miller put it, time bends. There is one fact of American history, however, that no one doubts: our founding fathers believed deeply in the principle of private property. As Adam Smith, the original, wrote in his Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest his own way, and to bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man or order of men. Among a wealth of other qualities, the Founding Fathers were rich. The United States is a great country and rich in itself, capable and promising to be as prosperous and as happy as any. George Washington, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, Robert Morris, was rich enough to become the Treasury during the Revolutionary War. His personal credit line saved the United States from bankruptcy. Benjamin Franklin made a fortune from his inventions and publications. Thomas Jefferson was born well off and later assumed control of his wife's even more considerable land and fortune. And, at the time of the Constitutional Convention, George Washington was the richest man in America. John Hancock ran a close second. It wasn't that poor people were excluded from the Continental Congress, where the Declaration of Independence was drafted, or from the Constitutional Convention, where the Articles of Confederation became the United States Constitution. It was just that who but an independently wealthy person could volunteer to go to Philadelphia, unpaid, at the height of the growing season, for an indefinite period of time? Not that they all came for purely selfless, patriotic reasons. Each had his own agenda, many of which were financial. Most of the complaints against the British Crown that caused the Revolution concerned monetary policies, taxes on tea, import duties, interference of trade, and so on. The British soldiers were not raping the women, selling the men into slavery, or randomly plundering the countryside. No. The colonists were furious when, for example, a law was passed saying that, if no other accommodations were available, British soldiers were allowed to be temporarily quartered in the colonists' barns. In the history of occupation and imperial domination, the North American colonies received benign, almost deferential treatment from the British Crown. To determineth the amounteth that thou canst claimeth for depreciation to thine cow, deducteth the amount showneth on line 8 liaxay of Schedule AVI. No, waith, we meaneth line XCII of Schedule CXVIILMM. No, holdeth it, we meaneth. Dave Barry on Colonial Tax Forms. This is because America, for the British, was an economic enterprise. It was a market for British goods, a supplier of its needs, and a good place to send its religious fanatics, political dissidents, and criminals. This kept England both thriving and tidy. England liked the fact that the British Americas were flourishing and only wanted to wet its beak. Britain wanted its beak a little too wet, thought the Founding Fathers. Even though the taxes England levied on the English were 50 times greater than the taxes it levied on the colonists protested. It was an economic hardship up with which they would not put. The taxes were not so much levied against the consumers as against the merchants, the importers and exporters. The taxes cut into their profits and they didn't like it. But it was more than just the taxes, it was the way in which England was meddling with the commerce of the country in general. Any sort of change required endless dealings with the bureaucracy that was England, and the American entrepreneurs were tired of it. The freedom they wanted was freedom to develop the country's resources without the meddling, red tape, commissions, and second-guessing of British bureaucrats. Next to the right of liberty, the right of property is the most important individual right guaranteed by the Constitution, and the one which, united with that of personal liberty, has contributed more to the growth of civilization than any other institution established by the human race. President William H. Taft and so the colonists had a revolution, and, by making economic alliances with France and Spain, the second and third greatest military powers of the day, the colonists won. Although victorious in war, by 1786 the United States was an economic mess. Its primary trading partner, Britain, wanted nothing to do with the rebellious upstarts. France and Spain were helping themselves to the portions of North America they wanted, and the war had plunged the country $60 million into debt, an amount, relatively speaking, larger and more burdensome than our current national deficit. The gathering in Philadelphia in the summer of 1787 was more an economic conference than a political one, although the two, then as now, were intimately connected. Politically, various founding fathers wanted forms of government from a monarchy to a strong federal government, from no state government to all-powerful state government. Economically, however, no one even thought of proposing a system other than individual ownership of private property. The only questions were, A. How do I most effectively trade my private property with others? And, B. How do I get more of it? Harking back to John Locke, government has no other end than the preservation of property. Please see the chapter, The Enlightenment. What the Founding Fathers wanted and what they wrote into the Constitution was for Congress to provide an environment in which commerce could thrive. Every one of the 17 enumerated powers given to Congress by the Constitution provided for a level field with fertile soil on which to do business, secure borders by developing and regulating armed forces. 6 of the powers relate to this: borrow money, regulate commerce, control immigration and establish uniform laws for bankruptcy, establish a common legal tender and coin money, punish counterfeiters, establish post offices and build post, toll roads, issue patents and copyrights, settle disputes, and keep the sea lanes free of pirates. Powers 1 and 17 to collect taxes and to govern the nation's capital gave the federal government the means to carry out powers 2 to 16. In addition, the Constitution prohibited the individual states from doing most of these things so that the United States would have one single, strong, central, uniform economic system. Private property was the original source of freedom. It still is its main bulwark. Walter Lippmann. All of the individual rights in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights were added not just because they were the sacred rights of man and made for good government, they also made for good business. To have the government involved in regulating religion, morality, and personal behavior was not only costly, it would distract the government from its primary task, keeping the world safe for American commerce. The essence of private property is that what's yours is yours, and it remains yours until you give it, trade it, or sell it. While it is yours, the government will protect by force if necessary your right to keep and use, enjoy, it. Once you give it, trade it, or sell it, however, you have lost all title to it, and the government will now protect whomever you gave, traded, or sold it to. What you do with property while it is yours is entirely your business. If you abuse it, misuse it, or even destroy it, the government cannot step in and stop you. If you have a table and put it under a leak in the roof, the government cannot step in and insist that you either move the table or fix the roof. It's your table, your roof, your leak, and your life. Freedom and the power to choose should not be the privilege of wealth. They are the birthright of every American. President George Bush. The limit of doing what you want with your property, of course, is when you begin to interfere with the property of others. Just because you own a hammer doesn't mean you get to hit anything you want with it, just the things you own or have the owner's consent to hit. You have the freedom to give, trade, or sell your private property. You can either make or lose money on a transaction, and it's not the government's business except where taxation comes in. As long as the government gets its due, however, you can do what you want. The government will not prevent you from being a foolish businessperson, and it will not reward you for being a great one. As long as there is a free will exchange without undue coercion or fraud, all interactions and exchanges of private property are the non-governmental concerns of the people involved. This right of private property certainly extends to our bodies. Whether we choose to be fit or fat, have a cover girl complexion or put tattoos on every inch of our body, shave our head or let our hair grow long, work for $1 a year or $100,000 a year, is simply not the government's business. Pope offers qualified praise of capitalism. Chicago Tribune, May 3. Pope assails capitalist evils. Chicago Sun-Times, May 3. Free market gets Pope's blessing. Washington Times, May 3. Pope warns against godless capitalism. The Washington Post, May 3. I'm not going to argue the pros and cons of private ownership, free enterprise, capitalism, and the free market system. That's another discussion. It is, however, indisputably true that this is the economic system we have. It is the economic system we have had since the ratification of the Constitution in 1788. It is precisely the system that the anti-communists have worked so hard for so long to keep firmly in place. They have succeeded. Firmly in place it is. And, our economic system is one of the best arguments against criminalizing consensual activities. Laws against consensual activities are a restriction of trade. If I want to buy a farm, grow grapes, and make wine, as long as I meet all permit and licensing requirements, I am free to decide whom to hire to help me make the wine, how much to charge per bottle, and whether to use plastic corks or cork corks. If the enterprise is successful, I become an honored taxpayer, employer, winemaker, and citizen. If, on the other hand, I choose to buy a farm and grow marijuana with the intent of selling it for profit, I would be a felon, a criminal, a drug lord, and a disgrace. Under current federal law, I could be put to death. Going through a list of consensual crimes, it's easy to see that our right to give, trade, rent, or sell our person or property to another is severely hampered. Of course, people are making money, and lots of it, from the false scarcity created by making consensual activities crimes. To coin a bumper sticker, when doing business is a crime, only criminals are in business. Organized crime in this country is directly traceable to prohibition. Please see the chapter, Prohibition. When prohibition went away, organized crime did not. It switched products and kept selling. That's because the government kept prohibiting things people wanted to buy. Cherish the system of free enterprise which made America great. Philip D. Reed. When the government pretends that certain businesses are not going on, all the government regulations, inspections, and licensing that keep products uniform and relatively safe are impossible. When we drink a beer or a glass of wine, we know the approximate alcohol content and can regulate our intake and activities accordingly. We know the alcohol content because it is established and regulated by law. When we take an illegal drug, we have no idea of its strength, and consequently are unable to regulate either dosage or behavior. From healthcare workers to restaurant employees, there are certain required procedures and practices to further their own and their clients' health and safety. No such restrictions apply to consensual crimes, and the lack of same is killing people. When business is open and above board, both businesses and consumers can be protected against real crimes such as fraud, violence, and theft. As it is now, when indulging in any of the consensual crimes, it's the law of the Old West and often the law of the jungle. Another legitimate aspect of regulation impossible as long as the government holds certain transactions illegal is discouraging minors from patronizing certain businesses. No liquor store owner in his or her right mind would knowingly sell to a minor. Do you think the same is true of drug dealers? The artificially high prices created by the criminalization of certain activities make opening new territories such as schoolyards profitable. One hears about drug dealers giving out samples of certain substances to school children. Have you ever heard of a liquor retailer handing out samples of alcohol on the playground? Hey, kid. Over here. Just got a new shipment of Stoli. 100 proof. Check it out. If drugs were available at a fair market price, plus, of course, an exorbitant tax, and sold in licensed and regulated retail outlets, the marketing to minors would dramatically decrease. This is true for all consensual crimes in which minors are currently encouraged to take part. Money, which represents the prose of life, and which is hardly spoken of in parlors without an apology, is, in its effects and laws, as beautiful as roses. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Which brings us to another far from insignificant point, taxation. Yes, taxes, everyone's favorite 5-letter 4-letter word. All those billions and billions and billions of dollars that change hands annually through the businesses created by consensual crimes are completely untaxed. No income tax. No sales tax. No capital gains. Nothing. We'll explore the financial ramifications of that in the next chapter. In this chapter, however, I'll only note that having massive industries, the consensual crimes completely untaxed puts the businesses that are taxed under an enormous burden. All the tax money that goes toward maintaining a healthy business environment, enjoyed by both licit and illicit businesses, is paid entirely by the legitimate business world. Above-ground business persons must abide by certain rules, restrictions, and professional standards designed to create fairness in the marketplace. Illicit business people have no such rules, regulations, or standards for professional conduct. They do whatever they can get away with, which, obviously, is quite a lot. The artificially inflated prices caused by criminalizing certain acts of commerce take a large amount of money out of the legitimate loop of business and place it in the underworld. Protection money, payoffs, kickbacks, bribes, legal fees, and all the other expensive but necessary costs of doing business in the consensual crime trade consume huge amounts of money that might otherwise go to above-ground businesses. The instinct of ownership is fundamental in man's nature. William James, The Variety of Religious Experience, 1902. Let's say an honest, hard-working citizen has $50 set aside each week under the general category of recreation. Let's say that $40 of this goes for recreational chemicals that, were they not against the law, would cost, even with an exorbitant tax, $4. This extra $36 per week, 72% of this person's total recreational budget, goes directly into the hands of the economic underworld. With this $36, our citizen might have chosen to go out and do something else, thus spreading money into the general above-ground economy, rather than stay home and watch television. When reading about the billions of dollars spent each year by consumers taking part in consensual crimes, please keep in mind that, a. those dollar amounts are outrageously inflated only because these activities have been deemed illegal, and, b. all that money is being taken directly from the general above-ground economy and put in an underground economy where it is neither regulated, controlled, nor taxed. And a good deal of it ends up abroad. Imagine what an incredible boost to the U.S. economy the reintroduction of these lost billions would be. As Jeff Riggenbach wrote in USA Today, as long as no children are involved, these crimes are merely what Harvard philosopher Robert Nozick calls capitalist acts between consenting adults. In a free society, capitalist acts between consenting adults are not illegal, regardless of how many blue noses might disapprove of them. Agriculture, manufacturers, commerce, and navigation, the four pillars of our prosperity, are then most thriving when left most free to individual enterprise. Thomas Jefferson, in his first annual message to Congress December 8, 1801, setting aside all thoughts of commerce, business, and exchange, however, there still is the question of personal property. Are we allowed to own whatever we want, providing it does not physically harm the person or property of another? The Constitution both implies and clearly states, yes. So, what are all these laws about possession? If you are caught possessing, not using, not selling, a certain amount of drugs, you could spend the rest of your life in prison, or with the enactment of the 1995 Omnibus Crime Bill be put to death. This is the extreme, but lesser penalties apply for possessing the products or paraphernalia associated with certain consensual crimes. How the mere possession of something, be it drugs, equipment, or gambling paraphernalia, harms anyone, anywhere, anytime, including the person possessing it, is completely beyond me. Criminalizing possession is an example of how far from the Constitution and all logic and reason the matter of consensual crimes has gone. You can be arrested for possessing something that, even if you used it, would not physically harm the person or property of a non-consenting other. The Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman is the ultimate guru of the free market system. As Professor Friedman wrote in his 1962 book, Capitalism and Freedom, freedom in economic arrangements is itself a component of freedom broadly understood, so economic freedom is an end in itself. Economic freedom is also an indispensable means toward the achievement of political freedom. Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Ronald Reagan first inaugural address January 20, 1981. In 1986, as rhetoric was fanning the fires of the war on drugs into an inferno, Professor Friedman, then one of Reagan's economic advisors, calmly stated his views: "I'm in favor of legalizing drugs. According to my value system, if people want to kill themselves, they have every right to do so. Most of the harm that comes from drugs is because they are illegal." Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Enforcing laws against consensual activities is very expensive. We don't seem to be able to check crime, so why not legalize it and then tax it out of business? Will Rogers. This is a chapter about money, what it costs us in good old Yankee dollars to enforce laws against consensual activities. We will not be exploring the cost in human suffering, the cost to our civil rights, the cost of our religious freedom, the cost to our moral character, the cost to our personal safety, or the cost to our human resources. This is a chapter about dollars and lack of sense. We will explore not only what we spend each year enforcing laws against consensual activities, but also what we might gain if we brought the underground economy of consensual activities above ground. Let's start with what we spend on enforcing laws against consensual activities, and let's start with the easy figures. Because there's a war going on, we get wartime reporting, that is, lots of reporting, on drugs. Tens of millions of dollars are spent each year gathering, compiling, analyzing, and publishing drug statistics. The Department of Justice even has a toll-free number, 800 to 666 3332. At taxpayers' expense, you can have all your questions answered about drug busts, drug laws, and the war on drugs battle plan. Consequently, what we are spending on the consensual crime of drug use is easy to discover, sort of. If you started a business when Christ was born and lost $1 million a day, it would still take another 700 years before you lost $1 trillion. Representative Phil Crane. The obvious figures are, each year we spend $13 billion at the federal level and $16 billion at the state and local levels to catch and incarcerate, and, to a far smaller degree, educate, drug possessors, users, manufacturers, and traffickers. That comes to $29 billion a year. Although this is a staggering sum of money, it is only the amount spent by the Justice Department, law enforcement, courts, and correctional institutions, the nail 'em, impale 'em, and jail 'em people. What about the other governmental divisions? Here the figures get murkier. Government bureaucrats don't like taxpayers calling up and asking such bothersome questions as, where does the money go? Getting information, therefore, has not been easy. The agencies don't have it, don't know who has it, don't know where to get it, and why do you want it, anyway? Stop wasting jail space on prostitutes, drug users, and other victimless criminals. Even if we find it morally acceptable to imprison these people for choices they make regarding their bodies, we must realize that we simply cannot afford to continue clogging the court system and the prison system with these harmless criminals. Edward B. Wagner, for example, how much of the $21 billion we spend each year on foreign aid, international financial programs, and diplomacy is used to persuade other countries to stop growing, manufacturing, and exporting drugs to the United States? Hint: almost all foreign aid to countries that even might produce drugs is tied directly to those countries' pledges to eradicate the drug menace within their borders. Shall we conservatively say $3 billion? How much of the $4 billion Coast Guard budget is spent on intercepting drug-running boats? The Coast Guard claims about 1/4 of that. Shall we take their word for it? Okay. Here's another $1 billion. And then we have that great black hole of money, information, and proportion, the Defense Department. How much do the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines spend keeping America drug-free? We know they're going to spend $260 billion this year on something, but how much of it will be fighting the war on drugs? A clue comes from the 1993 Department of Justice publication Drugs, Crime, and the Justice System, the Posse Comitatus Act of 1876, which prohibited military involvement in law enforcement, was amended in 1982 to allow state and local law enforcement officials to draw on military assistance for training, intelligence gathering, and investigation of drug violations. The amendment provided for the use of military equipment by civilian agencies to enforce drug laws. In 1989, Congress enacted a law designating the Department of Defense as the lead agency for detecting and monitoring aerial and maritime transit of illegal drugs. We have to pursue the subject of fun very seriously if we want to stay competitive in the 21st century. Singapore Minister of State in Thailand, for example, the U.S. military supplies the Thai government with planes, reconnaissance equipment, for the airplanes, computers, to analyze the reconnaissance, and training, how to operate the computers that analyze the reconnaissance gathered from the equipment flown in the airplanes. What are they looking for? Poppy fields, the source of opium, the source of heroin. This scenario is repeated in country after country. In the United States, military helicopters are engaged in low-flying surveillance looking for marijuana growing in backyards. Once the plants are discovered, ground-based law enforcement personnel arrest the owner, confiscate the owner's property, and practice the now standard scorched earth policy. And then there's the military's war on drugs within the military. If, as reported by the Pentagon, the military spent $500 million from 1980 to 1990 ferreting out homosexuals in its ranks, and we can add that $500 million to the cost of consensual crime enforcement, imagine how much they spend eradicating the far more prevalent consensual activity of drug use. The Defense Department's budget for military police, courts, and jails is separate from the Bureau of Justice's expenditures. State prison construction budgets are up 73% since fiscal year 1987. 44 states are building new prisons or expanding existing ones. Corrections Compendium 1992. So, altogether, what portion of its $260 billion does the Defense Department spend fighting the war on drugs? Let's say a very conservative $7 billion. The war on drugs alone, then, is costing $40 billion per year. What about the rest of the consensual crimes? Here the statistics are not so readily available. In some cases, information is simply not available. In the arrest statistics for consensual crimes, for example, only drug abuse, gambling, prostitution, drunkenness, disorderly conduct, and vagrancy are separated out. Homosexuality, adultery, bigamy, and polygamy are put into a category called sex offenses, which includes arrests for any number of non-consensual sexual activities. Further, consensual crimes are often hidden in other categories. For example, when two people agree to perform a consensual activity, they are sometimes charged with conspiracy to commit a felony. By charging people with conspiracy, the police don't have to prove the people actually did something, only that they conspired to do it. The word conspiracy has some fairly evil connotations. It simply means, however, agreeing to do something. So, if you agree with another person to engage in drug use, prostitution, sodomy, adultery, gambling, or anything else illegal, you can be arrested for conspiracy. You can also be arrested for conspiring to blow up a building, murder someone, or kidnap a 4-year-old. It all goes under the general category of conspiracy to commit a felony. There are other terms that hide consensual crimes. Pandering, the charge Heidi Fleisch was arrested for, and racketeering are two favorites. Then there's the category called all other offenses. Dumped into this category are 3,743,200 arrests, 22% of the total arrests in 1994. What's in that category? After dozens of phone calls, I discovered the answer: nobody knows. It's a catch-all where violations of all local, state, and federal ordinances that don't fit into the Department of Justice's clear-cut categories are put. How many of those are consensual crimes and what it costs to enforce them is anybody's guess. No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size. Government programs, once launched, never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth. Ronald Reagan. Those who study such things and make professional guesses, expert opinions, estimate that between 4 and 6 million of the 15 million arrests each year are for consensual activities. Let's take the lower end of that range and call it 4 million. We know that in 1994, 1,350,000 of these 4 million arrests were for drug offenses. We also know that the government spent $29 billion on those 1.35 million drug arrests. Therefore, we can conservatively estimate that it spends at least another $10 billion a year on the other million consensual crime arrests, trials, and incarcerations. Adding the $3 billion of foreign aid and the $8 billion spent by the Coast Guard and the military on consensual crimes, it's fair to say that we spend $50 billion a year on prohibiting consensual crimes. In fact, it's almost certainly an understatement. There are innumerable financial costs I'm not including in that $50 billion. Each year, for example, $10 billion in personal property is stolen and never recovered. As we shall see in the chapter, consensual crimes encourage real crime. Most of these thefts are committed by addicts to pay for the artificially inflated price of their drugs. Many of these thefts involve violence. According to the American Association for Public Health, violence in this country costs nearly $500 billion in medical care and lost productivity. He uses statistics as a drunken man uses lampposts for support rather than illumination. Andrew Lang. There are two kinds of statistics, wrote Rex Stout, the kind you look up and the kind you make up. When we want to explore how much money the American economy loses each year by keeping the traffic of consensual crimes underground, you can make up as many statistics as I or any expert can invent. Surveys asking people to admit to criminal activity are notoriously inaccurate, and statistics given about some future event aren't really statistics, but projections, guesstimates, crystal ball gazing, and blue skying. Whether you see blue skies or stormy weather, it's still a weather forecast and, as Gordy, the weatherman on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, defensively asked, "What do you think I can do? Predict the future?" Determining how much money is lost to the U.S. economy due to laws against consensual activities requires knowing two things: A. How big is the underground of consensual crimes? And, B. How much bigger or smaller would this economy become if it were legalized? Determining the size of the underground economy depends on law enforcement estimates and surveys. This is a problem. Law enforcement estimates go up and down depending on what law enforcement wants the estimates to show. When law enforcement wants more money, it gives estimates of crime so severe it would seem that, for the protection of all citizens, leaving one's house should be made illegal. On the other hand, when law enforcement wants to show what a stellar job it is doing, the crime wave of April becomes the pastoral of May. The other way to determine the level of consensual crime activity is through surveys conducted either over the phone, in writing, or in person. Even when surveys are conducted anonymously, the person being surveyed hardly feels anonymous. An organization, after all, had to call or write you. It has your phone number or address. When you go in person to take part in an anonymous survey, you can hardly walk into the interview wearing a ski mask. As these surveys sometimes take place in federal buildings, you had better not walk in wearing a ski mask. Whether taking the survey by phone, by mail, or in person, the participant has every reason to believe that his or her identity is not entirely secret. Therefore, when one's responses could have criminal consequences, one tends to revert to self-protection and, quite simply, lie. Studies that asked about recent drug usage, for example, backed up by urine samples, revealed that only about half the people who had taken drugs, as revealed in the urine samples, admitted in the survey to having taken them. As society has become less tolerant of drugs, people have become less willing to report drug use, even in anonymous surveys. National Institute of Justice. What does all this mean? It means we don't know how big the underground economy in consensual crime is. Looking at a number of studies, one begins to get an idea of at least a range of underground commerce. I cannot, however, in good conscience say, because of this statistic, this study, this report, and this expert's opinion, we know the underground economy is. How can one make a prediction without accurate data? And how can we predict the future when we still disagree about the past? For example, although most historians agree that alcohol consumption increased during Prohibition, there is a school of thought that says alcohol consumption decreased during Prohibition, and took quite some time after Prohibition to build up to pre-Prohibition levels. Therefore, to people who believe this claim, Prohibition was a success. This reconstruction of history seems to have been circulated by William Bennett while he was drug czar, as justification for a. the drug war and b. his czarship. Others who find it too inconvenient, uncomfortable, or time-consuming to re-evaluate their stance on drugs also bandy about the prohibition as a success argument. Carly said, "A lie cannot live, it shows he did not know how to tell them." Mark Twain. This view of history relies on official government statistics on the consumption of alcohol before, during, and after Prohibition. These figures, for the most part, did not track home brewing, bootlegging, allowing grape juice to ferment into wine, bad, grape juice, bad, using industrial alcohol for personal consumption, and importing alcohol from Canada, Mexico, and beyond the 3-mile limit. About the only alcohol the government officially tracked during Prohibition was alcohol produced for medicinal purposes. While this was used for recreational purposes as well, it certainly did not reflect alcohol's complete recreational use. Prohibition ended as America was in the depths of the Depression. Many people couldn't afford food, so it's not surprising they couldn't afford alcohol. The Depression led directly to World War II, where sacrifices and shortages were commonplace, and a good deal of the drinking population, the young men, were shipped overseas where they did their drinking, or at least wanted to. Declaring that Prohibition worked is an example of using official but drastically incomplete figures to support a convenient point of view. So, guess along with me as we try to determine what the underground economy in consensual crimes might currently be, what it might become if it were allowed to rise above ground, and how much we can tax it, without driving it back underground again. 3,699 metric tons of opium, 14,407 metric tons of marijuana, and 271,700 metric tons of coca leaves were produced worldwide in 1993. U.S. Department of State. We know more about the size of the underground of drugs than any other consensual crime. Experts testifying before congressional committees say that $1 trillion in drug money is laundered worldwide each year. It is estimated that 40%, or $400 billion, of this is laundered in the United States. The remaining $600 billion is laundered outside of the United States, but much of that $600 billion either could have originated in the United States, or could have been used by a middleman to purchase drugs bound for the United States. The U.S. is the #1 licit and illicit drug market in the world. That's just the amount laundered. Drug money doesn't have to be laundered until some of the big guys want to spend the money in big ways on big things. Smaller amounts of dirty money pass between smaller players all the time. All these cash transactions are not included in the $1 trillion figure of laundered money. Another indication of the plenitude of drugs and the volume of sales is that each time law enforcement announces a new record drug bust in which tons and tons of some illicit substance worth billions of dollars were seized, usually with a comment such as, "At least this poison won't find its way into the schoolyards of America. The street price for that particular drug does not alter 1 cent. Another way to estimate the size of the underground drug market would be to look at the value per pound of drugs seized and multiply that by the amount of drugs most experts claim is never detected. We would still get an astronomical figure. We can't pretend, however, that this would be the figure for drug sales if drugs were illegal. The only thing that keeps drug prices high is that drugs are illegal. When legal, the marketplace will soon dictate the proper price. That people have been willing to pay outrageously inflated prices for drugs indicates they would also be willing to pay outrageously inflated taxes on drugs. I believe in getting into hot water, it keeps you clean. G.K. Chesterton. Yes, some people will abuse drugs, as they already do, and drug abuse will have its costs to society, as it already does. Drugs, however, unlike cigarettes, will be able to pay their way and create a significant amount of government revenue besides. What pot smoker, for example, would not pay $5 for a pack of 20 neatly rolled joints, even if $3.50 of that went for taxes? Currently, legalized gambling is a $300 billion industry. In terms of illegal gambling, the amount gambled on sports alone is estimated at more than $300 billion, $5 billion just on the Super Bowl. One can imagine the increase in above-ground gambling if there were casinos in all major cities, slot machines in bars, and video poker games at 7-Elevens. If gambling were legal, placing a bet on almost anything you wanted could be done over the phone, using your Visa or MasterCard. In New York, right now, you can make a phone call and bet on the horses using the charge card of your choice. All these activities are like state lotteries and the stock market above ground and taxable. I'll tell you, it's big business. If there is one word to describe Atlantic City, it's big business. Or two words: big business. Donald Trump. Illegal gambling winnings traditionally go unreported and therefore untaxed. If all gambling were legal, honest people who win private wagers could remain in the good graces of their government by sending in a small donation from time to time. Prostitution. That's an interesting one. No one seems to even guess at the number of prostitutes, much less acts of prostitution by amateurs. The only state in the United States in which prostitution is even partially legal, Nevada, is very closed-mouthed about how much money prostitution takes in. It has a brothel association, and the man who is the head of it will talk to you, nice fellow, but how much the bordellos take in and how much they pay in taxes is treated as some sort of state secret. Which, apparently, it is. What it comes down to is this: the grocer, the butcher, the baker, the merchant, the landlord, the druggist, the liquor dealer, the policeman, the doctor, the city father and the politician, these are the people who make money out of prostitution. Polly Adler. A house is not a home to determine the national prostitution economy. We could take the number of arrests and multiply it by the number of clients the average prostitute sees between arrests, and multiply that figure by the average amount the average client contributes, financially, that is, and that would give us a figure. The problem is, most prostitutes I've talked with don't get arrested even once in a given year. Most haven't been arrested at all. The number of clients between arrests, then, would be difficult to determine. So what I thought I'd do is compare prostitution to an already above-ground industry that is similar to prostitution. We need to find an industry that projects a friendly image, satisfies a real need at a fair price, is conveniently located, and is designed for rapid turnover. The obvious answer: fast food. McDonald's alone pulls in $21 billion a year, Burger King, $6.4 billion. Even the slogans fit: we do it all for you and have it your way. Then there's Wendy's, sounds like a bordello, doesn't it, and Jack in the Box. I'm not saying a word, and I'm not even going to mention In-N-Out Burger. Some innovative bordellos might, like the burger chains, offer drive-through service. Pick what you want from a large illustrated menu, pay at window number 1, pick up your order at window number 2. Of course, not everyone wants fast food. So, there are dining places from big boys to lutees that could be the inspiration for more substantial bordellos. There could even be a theme park, Bordello Land. Disney's theme parks rake in $3.3 billion per year. Also known as the Magic Fingers Kingdom, it could feature such attractions as Wenches of the Caribbean, the Haunted Whorehouse, the Gay 90s Dance Hall, Chip and Dale's Chippendale Review, and the Mayflower Madam River Cruise. I bet you thought this was gonna be some boring chapter full of numbers and statistics. I was going to do a whole thing here on Mickey and his dog Pimpo and Minnie Madam, but I think we've had enough silly puns for this chapter. Let's get on with it. That place Disneyland is my baby, and I would prostitute myself for it. Walt Disney. Unlike drug prices, prostitution rates will probably not lower significantly with legalization. Illegality does not significantly increase the price of prostitution, just the risk to both prostitute and client. Also, if prostitution ever became acceptable, the amount spent on flowers, candy, and greeting cards would probably drop. The loss to these industries would have to be deducted from the increase to the above-ground economy caused by legalizing prostitution. Nevertheless, the economy, overall, would be ahead. Drugs, gambling, and prostitution are the big three underground money makers in consensual crime. There would be, however, significant boosts to the economy if the stigma attached to the other consensual crimes were eliminated through legalization. Removing the laws against and, over time, the stigma of homosexuality would cause more and more gays to come out and spend their money. Cities with large gay populations such as New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles don't just have gay bars, but gay restaurants, gay bookstores, gay mini-malls, gay clothing stores, which carry clothing that looks very much like the clothing the Gap will be selling 6 months later, gay gyms, gay coffee shops, gay video stores, gay supermarkets, and just about every other human gathering place you can name. West Hollywood, California, with a 30% gay population, has a gay hardware store and a gay Mrs. Fields cookies. I do not think Cary Grant was a homosexual or bisexual. He just got carried away at those orgies. Representative Bob Dornan on the House floor: if gay marriages were legalized and bigamy and polygamy took off among heterosexuals, or gays, consider the boon to the wedding industry, already a $32 billion empire. If we legalize, even encourage transvestism, some people would be buying an entire second wardrobe. What a shot in the arm for the clothing industry. And shoes. Let's not forget shoes. Somewhere out there in America are any number of men, who, deep in their heart, want to be Imelda Marcos. And who knows how many women have Donald Trump's taste in suits. His suits may not look good, but they're very expensive. And so on down the list of consensual crimes. Another great advantage of moving an underground economy above ground is that for every $50,000 you move above ground, you create a new above ground job, or move someone who is currently working in a non-tax-paying underground job into a tax-paying above-ground job. Removing the laws against consensual activities would create at least 6 million new jobs, or turn 6 million underground employees into tax-paying citizens. In all, with high taxes on drugs, the spur to the economy, the 6 million more taxpayers, and all the other factors discussed, my expert conclusion is that legalizing consensual crimes would add $150 billion in tax revenue to the government treasury. When we eliminate the $50 billion we are currently spending to enforce the laws against consensual activities, we're looking at $200 billion per year in increased revenue. In 1950, the average family of 4 paid 2% of its earnings to federal taxes. Today it pays 24%. William R. Maddox, Jr. And now for the bad news. Much of the $50 billion we're spending to prosecute consensual crimes each year we are, in fact, not just spending but borrowing. The $50 billion gets tossed into our national debt. Since it's already topping $5 trillion, $50 billion more hardly gets noticed. But, noticed or not, the national debt does command our interest, 6% interest to be exact. To finance the annual persecution of 4 million Americans and the incarceration 750,000 more, the government sells treasury bills, which pay, as of early 1996, 6% interest per year. $50 billion borrowed for 30 years at 6% compound interest comes to $250 billion in interest, providing we pay it off in 30 years, of which there is no guarantee. Those who bemoan the harm consensual crimes might do to their children should take a good look at the very real harm that will befall their children when the interest on financing this year's Inquisition comes due somewhere down the pike. For every year we spend $50 billion enforcing laws against consensual activities, we're adding an additional $250 billion to the next generation's pile of inherited woes. That's if interest rates stay at 6%. Every percentage point they go up adds $67 billion to the total bill. None of this, by the way, takes into account how much we're spending to borrow the $150 billion we could be collecting in yearly tax revenues. The blame for the national debt lies with the Congress and the President, with Democrats and Republicans alike, most all of whom have been unwilling to make the hard choices or to explain to the American people that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Senator Warren Rudman. So, our yearly grand total for enforcing the laws against consensual activities is $450 billion. If interest rates climb from 6% to 7%, it will come to an even $500 billion a year. That amount could be used in any of the following ways: pay off the national debt in less than 10 years. Reduce personal income taxes by more than 75%. Allow the Pentagon to purchase 23 wrenches, 16 office chairs, and 243 paper clips. Send every man, woman, and child in the United States a check for $2,000 each year. Finance 3 rounds of congressional pay raises. Pay everyone's doctor, dentist, phone, and utility bills, as well as pay for gasoline and repair of every car in the United States. Send a check for $217,000 to every high school graduate for furthering his or her education or for starting real life. Spend 16 times more money on education than we currently do. Send every person over 85 years old a check for $165,000 with a note saying, "Hey, congratulations. For 7.5 years I've worked alongside President Reagan. We've had triumphs. Made some mistakes. We've had some setbacks. President George Bush, rather than spinning our wheels asking what we can do to stop consensual crimes, why not direct all that creative energy toward how we can best spend that $450 billion? Finally, consider that almost every consensual criminal who goes through the criminal justice system and is incarcerated for, say, a year, becomes a permanent negative economic unit. Most people in society are positive economic units, that is, they produce more in goods, services, or ideas than they consume. Negative economic units, however, are a drain on society, the economy, and the nation. An ex-con is essentially unemployable, especially during times of high unemployment. This forces the ex-con, in order to physically survive, to go on welfare, turn to crime, or both. Eventually, enough of these negative economic units become an economic black hole that, unseen, sucks the lifeblood from even the most productive economy. By turning ordinary consenting adults into criminals, we are creating millions of economic vampires. We must be very careful that we do not unnecessarily create negative economic units. There will always be the criminals, those who go about physically harming the person and property of others, and they will need to be put away. Paying for this is part of the cost of living in a safe country. Each life destroyed, however, by the arrest, trial, and incarceration of a consensual criminal is an unnecessary permanent liability on our country and our economy. These people simply don't believe in the American dream anymore, know the American system is not fair, and are quite convinced that the entire system doesn't work. We are not to expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a feather bed. Thomas Jefferson. And why should they believe in the system? Each time, as a child or an adult, they pledge allegiance to the flag, they are promised liberty and justice for all. They used that liberty, and what did they get? Injustice. So much for the republic for which it stands. This psychic drain can be even more devastating than the economic drain, destroying the optimism, enthusiasm, and well-being of a nation. The laws against consensual activities, then, hurt us all. Each life destroyed due to the enforcement of these laws is like a piranha. alone, piranhas are relatively harmless. When enough of them combine, however, they can turn a cow into a skeleton within minutes. Imagine what they can do to the goose that laid the American golden egg. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Enforcing laws against consensual activities destroys people's lives. Show me the prison, show me the jail, show me the prisoner whose life has gone stale. And I'll show you a young man with so many reasons why. And there, but for fortune, go you or I. Phil Oakes. What the enforcement of laws against consensual activities does to individuals is nothing short of criminal. The government is destroying the very lives of the people it is supposedly saving. A single arrest, even without a conviction, is, in many cases, enough to ruin a life. A conviction and a year in jail are almost guaranteed to. All this, of course, is for their own good. As the Horace of Spain, 1559–1619, wrote, no pain equals that of an injury inflicted under the pretense of a just punishment. Let's take a look at the process of arrest, trial, conviction, and jail. Please don't think of this as something happening to some criminal who deserves it. Think of it as something happening to you or one of your friends or relatives. If you have ever taken part in any consensual crime, it was luck alone that kept at least some of these things from happening to you. As the song goes, there, but for fortune, go you or I. When you are arrested, you are thrown into a world of violent criminals handled by individuals who are well trained in treating people like violent criminals. Don't expect that you will be treated any differently. A friend of our family used to regale us with both horror and laughter at the treatment he received during a consensual crime arrest. After recounting an indignity or personal violation, he would lift his hands to heaven and say, "Who was I gonna call? The police? They were already there. Once the law starts asking questions, there's no stopping them." William S. Burroughs. Prior to or simultaneously with the arrest, comes the search. You can be home one evening watching TV when you hear a knock at the door. Who's there, you ask, having seen some nicely uniformed police officer in a documentary on crime prevention recommend that you never open your door without knowing who is on the other side. Open the door. It's the police. We have a warrant to search your premises. This is likely to be the only warning you get before your door is broken down. If a no-knock warrant is issued, you won't even get a first knock. The police automatically assume that you are, A, guilty and, B, hurriedly destroying evidence, flushing drugs, pornography, or prostitutes down the toilet. The door is opened, by you or by them, and, without a moment's hesitation, 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 uniformed and/or uninformed police begin going through everything you own. The Supreme Court during the past decade let police obtain search warrants on the strength of anonymous tips. It did away with the need for warrants when police want to search luggage, trash cans, car interiors, bus passengers, fenced private property and barns. Dan Baum. Here a frightening question may cross your mind: how do you know whether these are really police? Answer: you don't. Even if they flash a badge, everyone knows fake badges are readily available. If you have the presence of mind to ask to use the telephone to call the station house to confirm that this is an authorized search, the request will almost certainly be denied. So there you are, surrounded by a group of armed authority figures who are going through everything you own, putting suspicious articles into boxes or plastic bags, and you can only hope it's really the police and not some enterprising band of criminals. On the other hand, maybe one should hope it is a band of criminals. Stuff can be replaced, time in prison cannot. At about this point, you are Mirandized. Amidst the hubbub of your fish tank being drained, who knows what you may be hiding under the sand, your toilet being dismantled, lots of room for contraband behind, in, or down there, and every container in your kitchen being emptied onto the counter. This stuff in the oregano jar smells a lot like marijuana. Being read your constitutional rights sounds something like this: Mumble mumble, you have the right to remain silent. Mumble mumble, right to an attorney. Mumble mumble, can and will be used against you. Mumble mumble, do you understand? And then, amidst this atmosphere of physical, emotional, and psychological terror, the questioning begins. By this time, often, you will be handcuffed. You are asked about people, incidents, and things going back as far as 7 years, the statute of limitation on most felonies. You are asked to remember where you were, who you were with, and what you were doing at a particular time, on a particular date. If you're like most people, you don't remember what you had for dinner 2 weeks ago, much less what you did on a specific date 2 years ago, but not remembering is treated as a clear indication of withholding evidence, interfering with justice, being uncooperative, and, of course, guilt. If you happen to remember something, anything, these comments will be carefully recorded, and, if you happen to have a more complete recollection later, it will be taken as a sign that you truly don't have an accurate memory of the situation or that you lied to the police. The right to be let alone is indeed the beginning of all freedom. Justice William O. Douglas once armed with a search warrant, anything the police recover of an illegal nature or even a suspicious nature is fair game. They can dismantle and destroy anything that might hold any illegal substance, and, considering how compact certain drugs are, this means that they can dismantle and destroy anything. They can take with them any suspicious substances for laboratory testing. This could include the entire contents of your medicine cabinet, kitchen pantry, and garage. Anything that might be used to document your criminal activity can be confiscated. This means all files, correspondence, notes, diaries, address books, phone bills, videotapes, audio tapes, and even your computer. If you do business from your home, a police search can put you out of business immediately. Getting back your possessions can take weeks, months, and, in some cases, years. You may find yourself trying to reconstruct your personal and business records from scratch at a time when you need them most while gathering evidence for your defense. Meanwhile, the police could well be calling all the people in your phone book or professional database, asking if they know you, and, when they respond yes, asking them such questions as, do you know anything about this person's involvement with drugs, prostitution, homosexuality, gambling, etc. Under a government which imprisons any unjustly, the true place for a just man is also a prison, the only house in a slave state in which a free man can abide with honor. Henry David Thoreau. Anything that might indicate what kind of person you are can also be seized, even if it's not directly related to a crime. This includes books on certain subjects, magazines, newspapers, even what station your television or radio was tuned to. Anything that might make you look unusual, peculiar, unconventional, or make a jury of 12 normal people think you're pretty weird overall and probably deserve to go to jail for either the crime you are being charged or for the many crimes you've gotten away with. Whether you're arrested or taken to the police station for questioning or on suspicion, your property that hasn't either been destroyed by the police or taken with them is pretty much up for grabs. If the police broke down your door, they don't exactly call a carpenter and locksmith to make sure that everything is secure before they head off for their next round of searching and seizing. They may put some tape across the outside of your door, saying police lines. Do not cross, which, to any burglar, means loot inside. Owner safely in jail. Welcome. One person who had been searched and seized told another who had gone through a similar experience, after the police left, burglars came, ransacked my apartment and took everything of value, to which the other victim replied, how could you tell? Sometimes you can't tell. If you're carted off before the police are finished searching and seizing, you may come home and not know the difference between vandalism, theft, and the work of professional law enforcement. If you can't get bail together quickly or are held in jail for 2, 3, 4 days before bail is even set, you may never see any of your property again. If the police suspect you were using your home, car, or any other possessions for drug selling, they too will be immediately seized, and you may never see them again either. But, we're getting slightly ahead of our story. If England treats her criminals the way she has treated me, she doesn't deserve to have any. Oscar Wilde. When you are taken downtown, downtown does seem to be the favorite euphemism for a police station. Even if you live downtown, you will still be taken downtown. You will probably be put in some sort of holding cell, or, as they call it, a holding tank, for an indefinite period of time. The Supreme Court says that you can be held for 48 hours without even being charged. If you are lucky, you will be alone in such a cell. Most likely, however, what with jails at 101% capacity thanks to the rigorous enforcement of laws against consensual activities, you will probably find yourself in a much larger cell with some real criminals who have also been recently arrested, some yelling, some moaning, some covered in blood, their own or others, some vomiting, and some with little or no control of other orifices. Once there, you are a criminal. Period. No distinction is made between criminals whose crimes have innocent victims and criminals whose crimes do not. Even if you are not harassed, molested, abused, exposed to a contagious illness, or raped, the sights, smells, and sounds are hideous. The odor of one person vomiting, for example, can cause a chain reaction of retching to which few are immune. The Supreme Court is steadily eroding the protections against police excess promised by the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. Dan Baum. The Nation, June 29, 1992. Seldom do holding tanks have anything soft in them, such as mattresses, pillows, or blankets. Concrete, wooden, or metal slabs are the most that one can hope for, and even on these unforgiving surfaces due to overcrowding there is seldom room to actually lie down. If you are not physically strong enough to stake out your own territory, you may end up sitting on the floor or standing until the police get around to questioning you, which might not be until sometime the next day, or the next. Suspects are sometimes intentionally put in the worst holding cells to soften them up for questioning. Then there is the questioning. Questioning is designed to be traumatic. Whether they use subtle psychological manipulation, hellfire and brimstone histrionics, or a combination of the two in the classic good cop, bad cop technique, questioning is designed to make you feel guilty about everything so that you'll confess your guilt about something. You'll be asked to explain pieces of your life pulled from the search and taken out of context, Polaroid pictures, journal entries, personal letters. The courts have determined that, in order to get you to confess, police can confront you with evidence they have made up. They can show you drugs and claim to have found them in your house. They can show you affidavits signed by names taken from your address book accusing you of elaborate criminal conduct. The police will attempt to convince you that they have an airtight case against you on a greater charge, so you'll plead guilty to a lesser charge. Somewhere, you will be faced with yet another major choice. Could you with 1 or 2 phone calls contact a good, competent, honest criminal attorney? Few people know how to contact a criminal attorney because few people, including those who regularly take part in consensual crimes, think of themselves as criminals. Criminal lawyer. Or is that redundant? Will Durst. Eventually, the first wave of a very dark ocean known as the truth about lawyers reaches your beach. Criminal lawyers want retainers, that is, money up front of anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000. This is just the tip of the legal iceberg, which frequently runs into hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you are arrested for a consensual crime involving drugs, it will be harder for you to obtain the services of an attorney than if you had been arrested for, say, murder. If an attorney takes your case for a drug charge and you are found guilty, the courts can force the attorney to give all the money he or she has made from your case to the law enforcement agency that arrested you. It's part of the assets forfeiture law. The courts have ruled that not only are your house, car, money, land, investments, bank accounts, and other tangible assets forfeitable, but everything you've paid your attorney as well. Consequently, criminal attorneys are hesitant to take on drug cases. Murderers, rapists, and robbers are getting better legal representation than pot smokers. Many attorneys, scrupulously investigate the client's net worth and, When the case is over, the final bill comes to within a few $1,000s of this amount. If they can't justify charging all this money themselves, they call in any number of attorneys as specialists or consultants. These same attorneys call your attorney in their cases to act as a specialist or consultant. The only alternative is to declare yourself too poor to hire an attorney, in which case you will be assigned a public defender who is overworked, underpaid, and sometimes not very good, which may be why he or she got a job as a public defender in the first place. Government is like fire. If it is kept within bounds and under the control of the people, it contributes to the welfare of all. But if it gets out of place, if it gets too big and out of control, it destroys the happiness and even the lives of the people. Harold E. Stassen: after you are arrested, questioned, and charged, you are arraigned. Basically, this is going before a judge who will set bail. Bail. Let's say that your bail is set at a nice, low, reasonable $50,000. Can you put your hands on $50,000 in cash? From inside a jail? Can anyone you know, who would do it for you, immediately come up with $50,000 in cash? If the answer to these questions is no, your choice is either A. Stay in jail until your trial, it might be months, or B. Visit the bail bondsman. Bail bondsmen take 10% of the bail in cash. They are kind enough, however, to accept Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. To put up a $50,000 bond, they take $5,000. Even if the charges are dropped the next day, they keep the $5,000. Still, if you can post bail in any form, you're one of the lucky ones. 51% of all those who go trial cannot afford bail and are jailed from the time of the arrest through the final verdict. If you're fortunate enough to have friends who will help you put up the $5,000, you are then free to return to whatever is left of your previous life, much of which may have been confiscated under the assets forfeiture law. You're also free to return to work. Work. With the detention, questioning, arresting, arraigning, and gathering of bail money, you may have been in jail for several days, or several weeks. What do you tell your boss? In all likelihood, your boss already knows. The friendly detectives from the police department have already visited your boss, asking if you had behaved in any unusual ways which might indicate that you were involved in drugs, prostitution, gambling, sodomy, etc. You may be fired. If you argue, quite correctly, that you haven't been convicted of anything, and that one is, in our country, innocent until proven guilty, the boss will probably vaguely refer to something such as, where there's smoke, there's fire, or at our company, we can't even risk the hint of impropriety. Whenever the offense inspires less horror than the punishment, the rigor of penal law is obliged to give way to the common feelings of mankind. Edward Gibbon, 1737–1794, finding another job will not be easy. An arrest, even if it ends in a dismissal or an acquittal in court, remains on your record. Many companies check for arrest records as a standard part of screening applicants. Banks, credit card companies, lending institutions, rental agencies, and others use it as an indication of creditworthiness. Even though it is blatantly unfair, and directly violates the tenet that you are innocent until proven guilty, many companies use a record of arrests as a reason not to hire you, rent you an apartment, or extend credit. Ironically, the presupposition of guilt for consensual crimes is even higher than for violent crimes. If you are accused of, say, holding up a bank at gunpoint, even your boss might say, "Oh, I doubt it." If, however, you are accused of propositioning a hooker or smoking a joint, most people conclude, "Yeah, she probably did it," or "Why was he dumb enough to get caught?" It is here that you go through the traumatic experience of finding out who your real friends are. Some might rally round with love, support, and material assistance. Others will practice the ancient wisdom, a friend in need is a friend to be avoided. Now, too, is the time when that church or religious group you've been supporting for so many years shows its true colors. If your alleged crime is one of the consensual crimes, chances are your church considers it a sin. Some clergy advise accepting the punishment for a consensual crime as an extension of God's punishment for having sinned and as a lesson not to do such a despicable in the eyes of the Lord thing again. Or they just avoid you and your calls altogether. In other words, don't expect a nun who looks like Susan Sarandon to appear and give you unlimited pastoral counseling. Freedom does not always win. This is one of the bitterest lessons of history. A.J.P. Taylor and, of course, consensual crimes put an incredible strain on the family. If a significant other doesn't know about his or her partner's forays into consensual crimes, an arrest is a shocking way to find out. The Hugh Grant Syndrome, Part 2. If the significant other does know and, perhaps, even takes part in the consensual crime with his or her partner, there is still lots of room for incrimination. I told you not to bring that stuff in the house. A consensual crime arrest could cause parents to permanently lose custody of their children. In Oregon, for example, if you are arrested with even less than an ounce of marijuana, you can be charged with endangerment. Your children can be taken from you and placed in the state's foster care system. Statistically, your child has, while in that foster care system, a 20% chance of being either physically or sexually abused. The children will also be exposed to kids who are, themselves, criminals. What innocent children might be forcibly exposed to could destroy their entire lives. If you're engaged or dating someone, how will he or she take it? We all like to think that our beloved will stand resolutely by our side. Yes, that's what we all like to think. And what if it was one of your children, or one of your brothers or sisters, or even one of your parents who was arrested? How much of your time, energy, and, most importantly, financial resources could you commit to keeping him or her out of jail? Successfully defending a criminal prosecution can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where would you have to draw the line? Your savings? Your home? Your credit limit? It's traumatic having to put a dollar amount on the people we love, but when they're accused of a consensual crime, that is what we must do. Imprisonment, as it exists today, is a worse crime than any of those committed by its victims. George Bernard Shaw. It's little wonder, then, that, at this point, most people accused of consensual crime seriously contemplate suicide. Not only is one's own life in shambles, the loss of possessions, living space, savings, reputation, job, friends, future, but the fear of being a burden on the friends and family who are willing to help is a pressure some people cannot bear. All this despair, combined with the fear of prison, can make suicide seem not only the most logical, but the only solution. At the very least, one finds oneself in an ever-deepening and seemingly bottomless depression. If this chapter is becoming too depressing, please remember that, unlike the consequences of being arrested for a consensual crime, this chapter does have an end. If you choose to stay alive, which, by the way, I recommend, now starts the seemingly endless round of hearings, motions, further questionings, preparation of defense, and waiting. One thing you will not have to wait for are your attorney's bills. These will come on time, and you will be expected to pay them on time. Somewhere along the line, plea bargaining begins. Anyone who says that gambling is illegal in the United States needs only look at plea bargaining to know this is not the case. In plea bargaining, you are asked to gamble the rest of your money or the rest of your life on the verdict of your trial. Rather than go for an all or nothing, guilty or not guilty, on the charge for which you are accused, you agree to plead guilty to a lesser charge with a preset lesser sentence. If you accept the bargain, you will have a permanent criminal record, not just an arrest, but a conviction, and you may spend some time in jail, but less time than if you were found guilty of the original charge. The good news, however, is that the legal bills stop, the interminable waiting is over, and you can get on with what's left of your life. If you want to bet on the trial, however, it means that the legal bills begin to escalate, and, if found guilty, you will almost certainly get a worse punishment than you would have if you had pled guilty to the lesser charge. Prosecutors and some judges don't seem to like pushy people cluttering up the court systems looking for justice. The highest patriotism is not a blind acceptance of official policy, but a love of one's country deep enough to call her to a higher standard. George McGovern, a plea bargain may be the only economic alternative. It's hard to get a job when an employer discovers you are awaiting trial and may have to go away for, 5 years at some point in the indefinite future. Once the credit card companies find out about your arrest, they'll probably start canceling your cards. If you use a credit card with the bail bondsman to get out of jail, that's a red flag to credit card companies. People awaiting trial, you see, have this nasty habit of going bankrupt. Can you imagine why? Lawyers know this too, which is why they work very hard to be paid on a regular basis. Bankruptcy attorneys want the full amount up front before they even touch a case. If you go to trial, you usually have the choice between a jury trial or a trial before a judge, a bench trial. When charged with a consensual crime, you are dealing not just with the facts of guilt or innocence, you are also dealing with individual prejudices. On hearing what you're accused of doing, will the prejudice of the jury be such that your guilt will be presumed and the trial merely a formality? Judges tend to be a bit more sophisticated, having dealt with real criminals who go around raping, robbing, and murdering, but judges have their prejudices too. They also have political pressure. During a crackdown or war on this or that consensual crime, a judge is more likely to find guilt and sentence heavily. Economics enter the picture once again. Jury trials tend to last longer than bench trials, and legal fees during criminal trials often run $2,000 to $5,000 per day, per attorney. If they don't have all your money yet, your attorneys will strongly recommend that you have at least 2 attorneys representing you at the trial. If you're rich, they'll suggest an entourage. Judge, a law student who marks his own papers. H.L. Mencken, prosecutors hate to lose. If the trial seems to be going in your favor, you will be offered better and better plea bargains. Your attorney doesn't want to lose either. It's very difficult to collect a final bill from a client who is in prison, so, if the case seems to be going against you, your attorney will recommend accepting poorer and poorer bargains. Meanwhile, everyone is involved in the psychological guessing game of reading the jury. Who's on our side? Who's not on our side? This process begins with the selection of the jury and continues throughout the trial. If you have money, your attorney can hire a professional who will, during the selection process, do on-the-spot instant psychological profiles of each potential juror along with a recommendation as to whether or not the juror would be favorable or unfavorable to your case. Once the juror is selected, investigative companies can give overnight reports as to the net worth, politics, religion, marital status, sexual preference, and spending habits of each juror. This overnight profile costs, $5,000 to $15,000 per jury, and, if you can afford it, your attorney will claim it's an invaluable tool in helping to shape your defense. A lot of invaluable tools are available, and the more valuable you are, the more invaluable they become. There is, for example, the expert witness. The expert witness is a professional who is paid an exorbitant amount of money to give the expert opinion that you are right and the state is wrong. A popular expert witness in consensual crime trials is the psychiatrist. For $3,000 to $10,000 each, you'll want at least 2. The psychiatrist will examine you and claim that you're not a criminal, you're just sick, you don't need jail, you need treatment. Why, with a year or 2 of therapy you could once again be a productive member of society. The only thing that made you an unproductive member of society, of course, was being arrested, but it's best not to mention that at this point in the trial. Yes, if you were sentenced, that is, if the court referred you to 5 psychiatric sessions per week for a year, that would be much better for you and all of society than that same year in the big house. And, if the court takes the suggestion, that's only another $25,000 to $50,000 out of your pocket. A jury consists of 12 persons chosen to decide who has the better lawyer. Robert Frost. When the case finally goes to the jury, the high-pressure waiting begins. Juries can deliberate for several minutes or several weeks. The plea bargaining can still continue. Until the jury actually announces its verdict, it isn't a verdict, and, if a bargain is struck, the judge can call in the jury, thank them for their efforts, and send them on their way. If the verdict comes back not guilty, you do not get back your legal fees, the arrest remains on your record, you most likely won't get back your job, and you probably wouldn't want the friends, family, or fiancé who deserted you. You will get back the evidence that was seized during the initial search. It will have been gone through, categorized, labeled, disassembled, much of it will be missing, but you'll get it back. Even if you are found innocent, you still must go to court again to get back your house, car, and money, whatever was seized under asset forfeiture laws. Judge, are you trying to show contempt for this court? Mae West, I was doing my best to hide it. If you are found guilty, the next wait begins, the wait for sentencing. During this time, you can choose whether or not to appeal your case. An appeal, explained Finley Peter Dunn, is when you ask one court to show its contempt for another court. If you thought the first round of legal fees was expensive, when you move into the world of appellate courts, legal fees go into hyperdrive. You can appeal for a mistrial. Here, you are asking the appellate court to declare your original trial invalid because of a technical legal error made by the judge, jury, or prosecution. If you are successful in winning this appeal, your trial will be declared null and void, but that doesn't make you free. You have to start all over again with another trial, another jury, another round of legal fees. You can also appeal on constitutional grounds. Your lawyer can claim, using some of the brilliant arguments given in the chapters, laws against consensual activities are unconstitutional and laws against consensual activities violate the separation of church and state, threatening the freedom of and from religion, that the very law violates your constitutional rights and that the court should overturn the law. Here, you are looking at cases going to state supreme courts and, perhaps, even the federal Supreme Court. You are also looking at legal fees, not in the hundreds of thousands, but in the millions. Most cases involving individuals that reach the Supreme Court are paid for by organizations such as the ACLU, who are doing it not just for the individual, but to set a legal precedent that will affect others. While the case is on appeal, if you don't want to spend time in jail, there is a little matter of additional bail. You are now, in the eyes of the court, a convicted criminal, thus the new bail will probably be higher than the first. Not everyone can meet bail, of course. Most people can't afford anything other than accepting their sentence and doing their time. They call it the halls of justice because the only place you get justice is in the halls. Lenny Bruce. Let's talk about doing time. If you've never visited a penitentiary, you might want to do so. The worst ones, however, are rarely, if ever, open for public inspection. The average citizen would be reluctant to send even a real criminal, much less a hooker or a pot smoker, to such a hideous place. Here's what Jimmy Hoffa, who served time in and visited many prisons, had to say: I can tell you this on a stack of Bibles, prisons are archaic, brutal, unregenerative, overcrowded hellholes where the inmates are treated like animals with absolutely not one humane thought given to what they are going to do once they are released. You're an animal in a cage and you're treated like one. Thanks entirely to the crackdown on various consensual crimes, prisons never designed for comfort in the first place are overcrowded. Cells designed for 2 inmates are holding 3, sometimes 4. Even spending, as we are, $5 billion per year on new prison construction, this overcrowding is likely to continue into the indefinite future. The prison guards are capable of committing daily atrocities and obscenities, smiling the smile of the angels all the while. Gene Harris. The first 2 things you'll notice on entering a penitentiary: your show of shows a little while to figure out. Big Mike: while I was in solitary, I spent a lot of time thinking. I did a lot of thinking. I thought about the walls, the bars, the guards with the guns. You know what I figured out? Other con, what? Big Mike, we're in prison are the noise and the smell. The smell is body odor, cigarette smoke, unflushed or backing up toilets, diarrhea, vomit, and wafting through it all is the strange but clearly unpleasant aroma of the mysterious substances the prisoners are fed. The noise is a cacophony of televisions, radios all tuned to different stations' boom boxes, and voices. Some of the voices are shouting. Some of the voices are babbling. Some of the voices are singing, chanting, or praying. Some of the voices are communicating. Because the person they are communicating with could be several cells away, to the untrained ear the conversation sounds like the rest of the yelling. Sometimes 20 or 30 of these conversations are going on simultaneously. There is absolutely no privacy. A toilet, with no toilet seat, is bolted to the wall of each cell. It is usually only inches from the bottom bunk. If it becomes clogged and will not flush, it may take several days to get fixed, but the prisoners have to use it anyway. There is little ventilation. This keeps the smells and any airborne bacteria or viruses carefully contained. Air conditioning? Hardly. It's sweltering in the summer and usually over or underheated in the winter. It is a textbook breeding ground for misery and disease. Don't do drugs because if you do drugs you'll go to prison, and drugs are really expensive in prison. John Hardwick. There are few telephones. Needless to say, it's payphones, collect calls only. Visitation days are once a week, in some prisons, once a month, and you usually see your friends or loved ones, those who are willing to travel the hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles, through a thick, plastic partition. No touching is permitted. In some prisons, you talk by telephone as the separation between the two of you is not only bulletproof but soundproof. These conversations may be monitored and recorded. The prisons that allow conjugal visits only do so only every few months. In most prisons, reading is limited to what's in the prison library. In many prisons, reading material must be sent directly from the publisher. Books, magazines, or newspapers sent by individuals are returned or destroyed. That means if you want to read a book that's out of print, which most books are, or is printed by a publisher that does not do direct mail order, you are out of luck. Then there's a matter of money. Except for the absolute necessities, you must pay for everything: books, stationery, postage, cigarettes, cassette tapes, your television, everything. You can make this money at a prison job that pays approximately 20 cents per hour. If you are transferred from one prison to another, which can happen at any time and as often as the penal authorities dictate, you must leave all but the basic necessities behind and start over. If you are marginally young, marginally attractive, or white, and heaven help you if you're all three, your chance of being raped is about as good as your chance of getting a cold or the flu. Even if you go to a prison that makes an attempt to separate likely targets from the rest of the prison population, rape doesn't take long, and who is to say rape is not going to take place within that separated population? The solution to our drug problem is not in incarceration. Retired General Barry McCaffrey, U.S. Drug Czar, Los Angeles Times, March 6, 1996. Rape in prison is something of a sport, like hunting. Devout heterosexuals, who would just as soon kill, and may have killed, a male who approached them with a sexual proposition, seem to become sexually ravenous as soon as the prison door slams behind them. Rape, of course, in any situation is not a sexual act, it is an act of violence, domination, control. The macho sport in prison is who you can get, how often and when. The only way to keep from becoming an open target and susceptible to gang rapes and individual hits at every possible opportunity is to become the punk of the most powerful hunter you can. He will then protect you from all the rest, although he may occasionally trade you or give you as a gift to one of the other hunters. By the way, if you report any of this to the authorities, you will be killed. It's that simple. Turning in a fellow prisoner will mark you, both in and out of prison, for the remainder of your life, which will not be a long one. Although rape is excruciatingly painful, humiliating, and degrading, if you don't die of hemorrhaging, there's always AIDS. Due to the high incidence of intravenous drug use, both in and out of prison, and completely unprotected sexual activity inside of prison, AIDS has reached epidemic proportion within the prison system. In 1991, 15% of all deaths in prison were AIDS-related. Condoms, of course, are not provided by most prisons. Prisoners are not supposed to be having sex, therefore, they're not, therefore, they don't need condoms. Even when condoms are available, rapists tend not to use them even to potentially save their own lives. It just isn't very macho. Do you think someone who is about to rape you is going to stop and think about a condom? Eli Adorno quoted in the New York Times as a perpetrator of a consensual crime, "You will probably end up at the bottom of the prison pecking order." Everyone seems to know, even before you arrive, exactly what you're in for. In prison, consensual crimes are thought of as somewhat wimpy things, and since your crime did not involve violence against another person or another person's property, it will be assumed that you won't fight back. You will be taken advantage of at every opportunity. Your pillow, blanket, and even mattress may be borrowed by another cellmate. Your clean towel will be exchanged for a dirty one. Any food that is even marginally edible will be consumed by others. You don't want this, do you? Your hunter, by the way, will not protect you from all this, he is only there to protect you from sexual attack. If you want additional protection, you will have to provide additional favors, money, cigarettes, running errands, little tokens of your appreciation. Pretty soon, there will not be any debate in the city about overcrowded prisons. AIDS will take care of that. District Attorney Mario Merola: when you are sentenced to prison, you are enrolled in the Institute of Higher Criminal Learning, the world's foremost university of crime. Here, you make contacts and learn a new trade. It's obvious that, if you are unable to get a job while awaiting trial, you certainly aren't going to get one as an ex-con. At least not in the pristine 9-to-5 world of American business. To make a living when you get out, you have two choices: become a professional writer or become a professional criminal. The professional writing game seems to be pretty full, what with Stephen King turning out a new book every 3 weeks and Norman Mailer no longer sponsoring former prisoners with literary aspirations. With writing unavailable, that leaves the alternative form of crime. As with the prison pecking order, having a conviction for only a consensual crime does not look very good on your criminal arsenal. Fortunately, in prison you will have many opportunities to prove yourself worthy of recommendation to one of the outside criminal organizations. You could show your daring, for example, by distributing drugs within the prison. Doing this, you might even be able to put a few dollars aside over and above your weekly protection payment. Smuggling weapons, either into or around the prison, is always popular and will get you points for courage. Even if you don't want to be a part of some of the more serious crimes for which those weapons are used, being a lookout while those crimes take place can get you high points for low risk. What does the state give you on release? On what can you start a new life? It varies, but usually it's $100 and a new suit. Crime is contagious. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for the law. Justice Louis D. Brandeis: meanwhile, whatever remnants of a life you had on the outside are now almost entirely gone. Loves find other loves. Friends find other friends. Apartments get rented to other tenants. People change and, more importantly, so do you. Prison is a crash course in the darker side of life. Few survive it without becoming a different person, more cynical, jaded, fearful, angry. It's hard to trust again, hard to believe, easy to hate a system that destroyed your life behind the pompous pretense of saving you from yourself for your own good. Even without police intervention, the laws against certain consensual activities make them far more dangerous than they need to be. Activities involving consensual crimes are completely unregulated either by governmental or private consumer groups. It's not the law of the marketplace but the law of the jungle that prevails. The list of these unnecessary risks is long indeed. Here are some obvious examples. The purity, dosage, and even type of drug are completely unregulated. The government reports that the purity of heroin sold on the street ranges from 32% to 90%. This is quite a range. It proves fatal thousands of times each year. River Phoenix's death was one such fatality, as was John Belushi's. Most of the slightly more than 6,000 drug overdoses each year could be prevented if drug users simply knew the dosage of the drug they were using. When is conduct a crime, and when is a crime not a crime? When somebody up there, a monarch, a dictator, a pope, a legislator so decrees. Jessica Mitford. Low-grade marijuana is sometimes laced with the drug PCP to make the pot seem more potent. It's hard for users to know whether or not they've gotten grade pot or PCP pot. Alas, PCP is far more damaging than even the most potent marijuana. Similarly, LSD is sometimes enhanced, without the buyer's knowledge, with strychnine, a lethal poison. When dosages are unknown, it is difficult for the user to moderate consumption. If marijuana were legal, for example, the THC, the psychoactive element in marijuana, level could be printed on each package. People could then intelligently moderate their usage. As it is, one joint could have 20 times more THC than another, and the user short of trial and error has no way of knowing. This becomes particularly dangerous when it comes to driving, operating machinery, or even cooking. With regulated, legal alcohol, one can moderate intake. The same is not true of uncontrolled substances. Gay bars, coffee houses, and bookstores are often forced into the less than savory parts of town. The higher crime of these areas is visited upon the gay visitors and makes preventing hate crimes such as gay bashing more difficult. The first duty of government is to protect the citizen from assault. Unless it does this, all the civil rights and civil liberties in the world aren't worth a dime. Richard A. Viguerie. The real crime, violence, robbery, extortion, often associated with consensual crimes, often takes place only because the consensual crimes are crimes. A customer robbing a prostitute or a prostitute robbing a customer would be far less likely to happen, for example, if both prostitutes and bordellos were licensed. In that case, either party could call the police if a non-consensual crime took place. Because those who take part in illegal consensual activities do not have access to the civil courts to resolve differences, a great deal of vigilante violence takes place. Almost all gang violence, for example, is drug-related, protecting turf, collecting debts, enforcing punishments. If gambling were legal, credit could be extended to gamblers based on the prevailing credit policies of the above-ground marketplace. Sorry, a $100 bet takes you over your Visa credit limit. Do you want to put part of this on your MasterCard? As it is, credit is extended in a haphazard fashion and collection techniques are more intrusive and violent than even those practiced by Discover Card, although I know that's hard to believe. By now, however, we are veering into the chapter, Consensual Crimes Encourage Real Crimes. This chapter is about ruining lives. Having your arm broken by the mafia would probably not ruin your life. It may play havoc with your penmanship for a while, but your life would go on. You've got to rattle your cage door. You've got to let them know that you're in there, and that you want out. Make noise. Cause trouble. You may not win right away, but you'll sure have a lot more fun. Florence Kennedy. At any rate, I'm tired. Do you need a break? I do. Thinking about the 4 million arrested each year and the 750,000 currently in jail for consensual crimes is exhausting. It's all so solemn, Pauline Kael observed, like Joan Crawford when she's thinking. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Intermission to Part 2. And heaven knows I took the blows and did it my way. Frank Sinatra. If we must punish people for consensual crimes, I suggest an alternate method. Here's the idea: as reported in the 1993 edition of the World Almanac and Book of Facts. Chicago teacher Bruce Janu deals with kids who are late to his class or talk out of turn by sentencing them to the Frank Sinatra Detention Club. Students are forced to listen to tapes of My Way, Love and Marriage, and other Sinatra classics. There is no talking and no homework. The students just hate it, Janu says. I get a grimace, like, I can't believe I'm listening to this, something my parents and grandparents listened to. I get a lot of rolls of the eyes. Janu says the kids can sing along, but no one has. A senior got 2 francs in a day, 60 whole minutes of Sinatra. I just got to where I couldn't stand it, he said. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 2, Why Laws Against Consensual Activities Are Not a Good Idea. Consensual crimes encourage real crimes. When a victimless criminal is treated as an enemy of society, he almost necessarily becomes one. Forced into criminal acts, immersed in underworld-related supply networks, and ever conscious of the need to evade the police, his outlooks as well as behavior become more and more antisocial. Edwin M. Sure. Victimless crimes. We live in a society of agreements. In fact, if these agreements, or, if you prefer, contracts, were not in place and voluntarily kept by most of the people most of the time, society as we know it would be impossible. We agree, for example, to drive on the right side of the road. Why? It's a fairly arbitrary decision. Half the world drives on the left side of the road. We, however, drive on the right side of the road. Even though no one asked our opinion as to which side of the road we would prefer to drive on, it was a decision made long before we were born, we still follow that agreement almost unthinkingly. Can you imagine what driving would be like if even 0.01% of the drivers refused to honor that agreement if they tried to drive on the left side of the road at every possible opportunity? Can you imagine the chaos? The 6-foot cement walls dividing even country lanes. The number of police it would take to force all cars to drive on the right side of the road. During the 1992 Los Angeles riots, television showed us what happens when our tightly knit fabric of agreements begins to unravel. There was simply no way law enforcement could stop people from looting. The video images of this were astonishing. People would be seen carrying televisions, dishwashers, and VCRs out of appliance stores. A police car would pull up, people would set down whatever they were carrying, walk 2 feet away from it, stand there, the police car would drive off, people would put the loot in their cars and go back for more. Thieves respect property. They merely wish the property to become their property that they may more perfectly respect it. G.K. Chesterton. Watching an entire store picked clean in less than 30 minutes by an unorganized group of people struck fear in the hearts of Los Angeles residents. What would happen if these people came to my house? What would stop them from coming into my apartment and taking everything I own in a matter of minutes? Answer: nothing. Then something interesting happened. On television, one bit of video was played over and over. At first, it was humorous, but, with repeated viewings, it grew increasingly disturbing. The video showed someone who had put a looted television in the back of his pickup truck. While he was caught in the traffic jam caused by other drive-in looters, 2 pedestrian looters picked up the television from the back of his pickup truck and walked away with it. The original looter had a choice: his pickup truck or the television. He chose his pickup truck and also avoided the confrontation of the superior 2-against-1 force. Even people watching the scene on freshly looted televisions began to realize that anyone with superior force could come in at any time and take the TV. The police could no more protect them than the police protected the store that owned the television set only hours before. It wasn't the curfew or calling out the National Guard or a show of strength that brought an end to the riots. It was people voluntarily returning to the social contract of not harming other people's person or property. They did it out of fear, not fear of jail, but fear that, if most people did not voluntarily keep that contract most of the time, one's own possessions could never be considered secure, not ever, no matter what. People, as they say, returned to their senses, and the sense they returned to was common sense. Members of society must obey the law because they personally believe that its commands are justified. Judge David Baseline questioning authority. It is not police protection, it turns out, that keeps us safe. It is the social agreement not to harm each other's person and property. The police are there and can only be there for that small percentage of people who choose not to honor the agreement. When government comes along, certain agreements become written down as laws. For the most part, the laws existed before we were born and the laws will exist after we're gone. Some of them are absolute, thou shalt not steal, and some of them are arbitrary, drive with your headlights on, not your parking lights for, anyway. In Rome, for example, people drive at night with their parking lights on, but their headlights off. It works just as well and gives the city a quieter, softer glow. Most people are willing to cooperate with both the absolute and the arbitrary laws of the government into which they were born, providing, a, the majority of people follow them, and, b, those agreements are fair, that they somehow make sense. Don't harm other people's person or property and they won't harm yours. A modern restating of do unto others as you would have them do unto you, makes sense. We will make personal allowances for others, knowing that others are making personal allowances for us. For those who don't choose to obey this fundamental agreement, there are police, courts, and jails. When laws are irrational, however, people are less likely to sacrifice in order to obey them. A law against an activity which potentially can only hurt the person or property of the person committing the crime is far less likely to be honored than a law against an activity that does physical harm to the person or property of another. What I'd like to see police do is deal with important issues and not these sorts of victimless crimes when society is riddled with problems. Alderman Rodney Barker far more consensual crimes take place than crimes with genuine victims. We hear more about crimes with genuine victims because these crimes tend to get reported. The victim calls the police and says, "Hey, there's been a crime here." With a consensual crime, who's going to call the police? Except for some busybodies, do-gooders, and police entrappers, no one's going to report a consensual crime. And, unless a celebrity is involved, the Hugh Grant syndrome, Part 3, most consensual crime arrests are not reported on the news. People take part in consensual crimes because the activities are appealing. A person discovers that he or she has broken the law, had a good time doing it, and reaped few, if any, negative consequences. This positive reinforcement makes it easy to commit the consensual crime again. And again. And again. Other consensual crimes are tried. Not bad. Although not yet caught, the person is, nonetheless, living outside the law and a criminal many times over. Meanwhile, the leaders of government, the keepers of the rules, are going on and on about how bad drug use, homosexuality, prostitution, etc., are. Our leaders certainly seem more concerned about these than, say, shoplifting, insurance fraud, stealing from work, or other crimes with genuine victims. Our government certainly seems to be more concerned with combating hookers, homosexuals, and heroin than it is with combating sexism, racism, and air pollution. This creates a truly subjective morality based on what the powerful do and do not like. It allows consensual sex among adults, for example, to be linked with muggings, bashing, rape, and murder. We hear condemnations of sex and violence as though they were somehow the same. They are, in fact, nearly polar opposites. It is not the business of the law to make anyone good or reverent or moral or clean or upright. Murray Rothbard: the lines blur between genuine right and wrong, moral and immoral, good and evil. The transition from committing consensual crimes to committing crimes with genuine victims can be an easy one. Once the fabric of obeying the rules is torn, it is very difficult to mend. The criterion for choosing a certain action is no longer is this right, but will I get caught? The person becomes an outcast in a world in which the police are the enemy and not the protector, in which everyone who appears to follow the rules of society is fair game, and in which one looks out for number one, no matter what the cost to others. Declaring certain activities criminal has caused artificially inflated prices for the criminalized activities, thus guaranteeing real crime. If drugs were legalized and regulated, no drug user, even the most severely addicted, would have to spend more than $5 per day on drugs. As it is now, some people have $200, $300, $400 daily habits. To get $200 worth of drugs a day, one must be either A. rich, B. a doctor, C. a thief, or D. a drug dealer. Most end up, by default, at C and D. In order to clear $200 a day, one must steal $2,000 a day in goods, fences pay about 10 cents on the dollar, or directly rob enough people to accumulate $200 in cash. According to Mark Moore of Harvard University, as reported by the National Institute of Justice, very large proportions of those arrested for street crimes such as robbery, burglary, and larceny are drug users. The addict's need for money to finance his habit and the mechanisms of addiction establish a link between drugs and crime. Insofar as drug use itself is illegal, society has linked drugs to crime directly. Any possession or use is, by definition, criminal conduct. Petty laws breed great crimes. WIDA 1880. The result, each addicted drug user becomes a one-person crime wave. It's not the drug that causes the crime, it's the prohibition of the drug. Having to come up with $200 per day might turn any of us into criminals. $5 a day, that's easy. A drug user could get that panhandling. He or she might even get a part-time job. Some drug users make the money to pay the artificially inflated prices by selling drugs in fairly large quantities. As I have pointed out before, these people are not too particular as to whom they sell, they can't afford to be. If children have the money, they sell to children. Because the drug underworld cannot depend on police protection or take disputes to civil courts, disagreements tend to be handled in an unpleasantly messy, highly criminal fashion. Consensual crimes also encourage real crime by eroding public confidence in law enforcement. People are afraid to cooperate with police because it may allow the police to discover some little, hidden, private secret that would be best for the police not to know. As a heterosexual ballet dancer, you develop a thick skin. Ronald Reagan, Jr. Time was when people cooperated with the police fully, openly, immediately. If the police inquired about a friend or relative, it was assumed that the friend or relative was the victim of a crime and the police were trying to help. Now there is the fear that the friend or relative might be involved in a consensual crime. Our frank and immediate cooperation with the authorities might just help put a friend or a relative in jail. Even though we may not personally approve of our friends or relatives' extracurricular activities, and may even think it best that they didn't take part in them, we don't want them to go to jail, and we certainly don't want to help put them there. As most people at one time or another have taken part in one consensual crime or another, the respect given law enforcement officers has seriously eroded. A Robin Hood mentality has people identifying more with the criminals than with the police, who seem to be acting increasingly like the Sheriff of Nottingham. Consensual crimes simply overburden an already groaning criminal justice system. With one serious, violent crime, murder, negligent manslaughter, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, theft, motor vehicle theft, arson, taking place every 2 seconds in the United States, do we really want the precious time of law enforcement officials spent regulating the private lives of individuals? Stories such as this, from the June 13, 1991, edition of the New York Times, are increasingly common. The man charged with stabbing a former rockette to death was indicted yesterday as prosecutors remained under pressure to explain their handling of an earlier case against the defendant. Wherever a knave is not punished, an honest man is laughed at. George Saville, 1633 to 1695, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has been criticized for allowing the defendant to plea bargain 15 months ago to a trespass charge after having been charged with attacking a woman with an ice pick. The defendant received a 45-day sentence and served 30 days. Mr. McKeever had been arrested 3 other times, in 1982 for trespassing, in 1982 for petty larceny and in 1978 for grand larceny. At a news conference announcing the indictment in the slaying, Robert M. Morgenthau, the district attorney, defended his office's action last year. "I don't blame the public for being upset. This is a tragedy, and I wish it could have been averted. There are a lot of potentially dangerous people running around on the streets, and we'd like to lock up every one of them, but we can't do it." Some lawyers say Mr. Morgenthau and his prosecutors are often forced into difficult decisions by a system that is overburdened by too many criminals and not enough judges. "People blame Mr. Morgenthau, but what really can he do?" said William E. Hellerstein, a professor at Brooklyn Law School. "There is still a lot of time being devoted to victimless crimes," he said. "But meanwhile there are large chunks of activity, violent activity, that as a practical matter has become decriminalized because the system cannot cope. Here's how overworked law enforcement is in the United States. Only 21% of the people who commit murder and negligent manslaughter, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, theft, motor vehicle theft, or arson are ever arrested. 79% of them, almost 4 out of 5, get off scot-free. The most efficacious method of dealing with deviancy is to ignore, to the furthest point of our tolerance, those items which we find offensive. Ilbert Geis: the state of law enforcement is, in fact, worse than that. By the time the real criminals go through the court system, few of them spend any time in jail. According to the National Center for Policy Analysis, only 17% of all murders lead to a prison sentence, only 5% of all rapes lead to a prison sentence, and a convicted felon goes to prison less than 3% of the time in cases of robbery, assault, burglary, and auto theft. With people literally getting away with murder, 1 conviction in 6, only 5% of the forcible rapes leading to prison, and nearly 8 out of 10 burglars getting off without so much as an arrest, is it sane, rational, or practical? Part 2. Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Consensual crimes corrupt law enforcement. Few men have virtue to withstand the highest bidder. George Washington. No matter how loudly they may pontificate, the fact is most people in law enforcement do not consider consensual activities crimes. Each year since 1930, the United States Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation have published the telephone book-sized Uniform Crime Reports. The advisory board for this report includes the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the National Sheriff's Association. And what crime statistic do the U.S. Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the National Sheriff's Association think most important? They have 2 categories, violent crime and property crime. Under violent crime are murder and negligent manslaughter, forcible, as opposed to statutory, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. Under property crime are burglary, larceny, theft, motor vehicle theft, and arson. The report says that these crimes, known collectively as the crime index, are used for gauging fluctuations in the overall volume and rate of crime. According to the most recent report, in the late 1980s, law enforcement called for a thorough evaluative study that would modernize the UCR, Uniform Crime Reporting, program. After years of study, what was added to the report? Hate crime statistics and law enforcement officers killed and assaulted. Not a single consensual crime in the lot. The contempt for law and the contempt for the human consequences of lawbreaking go from the bottom to the top of American society. Margaret Mead: law enforcement is based on a very simple premise: there is a perpetrator and a victim. The police catch the accused perpetrator and put him or her in jail. The courts then decide the guilt or innocence of the accused and an appropriate punishment if guilty. This protects the victim and others from further victimization and keeps the perpetrator from further perpetrations. A serious problem arises when the accused perpetrator and the victim are one and the same. Such is the case with consensual crimes. When the police put the accused in jail, they are putting the victim in jail too. How, then, can the police protect the victim? Law enforcement, thus perverted, begins to deteriorate. With a real crime, the genuine victim goes to the police and reports it. The police then set about to catch the criminal. With consensual crime, who reports the crime? Obviously, no one directly involved. Everyone consented to it, they're not going to be complaining to the police. The police, then, must become spies, busybodies, and entrappers in order to catch consensual criminals victimizing themselves. Imagine how demoralizing and corrupting this entire procedure can be to both police and society. As Jackson Eli Reynolds reported in the Washington Post, drug offenses may be regarded as the prototypes of non-victim crimes today. The private nature of the sale and use of these drugs has led the police to resort to methods of detection and surveillance that intrude upon our privacy, including illegal search, eavesdropping, and entrapment. Indeed, the successful prosecution of such cases often requires police infringement of the constitutional protections that safeguard the privacy of individuals. The police are not here to create disorder. The police are here to preserve disorder. Mayor Richard Daley. Why, then, don't law enforcement officials speak out against the enforcement of laws against consensual activities? It's not a popular position, not with the general public, not with religious leaders, not with organized crime, not with politicians, who use crackdown on consensual crime rhetoric to get easy votes, and not with some law enforcement officials. Law enforcement officials who are against the legalization of consensual crimes tend to fall into three categories: the conservative, the concerned, and the corrupt. The conservative. Due to their personal convictions, often religious, they do not like one, some, or all of the consensual crimes. These officials usually discuss morality, the family, and the values of decent Americans. These law enforcement officials are sincerely misguided. They are in a better position than most to know that personal morality cannot be regulated by force of law. They are faced daily with genuine victims of preventable crimes, whose suffering could have been avoided if there were more police to patrol certain areas or investigate certain crimes. These officials watch violent criminals, who they know are guilty, go free because there aren't enough detectives to gather the evidence necessary for conviction. And yet, because these officials believe personally that consensual crimes are wrong, they believe that consensual criminals should be punished. When you're a lawman and you're dealing with people, you do a whole lot better if you go not so much by the book but by the heart. Andy Taylor. The Andy Griffith Show. The Concerned. These law enforcement officials know that the pursuit of consensual crimes is a. hopeless, b. a waste of time, and c. counterproductive. Yet, when they consider the consequences of legalization, they become concerned. For example, drunk drivers kill more than 22,000 people each year. If drugs were legalized, wouldn't this rate be increased by stoned drivers? One doesn't need to see too many traffic accidents to realize that whatever we need to do to prevent even one more of these should be done. These officials are concerned, too, that a useful tool for investigating and gaining confessions to genuine crimes might be taken away. In order to have a consensual crime charge dropped, some suspects talk and provide valuable information about real crimes. As to these people's concerns, I pray that a thoughtful reading of this book will ease many of them. We'll explore the genuine crime of operating a motor vehicle while incapacitated, for whatever reason, in the chapter, Protective Technology. As to using consensual crimes as a tool for gathering information on genuine crimes, I can only suggest that loyal law enforcement officers were probably concerned when physical torture was officially removed from their arsenal of interrogation. As effective as using consensual crime violations to reveal information about real crimes may be, its potential for abuses far outweighs its advantages. For example, in order to get off, a suspect might give false evidence against someone, helping to convict an innocent person. As much as law enforcement officials want crimes solved, only corrupt law enforcement officials want those crimes cleared by the conviction of innocent parties. Which brings us to: only in a police state is the job of a policeman easy. Orson Welles the corrupt. These are the law enforcement officials who are getting something from consensual crimes remaining crimes. At the lower levels of corruption are police officers looking for easy collars. A collar is a police term meaning arrest. Many police departments require a minimum number of collars per officer per month. As the month nears its end, police officers actively seek arrests to fulfill their quotas. What do you suppose are the easiest collars to make? People committing consensual crimes, of course. What could be easier than going where drug dealers and prostitutes ply their trades, or where gays and gamblers hang out, and then wait until something illegal is either offered or observed? Not only are these easy arrests, they also tend to be relatively risk-free. Consensual criminals, other than higher-level and gang-related drug dealers, are not famous for carrying weapons or resisting arrest. At the next level of corruption are the officers who get free samples from drug dealers, prostitutes, and the like. At the next level up, down, are the ones who get financial kickbacks for looking the other way. Then there are those who get the collars and the cash. The famous suitcases full of money are very real, especially in drug dealing. Prostitutes don't tend to carry suitcases full of money. Who knows how much money is in a suitcase full of cash? $1 million in $100 bills fits comfortably into a mid-sized Samsonite. From the time of the bust until the suitcase gets checked into evidence, the contents could be down by, $50,000. With the outrageously inflated prices caused by the illegalization of drugs, $50,000's worth of cocaine or heroin could get sidetracked on the trip downtown and nobody would notice. If somebody did notice, well, an arrangement could be made. Here. You take a bag, too. Someday I want to be rich. Some people get so rich they lose all respect for humanity. That's how rich I want to be. Rita Rudner. Sometimes otherwise honest cops go wrong simply because the amounts of money involved in consensual crimes are entirely too tempting. These are cops, not saints. This easy money corruption goes right to the top. One example: when an accused consensual criminal's land, property, or money is seized under federal assets forfeiture laws, the income is split between federal and local law enforcement. According to the Los Angeles Times, April 13, 1993, however, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department failed to turn over $60 million to the feds. A former Sheriff's Department sergeant was quoted as saying the Sheriff's Department stole $60 million from the feds in 1988 and 1989 drug busts, and the Times added, he is convinced such practices continue. In addition to the opportunity for pilfering cash and drugs seized in raids, organized crime offers police large sums of money in exchange for information, participation, or cooperation. In multimillion-dollar drug deals, a sizable amount is set aside for security. Should consensual crimes go the way of alcohol prohibition, there would be very little for law enforcement personnel on the take to take. There's not much to say about corrupt law enforcement officials. Even though their graft may have begun innocently enough, perhaps even accidentally, over time they become spoiled, complacent, and lazy. If you're getting $200,000 a year for simply looking the other way, why would you want to go back to $38,000 a year looking for criminals? This laziness extends even into the milder forms of corruption, such as padding the collar quota with consensual crimes. Those on the easy vice details entrapping prostitutes and gays or rounding up pornographers and gamblers are not going to be pleased at the prospect of returning to the real world of cops and robbers. If my business could be made legal, I and women like me could make a big contribution to what Mayor Lindsay calls Fun City, and the city and state could derive the money in taxes and licensing fees that I pay off to crooked cops and political figures. Xaviera Hollander, the happy hooker. And, in case you think the judicial system is keeping a watchful eye on police corruption, this news item should soothe. In Michigan, Alger County Circuit Court Judge Charles Stark sentenced convicted rapist David Caballero to pay $975 in court costs and $200 compensation to the victim and serve 3 years probation, after which the conviction would be removed from his record. Stark explained he gave Caballero the lenient sentence because a conviction would have prevented the 21-year-old college student, a criminal justice major, from achieving his goal of becoming a police officer. It's time we returned to respect and admiration for law enforcement, and made law enforcement, once again, a respectable and admirable profession. With the ambivalence many have about police, some who are naturally drawn to the field of law enforcement have mixed feelings about becoming police. This reluctance is unfortunate. When we, as a society, stop forcing the police to be clergymen with billy clubs, we will naturally appreciate them for the service they provide each day. Stan Guffey, a high school basketball referee, was working a game in Oklahoma City when a policeman came onto the court and arrested him for not calling enough fouls during the game. 1993 World Almanac and Book of Facts. No one has mixed feelings about firefighters, for example. Firefighters are there when we need them and, when we don't, they are happy to play cards, watch television, and give lectures on fire prevention. If, however, we gave the firefighters the added responsibility of making sure that there were no inappropriate sexual fires blazing in the community, we would probably start to look on firefighters with a wary eye. As absurd as the situation sounds, this is precisely the job we've given the police. It's an impossible job that invites corruption and dissipates respect. The police have been burdened with this job far too long. It's time to free the police to do their real job, which is catching real criminals, people who physically harm the person or property of others. That's all. As Norval Morris and Gordon Hawkins explained in their book, The Honest Politician's Guide to Crime Control, the prime function of the criminal law is to protect our persons and our property. These purposes are now engulfed in a mass of other distracting, inefficiently performed, legislative duties. When the criminal law invades the spheres of private morality and social welfare, it exceeds its proper limits at the cost of neglecting its primary tasks. This unwarranted extension is expensive, ineffective, and criminogenic. Personally, I have great respect for the police, not only because they have the courage to face muggers and murderers, but also because they have the courage to face all that paperwork. As P.J. O'Rourke pointed out, a modern arrest requires a stack of forms as thick as a Sunday New York Times Arts and Leisure section, and filling them out is as complicated as buying something at Bloomingdale's with an out-of-state check. A modern conviction requires just as much effort and tedium in court. The average D.C. cop, for example, spends 20 days of his month testifying or waiting to do so. Bureaucracy defends the status quo long past the time when the quo has lost its status. Lawrence J. Peter: most of the police I've met are genuinely dedicated to peace, in the broadest sense of the term. They want people to feel safe in their homes, in their cars, in their businesses, and walking down the street. If the police keep in check the small percentage of the population that violates that peace, they consider their job well done. I wholeheartedly support that job. If we removed the futile enforcement of laws against consensual activities from their job descriptions, policemen, policewomen, sheriffs, constables, G-men, G-women, and all the rest would once again become something they haven't been called in some time: peace officers. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 2, Why Laws Against Consensual Activities Are Not a Good Idea. The cops can't catch 'em, the courts can't handle 'em, the prisons can't hold 'em. There are not enough jails, not enough policemen, not enough courts to enforce a law not supported by the people. Hubert H. Humphrey. The more than 4 million arrests made each year for consensual crimes aren't even the tip of the iceberg, they're more like the ice cube of the tip of the iceberg. When you consider the ubiquity of the drug trade, and all the prostitutes paid, bets made, illicit sex paid, loiterers in the shade, vagrants on parade, and transvestites in masquerade, it's easy to see that the cops can't catch 'em, the courts can't handle 'em, and the prisons can't hold him. To give one obvious example, in 1994, fewer than 15 million people were arrested for all crimes in the United States. In that same year, according to the Department of Health and Human Services, almost 26 million people illegally used drugs. The criminal justice system was burdened beyond capacity with the 15 million arrests, 1.35 million of which were drug arrests. Can you imagine what would have happened if they had added 25 million more drug arrests? And that's just drugs. When it comes to consensual crimes, the term criminal justice is an oxymoron. There's no justice because they're not criminals. As we explored in the chapter, enforcing laws against consensual activities destroys people's lives. Putting consensual criminals into a system designed for real criminals has significant detrimental effects on the former. Concepts of justice must have hands and feet or they remain sterile abstractions. The hands and feet we need are efficient means and methods to carry out justice in every case in the shortest possible time and at the lowest possible cost. Justice Warren E. Burger. It also has detrimental effects on the system itself. Avowed to treating all criminals alike, the woman holding the scales of justice is blindfolded. The courts, when they become overcrowded, treat all criminals a little bit easier. The scales of justice are a delicate balance. We may be able to add more jail cells by spending more money, but an effective court takes more than just an additional wing on the courthouse. Good judges take decades of seasoning. Around each judge must be assembled a support system of court clerks, legal researchers, court reporters, bailiffs, and other individuals. In our courts we seek the highest wisdom, the guidance of intelligence and maturity. Overcrowding the court system with consensual non-criminals keeps the bad judges in place, encourages incompetent lawyers to become judges, and prevents the truly good judges from doing their best. As Legal Times accurately predicted in 1989, before long the judiciary could become just another bureaucracy, with thousands of judges and magistrates processing dreary caseloads likely to attract only hacks and drones to the bench. The courts can be corrupted at any of four levels: prosecutors, judges, juries, or witnesses. The techniques of corruption include threats of violence, blackmail, and bribery. The sophisticated will, of course, remember this exchange from the Adams family: Gomez Adams, I've gone through the city ordinances, the Bill of Rights, and the 17 volumes of assorted jurisprudence, and I've come to a conclusion. Morticia Adams, what? Gomez, that we haven't got a leg to stand on. Uncle Fester, not even if we bribe the judge. Judges rule on the basis of law, not public opinion, and they should be totally indifferent to pressures of the times. Justice Warren E. Burger. The jury is as susceptible as its 12 members. With enough investigation money, and the perpetrators of organized consensual crimes have plenty of that, the defense can know by the first day of the trial almost everything there is to know about each juror. Which would be most susceptible to a threat, a bribe, or a little blackmail? Except in rare cases, the jurors go home after court adjourns and can easily be contacted. One or two highly motivated jury members can often create enough reasonable doubts, and juries in criminal cases are instructed to reach their conclusion of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, in the minds of the other jurors, to bring in a verdict of not guilty. At worst, it only takes one member of a jury to withhold his or her guilty vote for there to be a hung jury. After a hung jury, the prosecutor is usually more than willing to enter into passionate plea bargaining. The concept of retrying the same case from scratch, which is what must happen with a hung jury, is, at best, disheartening. After a second or third hung jury, the case might be dropped entirely. Bribing or threatening jurors is such a common practice that it's known by the relatively trivial phrase jury tampering, which in no way conveys the seriousness or the significance of the crime. Finally, there are witnesses. Far from the melodramatic courtroom myth, the last-minute secret witness almost never appears. In courtroom dramas, whenever a surprise witness is introduced, the judge invariably proclaims, "This is highly irregular." By law, the witnesses each side plans to call to the stand must be presented to the other side sometime before the trial. Thus witnesses, like jurors, judges, and prosecutors, are open to pretrial persuasion. Many trials are never brought to court because someone gets to the main witness for the prosecution, who suddenly remembers a different set of facts. Alex Reiger, Louis, when you walk into that hearing room, you're going to be under oath. You know what that means? Louis De Palma, yeah. It means they gotta believe you. I love this country. Taxi. And then there are witnesses who are paid to bear false witness. Their payment may be in the form of money, drugs, or favors, or they may simply be blackmailed. These people will claim that the defendant couldn't possibly have been at the scene of the crime because they were all spending the weekend together in Wyoming fishing by day and reading the Bible aloud at night. False witnesses can also be used to impugn the credibility of otherwise credible witnesses. When you combine the delicate balance of the criminal justice system with the large amounts of money made by the peddlers of consensual crimes, especially drugs and gambling, the potential for corruption is high and all too often realized. The big players with the big money tend to get off, while the little players with little money tend to get big sentences. In this way, defenders of the criminal justice system can say, "See, we're doing so much about drugs," or whatever the consensual crime may be. Our conviction rate is up and the sentences are stiffer. In courts that aren't corrupt, the massive overloading caused by the burden of processing consensual criminals as though they were real criminals creates, at best, a system with enough loopholes for plenty of real criminals, especially the ones who can afford the best lawyers, to go free. This editorial from the Los Angeles Times, April 25, 1993. Two more senior federal judges recently joined a growing list of their colleagues nationwide in refusing to preside over drug cases as a protest to the extreme and counterproductive sentences they are required to impose in these cases. We are sympathetic with their distress. Tough, inflexible federal sentencing rules, once considered the answer to rising drug use and crime, threaten to make a mockery of our federal criminal justice system. A young offender convicted of first-time possession of $50 worth of drugs might be sentenced to a 20-year prison term or even a life term without the possibility of parole. Nearly 60% of all federal prisoners are now drug felons. Average prison terms for federal drug offenders have shot up 22% since 1986, while those of violent criminals fell by 30%. Congress has been unwilling to amend the draconian sentencing law for fear of seeming soft on crime. But the protests of these respected judges, along with the private rumblings of hundreds more across the country, must signal Congress that the law is unfair and unworkable. Efforts to combat this tidal wave of violent crime are continually frustrated by a criminal justice system that is little more than a revolving door. Senator Alphonse D'Amato the solution? Obviously, stop pretending that consensual activities are crimes. This would stop most organized crime with its threats, blackmail, and bribery overnight. Ending multi-prohibitions would immediately cut the workload of the criminal justice system in half. This would give the courts time to decide the guilt or innocence of people accused of crimes such as murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, theft, motor vehicle theft, arson, hate crimes, forgery, counterfeiting, fraud, embezzlement, buying and selling stolen property, vandalism, carrying concealed weapons, child molestation, and driving under the influence of alcohol or other intoxicating substances. Of all the tasks of government, the most basic is to protect its citizens from violence. John Foster Dulles prisons, as previously noted, are filled to capacity and beyond. In most areas an early release program has been instituted, which, of course, does not differentiate between prisoners whose crimes had innocent victims and prisoners whose crimes did not. This puts truly dangerous criminals on the street sooner, giving them extra months and in some cases years to rape, rob, and plunder anew. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Consensual crimes promote organized crime. You can get much farther with a kind word and a gun than you can with a kind word alone. Al Capone. Most crimes with genuine victims are individual enterprises, small businesses at best. Murder, rape, robbery, assault, burglary, theft, arson, hate crimes, forgery, counterfeiting, fraud, embezzlement, buying and selling stolen property, vandalism, carrying concealed weapons, child molestation, and driving under the influence of alcohol or narcotics can usually be done by one, two, or, at most, a small band of people. Supplying the needs of people who engage in consensual crimes, on the other hand, is big business. Drugs are the best example. Getting all that marijuana, hashish, cocaine, heroin, and other chemicals to the millions of eager users every day, many of whom receive home delivery, requires enormous planning, preparation, personnel, coordination, in short, organization. Because the moralists of our society have chosen to label the distribution of these obviously desired substances crimes, these big businesses are known as organized crime. The big business, international quality of organized crime today is evident even in the name it chooses to call itself. In the early days, crime organizations were called families because they were, in many cases, extended family units. As organized crime grew into a business at which anyone could play, it became known as a syndicate. Today it's known as a cartel, a word of international scope. The Germans spell it cartel, the French cartel, and the Italians cartello. You can imagine my embarrassment when I killed the wrong guy. Joe Valicki. Organized crime was first organized around a consensual crime during Prohibition. Making and distributing alcohol required breweries, distilleries, bottling plants, truck drivers, places to sell it, speakeasies, waiters, cooks, jazz musicians to entertain it. Was a regular empire. When Prohibition ended in 1933, the empire was firmly in place and, with a little retooling, it turned to the marketing of other consensual crimes, prostitution, gambling, loan sharking, and drugs. The organized crime of today is nothing like the organized crime of yesterday. It's much better organized, therefore much worse for the rest of us. Organized crime competes with IBM, GM, and Sears for law school and MBA graduates. Based on results, IBM, GM, and Sears have not gotten the cream of the crop. Organized crime's boats outrun the Coast Guard, their planes outfly the Air Force, their soldiers outshoot the Army, and their intelligence is smarter than the CIA's. As Franklin D. Roosevelt observed, a man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education he may steal the whole railroad. In addition to police, judges, prosecutors, and politicians, organized crime also has on its payroll doctors, scientists, and journalists in all media whose job it is to predict and report how terrible life would be if consensual crimes were legalized. Organized crime's very existence depends on consensual crimes remaining illegal. The media people on the payroll are also to report that organized crime is on the decrease, that its influence is minimal, and that the government is doing an absolutely crackerjack job of rounding up the few minor hoodlums that remain. No one is beyond the reach of the federal authorities. Well, just look at Noriega. I hate this crime doesn't pay stuff. Crime in the US is perhaps one of the biggest businesses in the world today. Paul Kirk, Wall Street Journal. Unlike in the old days, organized crime is hardly homegrown. Consensual crimes, especially drugs, have international investors. Most of the ill-gotten gain leaves our shores, never to return. Well, some of it returns when the cartel buys an American bank, high-rise office building, or other legitimate business. The heavy-handed tactics and enforcement by violence continue, of course. Some things are traditional. Organized crime doesn't differentiate between crimes with genuine victims and crimes without. The well-oiled, well-run, well-connected machine runs just as well whether promoting a crooked investment scheme, bilking thousands out of retirement money, or importing cocaine, for obviously willing consumers. The criterion is never is it right, only is it profitable. The reason organized crime has stayed primarily with consensual crimes is that, due to the artificially inflated prices, consensual crimes are the most profitable. Thanks to the consensual crimes, the flow of money goes something like this: to pay the outrageously inflated price of their addiction, people steal things from you and me. If what was stolen is not money, the item is taken to a fence, who pays about 10 cents on the dollar, if the item is in new condition. The underworld resells the item at a profit. For every $100 of merchandise stolen, perhaps $30 goes into the cartel coffers. Then there are people who steal money. When people steal money to buy drugs, all of it goes into the underworld treasury. The money is then laundered by a $1 trillion international scheme of money scrubbing, and the newly legitimized dollars are stored in Swiss bank accounts, offshore banks, and other places outside the United States where they cannot be traced or taxed. Criminal: a person with predatory instincts who has not sufficient capital to form a corporation. Howard Scott. Here we find another significant way in which organized crime hurts us: no taxation. Just about all the money is tax-free. Organized crime learned well the lesson taught by Al Capone, who was sent away for 11 years not for racketeering, bootlegging, or murder, but for tax evasion. The lesson organized crime learned was not to pay more taxes, but to be a lot more careful at bookkeeping. When illegal consensual activities are made legal, some of the underground will wallow about looking for new and better crimes to commit. Many, like the speakeasy operators who overnight became owners of successful nightclubs, will move above ground, some by choice, some by necessity, and continue business as usual. For the first time in a long time, these entrepreneurs will be able to focus on business and not on the business of protecting themselves from the police. The police will be able to find real criminals. The press will be able to report truth freely again, and we can all celebrate an unprecedented cycle of economic prosperity and decline in crime. And have I told you about my plan to raise Atlantis? Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Consensual crimes corrupt the freedom of the press. A free press is not a privilege but an organic necessity in a great society. Walter Lippmann. A free press, which leads to an informed populace, is essential to liberty. As Thomas Jefferson put it, the basis of our government being the opinion of the people, the very first object should be to keep that right, and were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers, or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate for a moment to prefer the latter. The press is an extremely broad term and includes all systems that make information available to people: newspapers, television, radio, books, lectures, movies, art, dance, telephone, cassettes, CDs, video discs, magazines, electronic bulletin boards, computer networks, billboards, videotapes, you name it. It's generally known as the press in our country because, when the Founding Fathers wrote freedom of the press into the Bill of Rights, the printing press was the most popular form of mass communication. Today we call it the media. All of the world's major religions, philosophies, schools of political thought, and systems of government were spread through writing. In fact, the spread of civilization, religion, and the written word occurred simultaneously, each dependent on the other. The written word inspired, and the inspiration was passed on to others through the written word. All of the great religions were based on a book, a collection of writings, even before there were books. The Egyptians had the Book of the Dead, the Hindus had the Upanishads, the Jews had the Torah, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey told of the Greek gods, and the writings of Zoroaster, Lao Tzu, Confucius, Buddha, the Jewish prophets, and the Greek poets made the 6th century BC a remarkable century indeed. Without writing and the ability to circulate this writing, a free press, these traditions would have influenced very few and would probably be entirely forgotten today. A man has only to murder a series of wives in a new way to become known to millions of people who have never heard of Homer. Robert Lind. Christianity first spread due to the freedom of speech tradition of the Jewish synagogues. Any adult Jewish male was free to have his say. Jesus, and, later, his disciples, used this freedom to spread his teachings. Although Jesus never published a word variation of "ain't nobody's business if she do," selections of what he said were written down and circulated on scrolls. These sayings scrolls were very popular and, considering that each had to be copied by hand, they were what we would now call bestsellers, sort of a Lord's little instruction book. The literature of a people must so ring from the sense of its nationality, and nationality is impossible without self-respect, and self-respect is impossible without liberty. Harriet Beecher Stowe. After the death of Jesus, the quote books continued to be popular and the letters, epistles, from various church fathers were copied, widely circulated, and studied. The surviving letters of Paul make up the majority of the New Testament. 30 years or so after the death of Jesus, the sayings books were expanded by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and, later, John into the story of Jesus that we now know as the first 4 books of the New Testament. 400 years after the time of Christ, the Bible as we know it was compiled. The Bible was to become the most banned book of all time. For centuries, reading the Bible was forbidden. It was said that the ordinary person could not handle the power conveyed by direct contact with God's holy word. In fact, banning the book allowed religious and political leaders to manipulate the populace into submission, threatening eternal damnation for disobedience. Gutenberg's decision to use the Bible in 1455 as the first book printed on his new press is portrayed by many as an act of great faith. He was so much a man of God that he chose to print a holy book instead of a romance novel. It was, in fact, an act of rebellion, a major statement for freedom of the press. Prior to Gutenberg, all Bibles were copied by hand by monks in monasteries. The Catholic Church had a monopoly on the production and distribution of Bibles. Not only were they very expensive, but their distribution was carefully regulated. Buying a Bible was part of a package deal. You usually had to build a chapel to house it and hire a priest, one who could read and write, to interpret it. Like buying a computer in the 1950s, it was a major commitment only a handful could afford. Gutenberg changed that. His Bible was relatively cheap, by Bible standards of the day, and available to anyone who could pay the price. For the first time, the Word of God could be read and studied without the permission or interpretation of the Holy Mother Church. Some say that this one act of freedom of the press was the greatest single factor behind the Reformation. The Bible, religion, Christianity, and the world would never be the same. The ink of a scholar is more sacred than the blood of the martyr. Mohammed in our own country, one book, more than any other single cause, was responsible for the Revolutionary War, Common Sense by Tom Paine. This book, more a pamphlet, actually, was published in January 1776. The mood at that time in the British colonies was to continue negotiations with the mother country. A war against king and crown, the direct representatives of God on earth, was still, for many, unthinkable. Common Sense changed that. It sold more than 500,000 copies within a few months. That's one copy for every 8 people living in the colonies. Certainly everyone who could read back then read it. It changed people's attitudes from placation to rebellion almost overnight. In July of 1776, the moment the Continental Congress approved the Declaration of Independence, it was off to the press. Copies were printed and reprinted throughout the colonies. A good number of the colonists had read and studied it by the time the official signing took place in early August. The document was translated and widely circulated throughout Europe, where the mere possession of it in some countries was punishable by death. The declaration fulfilled its intended purpose, and a nation prepared for war. Whenever people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. Thomas Jefferson. After the United States Constitution was written in 1787, it had to be sold to the electorate. This was done through a series of 85 articles written primarily by James Madison and Alexander Hamilton, printed in newspapers throughout the country. The articles are now collectively known as the Federalist or the Federalist Papers. Without these, it is doubtful that the radical experiment known as the United States ever would have happened. Clearly seeing the power of the press, the Founding Fathers guaranteed its complete freedom in the very first amendment they added to that Constitution. Probably the most influential book of the entire 1800s was a novel, Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. The alternate title was Life Among the Lowly. Published in 1852, it portrayed slaves not as chattel or animals, but as human beings, and, gasp, portrayed their white owner, Simon Legree, as the villain. Talk about your book burnings in the South. Of the 300,000 copies sold during the first year, who knows how many were purchased in the South specifically for burning. The book and its 1,853 follow-up collection of factual documents, the key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, swayed popular opinion in the North toward the abolition of slavery. Without these books, anti-slavery might never have been a major theme of the Civil War. In 1906, a book by Upton Sinclair, The Jungle, took a hard look at the meatpacking industry in the United States. A novel filled with many frightening and disturbing facts, The Jungle changed the way all food products were processed and packaged in the United States, and made major strides toward the enactment of worker protection and child labor laws. Radio found its stride in the 1930s. Some say Franklin Delano Roosevelt literally talked the nation out of its depression. By the late 1930s, while storm clouds gathered over Europe, as the more dramatic histories of the day like to put it, the mood of the American people was fiercely isolationist. No more European wars, was the battle cry. And yet, Americans were gently prodded into taking sides by what they heard on the radio. The major protagonists in the European war were England and Germany. What we heard from Germany were the unintelligible sounds of a ranting lunatic followed by the lockstepping masses shouting, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" England, on the other hand, had the warm, gentle, sometimes roaring, sometimes humorous voice of Winston Churchill. Surely it would be okay to lend this nice man a few boats and lease him a few airplanes. And so, Lend-Lease was born, and the United States was no longer neutral. I am entirely persuaded that the American public is more reasonable, restrained and mature than most of the broadcast industry's planners believe. Their fear of controversy is not warranted by the evidence. Edward R. Murrow on CBS Radio. Edward R. Murrow reported firsthand the devastation of German bombings on London during the Blitz. This further tilted American sympathies toward the underdog, England. His voice did more to fight Hitler than probably any other. In 1954, he was to use television to take on yet another monster, Senator Joseph McCarthy and his witch hunt. "We must not confuse dissent with disloyalty," said Murrow on that historic telecast. "We will not be driven by fear into an age of unreason if we remember that we are not descended from fearful men, not from men who feared to write, to speak, to associate and to defend causes which were, for the moment, unpopular. In both instances, he risked his life, in both instances, he won. He lost the battle with cigarettes, however, dying of lung cancer in 1965. In our own time, well, I suppose that depends on when you were born, doesn't it? In my own time, at any rate, we saw a president toppled by a couple of reporters, Woodward and Bernstein, who inspired thousands of young people to take up investigative journalism. Then, after Woodward and Bernstein were portrayed in the movies by Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford, tens of thousands applied to journalism schools. The media I've had a lot to do with is lazy. We fed them and they ate it every day. Michael Deaver, former top aide to President Reagan: "Through the media we learn about our world, our life, medical breakthroughs, scientific advances, toppling regimes, the truth about history, useful news, trivial news, useful trivial news, good news, bad news news. We rely on it, depend on its accuracy, And, if it turns out to be inaccurate, we expect another news organization to expose the expose. Freedom of the press is a fundamental right, up there with freedom of speech and freedom of and from religion. A free press is not a luxury, it's a necessity. How do consensual crimes corrupt our free press? Several ways. First, since committing a consensual crime is breaking the law, and since breaking the law is news, reporters are often sent out looking for video on drug busts, hookers, or stories on who is sleeping with whom and whether they're married to someone else. In the end, none of this has much to do with our lives, certainly not in the way that murderers, rapists, robbers, polluters, price fixers, and bribe takers do. So like the police, courts, and prisons, the reporters' time and the media's space are overburdened with fluff. And not very interesting fluff at that. You've seen one drug bust on TV, you've seen 'em all. You'd think America was populated solely by naked women and cinema stars. There's plenty of international tension, domestic strife, real crime, corruption, and consumer activism to keep every reporter and his or her place of reporting busy, productive, highly rated, and of service to the community. There might even be a little time to dig up some good news. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free, it expects what never was and never will be. Thomas Jefferson 1816 2nd, since consensual crimes are not based on hurting others but on religious interpretations by a handful of moralists, some journalists have been turned, some willingly, some not, into professional gossips and busybodies. Gossip is fine, gossip is entertaining, but it belongs on Entertainment Tonight and bestseller lists, not the network evening newscasts. The things most people want to know about, wrote George Bernard Shaw, are usually none of their business. Did Gary Hart really deserve to lose all of his political credibility because he took a boat ride with a young beauty? Mr. Hart's wife did not object, his ocean-going companion did not object, one must assume Mr. Hart himself did not object. To quote a television commercial of roughly that same time frame, "Where's the beef?" think that commercial happened at about the same time as Gary Hart's aborted presidential campaign. I cannot be sure. History for me is broken into 4 phases: 1. Before I was born; 2. From the time of my birth until now; 3. Now; and 4. Has it happened yet? I do know that both Gary Hart's being caught in adultery, not quite in the act, but at least in the yacht, and that dear lady asking where's the beef, happened sometime during phase 2. Was this one seagoing sexual misadventure really sufficient grounds to completely ignore everything political about him, everything this man stood for, spent a lifetime building, and was doing a fairly good job bringing to the arena of public discussion? Gary Hart was sacrificed to a group of yapping moralists who claim that an adulterer is not fit to run for president. The yapping was served up by a free press bound by the chains of delivering late-breaking scandals with photos, video, and sound bites if at all possible. And what did the American people get in exchange? A truly dull campaign, Dukakis versus Reagan. Yawn. As Jay Leno observed, Dukakis is Greek for Mondale. The media. It sounds like a convention of spiritualists. Tom Stoppard III, just as when cops need some easy collars and round up some consensual criminals, so too, reporters, when there's dead air to fill or an article to embellish, go out and round up some consensual crime stories. Need some quick video? Take a female reporter, put her in some fishnet stockings and a dress cut low enough to reveal her journalistic integrity, have her meander the sidewalk with the street walkers, and follow her with a hidden camera. The camera can be hidden in a van marked Action News with a little satellite dish on top, and you'll still get good video. Men are terribly unobservant of all but one thing when their testosterone is raging. If you really want ratings, put a male reporter in the same costume and situation. Finally, as with police, journalists should regain the respect they are entitled to. Reporting a lot of trash for cash has tarnished the good name of reportage. Remember when Walter Cronkite, as the anchor of an evening newscast, was considered the most trusted man in America? Why not return to those thrilling days of yesteryear? It wasn't just Walter Cronkite, Huntley and Brinkley were well respected. Brinkley's still at it, saying wonderfully honest things, such as the one function that TV news performs very well is that when there is no news we give it to you with the same emphasis as if there were. There are, of course, other contemporary examples, Hugh Downs, Larry King, John Chancellor, and Bill Moyers. The press not only cheapens itself by playing tattletale and reporting the consensual exploits of others, it also eats its young by reporting on the consensual activities of its own. An absurd example of the latter involves an attractive female reporter who invited Larry King up to her hotel room, which just happened to have more hidden cameras than Alan Funt's bathroom. Well, the tape went on and on and on, and Mr. King made nary an improper move. But, dull as it was, they showed the tape anyway. After all, Larry King is a star, there's airtime to fill, and, even if he didn't do anything, it will make a great teaser. Larry King follows our reporter up to her hotel room. What happens then? Tune in tonight and find out. Although I don't remember the name of the show, why do I have the sneaking suspicion it was on Fox? All the networks are struggling now with their desire to put on live executions, if they could, to get the ratings, said Gary David Goldberg. I think the difference is that Fox would put on naked live executions. Newspapers have degenerated. They may now be absolutely relied upon. Oscar Wilde: we're entitled to a free press, and the press is entitled to be free from rumor-mongering and reporting on the latest scandal from Gossip Central. Later, in the chapter, Pornography, Obscenity, etc., we'll explore how censorship even more directly corrupts the freedom of the press. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 2, Why Laws Against Consensual Activities Are Not a Good Idea. Laws against consensual activities teach irresponsibility. If you want a big brother, you get all that comes with it. Eric Fromm. Escape from freedom. Irresponsibility is as old as mankind, literally. When God asked Adam, "Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" Adam answered, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Note the dual layer of irresponsibility. Adam blames not only Eve, he also blames God for putting her with him. Irresponsibility is as old as womankind, too. After God heard Adam's rational lies, he turned to Eve and asked, "What is this you have done?" And Eve responded, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Modern translation, "The devil made me do it." It seems that the buck never stops in Eden. It's amazing that the serpent didn't blame its upbringing, claim it was high on drugs, or simply plead insanity. At the very least, the serpent could have argued that it was only following its religious beliefs. But responsible or not, God punished them all, and so here we all are today. Did you ever notice how disarming it is when people take responsibility and how irritating it is when they blame? If people spent half as much mental energy finding a way to keep an unfortunate occurrence from happening again as they spend on finding reasons why, A, what happened wasn't so bad, or, B, it wasn't my fault, the world would be a lot better off. Responsibility is often confused with blame. When someone asks, "Who's responsible for this?" people often hear, "Who's to blame for this? Who can we punish?" Responsibility simply means that we are willing to accept the consequences of the choices we make. The unwillingness, and for some it appears to be a congenital inability to accept the consequences for our choices, is the definition of immaturity. A man must pay the fiddler. In my case it so happened that a whole symphony orchestra often had to be subsidized. John Barrymore: when children make a bet and lose, they get out of it by saying, "I had my fingers crossed." So many of the explanations adults give to justify their behavior sound just as silly. No sooner was the term victimless crime coined than every scalawag, rascal, and down and dirty crook used it out of context to justify his or her genuinely criminal behavior. Michael Milken, for example, paid a public relations agency $150,000 per month to transform him in the public eye from criminal to victim. The goal, as James Stewart explains in his book, Den of Thieves, was to turn public opinion from outrage to neutrality to acceptance, and finally to admiration. How did the PR people do this? By claiming Milken's legion of offenses, which caused plenty of innocent people to suffer, were victimless crimes. Because he didn't use a gun or a lead pipe, the PR firm did its best to convince the public that a crime without physical violence is also a crime without innocent victims. This, of course, is nonsense, but with $150,000 a month and a few gullible journalists, you can fool some of the people some of the time. After the concept that Milken's transgressions were victimless crimes was swallowed by enough of the press and public, the PR agency made it look as though he was the victim. No wonder some people hate the term victimless crime. The campaign was remarkably effective, reported Stewart, and the Christian Science Monitor lamented. This episode demonstrates once more how modern public relations can manipulate public opinion. Some of the press, sadly, was sucked in by the blather. The real freedom of any individual can always be measured by the amount of responsibility which he must assume for his own welfare and security. Robert Welch responsibility also means the ability to respond. No matter what happens to us, there's always some response we can make. The response is sometimes external, sometimes internal, often both. Even when one's external options are severely limited, one can choose to respond to them internally in productive and even uplifting ways. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl recounts his experiences in a Nazi concentration camp. Subjected to physical horrors beyond imagining, Frankl learned that although he was not responsible for where he was or what was happening around him, he was responsible for his reaction to the events around him. He discovered this was a personal freedom the Nazis could not take away. The last of the human freedoms to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. But in our society, such courageous examples of responsibility and personal freedom are seldom discussed. We always seem to be on the lookout for who's to blame. Somehow, we think, if we can prove it's someone else's fault, it will make everything all better. Somehow we believe that life will comfort us in its arms, like a nurturing parent. If we can only prove we had nothing to do with our injury, we will receive extra strokes. The tree made me fall out of it. We have not passed that subtle line between childhood and adulthood until we move from the passive voice to the active voice, that is, until we have stopped saying, "It got lost," and say, "I lost it." Sidney J. Harris: did the tree push you out? Yes. It pushed me. Oh, you poor thing. That bad tree. Shall we chop it down? Yes. Let's chop down that bad tree. Although such comments may be momentarily comforting, they do very little to teach us to climb trees better. We seem to be seeking from life a giant parental "oh, you poor thing." In eternally looking for someone or something outside ourselves to blame, we turn ourselves into victims. We begin to believe that we are powerless, ineffective, and helpless. "There was nothing I could do," people whine, as an affirmation of their powerlessness, rather than, "What could I have done, or what will I do differently next time?" This self-victimization erodes our character, our self-esteem, and our personal integrity. But we learn to whine about it so awfully well. The idea that certain consensual activities should be crimes helps create irresponsibility. The idea behind consensual crimes is that the government, like a great, caring parent, will protect us from the bogeyman, the wicked witch, and inhospitable trees. "We have thoroughly investigated everything," the government assures us, "and you will be safe as long as you don't do these things." To make sure we don't do those things, the government locks up everyone who attempts to lead us into temptation and, as an example, puts a few bad boys and girls away, too. A multi-year version of "Go to your room." You can get dozy doodles without a prescription. They can't do you any harm. Laura Petrie: The Dick Van Dyke Show. If we accept the view that government is the great protector, then it logically follows that whatever the government does not prohibit is okay. As we all know, this is not the case. Each of us is unique. We have our own set of needs, wants, tolerances, reactions, strengths, weaknesses, and abilities. Some people are deathly allergic to wheat, while others can chew double-edged razor blades. I saw it on a newsreel once. Few people fit within the norm on absolutely everything. To be perfectly normal is abnormal. Government set standards for personal behavior are based on the average. By making the norm the law, the government encourages us not to explore our own strengths and limitations, but to adapt and fit in as best we can to the norm. The strength and power of the diversity within us are never fully explored. Our depths are never plumbed and our heights are never scaled. We are not taught to learn from our mistakes, only to blame others for our failures. We don't discover what responses we are able to make, therefore, we never become responsible. This limitation creates a double danger. We may avoid the currently illegal consensual activities that could be, for us, a component of our health, happiness, and well-being, non-FDA approved medications, for example. On the other hand, we may blithely indulge in perfectly legal consensual activities that cause us great harm. Smoking is the most obvious example. At the very least, this double jeopardy is unsatisfying. At worst, it's deadly. Once we realize things aren't going so well, we either wake up and start exploring our response options, which can be difficult, because there's little in our cultural programming to support such action, or we decide we aren't playing society's game fully enough and try to find satisfaction by towing the mark ever more vigorously. The holier-than-thou activists who blame the population for not spending more money on their personal crusades are worse than aggravating. They encourage the repudiation of personal responsibility by spreading the lie that support of a government program fulfills individual moral duty. Patrick Cox, USA Today. Some people become professional victims. They complain and sue their way to riches. I saw a little lawyer on the tube, sings Joni Mitchell. He said, "It's so easy now, anyone can sue. Let me show you how your petty aggravations can profit you." In Framingham, Massachusetts, a man stole a car from a parking lot and was killed in a subsequent traffic accident. His estate sued the parking lot owner, claiming he should have done more to keep cars from being stolen. Does one smell a rat? Run-of-the-mill attorney transaction? If people leave your house drunk and become involved in an accident, you can be held responsible, even if they insisted on leaving. If people are drunk and leaving your house, what are you supposed to do? Tackle them? Mace them and grab their keys? Shoot them, for their own protection and the protection of others? In his book, A Nation of Victims, Charles J. Sykes gives more examples. An FBI agent embezzles $2,000 from the government and then loses all of it in an afternoon of gambling in Atlantic City. He is fired but wins reinstatement after a court rules that his affinity for gambling with other people's money is a handicap and thus protected under federal law. Fired for consistently showing up late at work, a former school district employee sues his former employers, arguing that he is a victim of what his lawyer calls chronic lateness syndrome. Include me out. Samuel Goldwyn. On the other extreme, another group of people use their well-honed victim-finding mechanism to help other, often unwilling, people discover how they are screwing up their lives. The busybodies have begun to infect American society with a nasty intolerance, a zeal to police the private lives of others and hammer them into standard forms, wrote Lance Morrow in his Time essay, A Nation of Finger Pointers. He continues, zealotry of either kind, the Puritans' need to regiment others or the victim's passion for blaming everyone except himself, tends to produce a depressing civic stupidity. Each trait has about it the immobility of addiction. Victims become addicted to being victims. They derive identity, innocence, and a kind of devious power from sheer, defaulting helplessness. On the other side, the candle snuffers of behavioral and political correctness enact their paradox, accomplishing intolerance in the name of tolerance, regimentation in the name of betterment. The irony is not lost on our British brethren across the sea, from whom, 200 and some years ago, we broke in the name of liberty. There is a decadent puritanism within America, The Economist reports, an odd combination of ducking responsibility and telling everyone else what to do. Britain, that suppressor of liberty, is, ironically, far freer with regard to consensual activities than the weary going to have a revolution for freedom United States. Two of the basic common sense rules of personal behavior are, 1. Make sufficient investigation before taking part in anything, and 2. If you consent to do something, you are responsible for the outcome. Laws against consensual activities undermine both rules. Great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. Albert Einstein: the situation is unfortunate, but, hey, let's be responsible about it. We can't spend too much time blaming consensual crimes for irresponsible attitudes. I'd be a responsible person if it weren't for consensual crimes. That's irresponsible. That's irresponsible. Each week people appear and tell their victim stories. The most irresponsible victim is named the winner, by some genuinely unfair process, and gets to choose from among 3 prizes. Whichever prize is chosen, the contestant gets a different one. The prize, of course, is shipped so that it arrives broken. Whatever degree of irresponsibility we may have, let's be responsible for it. The existence of consensual crimes is a problem to which we are able to respond. Let's work to change the laws, and, until then, in the words of Sergeant Esther House of Hill Street Blues, let's be careful out there. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Laws against consensual activities are too randomly enforced to be either a deterrent or fair. We simply do not catch a high enough percentage of users to make the law a real threat, although we do catch enough to seriously overburden our legal system. Jackson Eli Reynolds. The Washington Post. The perfect law, when broken, is followed by immediate punishment. This punishment follows in all cases, in all situations, every time the law is broken, no matter what. The best example of this is the law of gravity. Each time we violate the law of gravity, the consequences are immediate and consistent. If you drop something, it falls every time. The law of gravity is not suspended for your birthday, religious holidays, or because you have friends in high places. What do we do when a law is so absolute and unrelentingly ruthless? We obey it and we forget about it. Even when something falls and breaks, we seldom blame gravity. And so it is with crime laws. The more likely one is to get caught, the less likely one is to commit a crime. There is, for example, a greater chance of being arrested and convicted for robbing a bank than for robbing a retail establishment, and a greater chance of getting caught robbing a retail establishment than a home. Criminals know this, which is why more homes are robbed than retail establishments, and more retail establishments are robbed than banks. But even house burglaries are kept in check because every burglary has a genuine victim, the owner of the house, and the crime usually gets reported to the police. Consensual crimes, however, by definition, have no genuine victims. If you visit a prostitute or place a bet with a bookie, neither you nor the prostitute nor the bookie is going to call the police to report the crime. Each time a person takes part in a consensual crime, there is only a minuscule chance that person will be caught. Thus, the deterrent factor in consensual crime is almost entirely missing. The growth of drug-related crime is a far greater evil to society as a whole than drug taking. Even so, because we have been seduced by the idea that governments should legislate for our own good, very few people can see how dangerously absurd the present policy is. John Casey: for every consensual crime arrest, there are millions of undetected, unreported, and unpunished occurrences. Some say the answer is to beef up law enforcement, make more arrests, and put them all behind bars where they belong. It is just such statements bristling with ignorance and arrogance that have gotten us into the mess we're in today. If every person who ever committed a consensual crime were put behind bars, there would be more people behind bars than in front of them. Make the punishments more severe. Set an example. That doesn't work either. Historically, when consensual crimes were punished more severely than now by flogging, dismemberment, burning at the stake, the incidence of consensual crimes was not abated, nor did harsh punishment set an example for the youth. It sometimes made the consensual crime irresistible. If people risk torture for it, some concluded, it must be pretty terrific. Each time you get in a car, there is a statistical chance you will be injured, disabled, or killed. If you knew that you were going to be involved in an accident on a particular day, chances are you wouldn't drive that day. Not knowing on what day it will occur, however, you get in your car and drive off, thinking about where you're going and what to listen to along the way, not about death on the highway. Each time someone takes part in a consensual crime, there is a statistically slim chance, but a chance that he or she will be arrested, tried, and sentenced to prison. It is such a small chance, however, most people don't even think about it. The ultimate result of shielding men from the effects of folly is to fill the world with fools. Herbert Spencer: if the chance of punishment is so slim, why even write this book? One of the reasons, the one being discussed in this chapter, is fairness to those who are unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The pain and suffering heaped on this random sampling, the 4 million unfortunates each year who happen to be caught partaking in a consensual crime, and, especially, the 750,000 currently in prison, can be eliminated overnight through legislation. We need only repeal the laws that put them in jail in the first place and grant a general amnesty for those who fell on the short side of the odds. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 2, Why Laws Against Consensual Activities Are Not a Good Idea. Laws against consensual activities discriminate against the poor, minorities, and women because law enforcement resources have been concentrated on the street drug trade in minority communities. Drug arrests of minorities increased at 10 times the rate of increase for whites. Los Angeles Times: if you have lots of money, you can pretty much take part in consensual crimes with impunity. Note that not even one of Heidi Fleisch's well-heeled clients was investigated, much less arrested. She far less rich and powerful than they is left to hold the outrageously heavy bag. A middle-class person runs more risk than a rich person, and a poor person runs the greatest risk of all. Rich people have drugs delivered by a reputable dealer who supplies pure drugs of uniform strength. Middle-class people go to the apartments of fairly reputable dealers, who sell drugs of varying degrees of purity and potency. Poor people go to crack houses or street corners. The dealer and potency are unknown, the impurity of the drug is guaranteed. In addition, crack houses established for more than a week are well known to both police and crooks. The crooks know that everybody going there has money, the police know that everyone leaving has drugs. On your way in, the crooks ask for a small donation, 100%, of your drug money, and, if you have it on you, your rent money, food money, and season tickets to the Philharmonic money. On your way out, the police arrest you. As it is with drugs, so it is with all the consensual crimes. With prostitution, the rich can afford expensive, exclusive escorts, the middle class deal with relatively safe call girls, and the poor take their chances with hookers on the streets. For legal gambling, the rich can fly to Atlantic City or Las Vegas. The middle class enjoy poker clubs or Las Vegas nights at the local church, but the poor are stuck buying lottery tickets at the supermarket, which, as we shall see in the chapter on gambling, have worse odds than even the most crooked gambling casino. He didn't know the right people. That's all a police record means in this rotten crime-ridden country. Raymond Chandler: across the entire spectrum of consensual crimes, the poor have less selection, lower quality, more arrests, higher risks, and a far greater chance of being victims of genuine crimes. As we explored in the last chapter, consensual crimes are sporadically enforced. This type of arrest pattern invites a law enforcement officer to act on his or her personal prejudices, especially cultural stereotypes. The prosecutor, judge, and jury will sometimes subconsciously go along. Blacks and Hispanics use drugs. Provocatively dressed women are prostitutes. Effeminate men are homosexuals. And on and on. All of this accounts for the outrageously disproportionate consensual crime arrest rates between rich and poor and between whites and blacks. According to the 1991 Uniform Crime Reports, 58% of the drug arrests were of whites versus 41% for blacks, 45% white arrests for gambling, and 47% black arrests for gambling. For prostitution, 60% white, 38% black. Vagrancy, 51% white, 47% black. This sounds evenly distributed until you consider that, in 1991, blacks composed only 12% of the US population. Does this mean that blacks are more crime-prone than whites? No. For a crime where there really is a victim, driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol, 89% of those arrested were white, only 9% black. This means that on a per capita basis, roughly the same number of blacks as whites were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or narcotics. On the other hand, also on a per capita basis, 3 times as many blacks were arrested for drug abuse than whites. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Martin Luther King, Jr. When focusing on a single drug, crack cocaine, the statistics are even more staggering. Here is an excerpt from a front-page story in the Sunday, May 21, 1995, issue of the Los Angeles Times. Keep in mind that the Times is one of the most anti-drug major newspapers in the country. War on crack targets minorities over whites. Cocaine, records show federal officials almost solely prosecute non-whites. U.S. Attorney denies race is a factor. A growing chorus of scholars, civil rights advocates and clergy contend that the vast disparity in sentences between white and non-white crack dealers illustrates how the war on drugs has unfairly punished minorities. Whites are more likely than any other racial group to use crack, according to surveys by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. But the U.S. Sentencing Commission reports that about 96% of the crack defendants in federal court are non-white. And, records show, the majority are low-level dealers, lookouts, and couriers rather than drug kingpins. If we accept and acquiesce in the face of discrimination, we accept the responsibility ourselves. We should, therefore, protest openly everything that smacks of discrimination or slander. Mary McLeod Bethune. A commission survey in 1992 showed that only minorities were prosecuted for crack offenses in more than half the federal court districts that handled crack cases across the country. No whites were federally prosecuted in 17 states and many cities, including Boston, Denver, Chicago, Miami, Dallas, and Los Angeles. Out of hundreds of cases, only 1 white was convicted in California, 2 in Texas, 3 in New York and 2 in Pennsylvania. While defending themselves in court last year against accusations of discrimination, federal prosecutors in Los Angeles stated that they did not contest accusations that only minorities have been prosecuted federally for selling crack. Unfortunately, in this court's experience, those high in the chain of drug distribution are seldom caught and seldom prosecuted, said U.S. District Judge J. Spencer Letts in Los Angeles, as he gave a 10-year sentence to a young black man, a college graduate who had mailed a package containing crack. In another Los Angeles case, U.S. District Judge Richard A. Gadbois lamented handing down a mandatory 10-year prison sentence to a welfare mother of 4 who was paid $52 to mail a package that, unbeknown to her, contained crack. "This woman doesn't belong in prison for 10 years for what I understand she did," Gadbois said. "That is just crazy." This uneven enforcement tends to support the belief held by the poor and non-whites that the police are there to protect the rich and the white from and at the expense of the poor and non-white. The uneven enforcement increases distrust and contempt for all law enforcement among the poor and non-whites. In these racially troubled times, it is a rift that we can ill afford. Government is like a baby. An alimentary canal with a big appetite at one end and no sense of responsibility at the other. President Ronald Reagan Edwin M. Schur observed in his landmark book, Victimless Crimes, the uneven impact of actual enforcement measures tends to mirror and reinforce more general patterns of discrimination, along socioeconomic, racial and ethnic, sexual, and perhaps generational lines, within the society. As a consequence, such enforcement, ineffective as it may be in producing conformity, almost certainly reinforces feelings of alienation already prevalent within major segments of the population. Alcohol is used by 17% more whites than blacks. All these figures are on a per capita basis, and alcohol, society says, is fine and legal. Marijuana is used once a week or more by twice as many blacks as whites, and marijuana, we're told, is bad. Blacks use heroin 4 times more often than whites and, well, heroin is so bad, we've been told, we are not to even think about it. On the other hand, hallucinogens are used by 3 times more whites than blacks, and we don't worry much about hallucinogens at all. How many peyote busts have you seen on cops? Who was the last politician promising to get tough on mushrooms? When was the last time you were warned that LSD would ruin your chromosomes? Whites use non-prescribed, illegal, tranquilizers 50% more often and stimulants twice as often as blacks, and we hear very little about these dangers. Wouldn't it be better for all classes of society, economic, ethnic, racial, sexual, and religious, to agree that physically harming the person or property of another is simply wrong, immoral, and will not be tolerated by rich, poor, black, white, or anyone else? Wouldn't this allow for unity within diversity? Isn't this the basis of a saner, freer, yet safer society? Bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Thomas Jefferson 1801. Because of our preoccupation with consensual crimes, we are raising a generation who believes anything is right as long as you get away with it. Those who wish to sit smugly by, expecting police to ram the proper moral values down the throat of every heathen, infidel, and lowlife, may find that the heathens, infidels, and lowlives are, to quote Paddy Chayefsky, as mad as hell and not going to take it anymore. If for no other reason than to protect their own person and property, those currently in power should allow others to do whatever they please with their person and property. If the arrests for consensual crimes were proportionately spread among the middle class and the rich, they wouldn't be crimes for long. Women, fewer than 6% of the prison population are women. At best, this means that women are more honest, peaceful, and law-abiding than men. At worst, it means that women are too smart to get caught. Whatever the reason, it's clear that men are, unquestionably, the criminal element in this country. The crimes for which women are arrested, however, are more likely to be consensual crimes. Almost 34% of the women in jail are there for drug offenses, compared with 22% of the men. In fact, there were more drug arrests of women than arrests of women for murder, manslaughter, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, motor vehicle theft, and arson combined. More than 20% of the arrests for that catch-all consensual crime, disorderly conduct, are women. And, not surprisingly, more than twice as many women are arrested for prostitution than men, the only crime in which women outnumber the men. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. And frank women not only commit fewer crimes, the crimes they commit tend to be crimes without victims. Consequently, enforcement of laws against consensual activities strikes more heavily against women than against men. Perhaps this is why the song, "'T Ain't Nobody's Business If I Do," has been recorded more by women than men. Meanwhile, women are more likely to be the victims of real crime, rape, obviously, and crimes such as purse snatching, for which there is no male equivalent, than are men, and the police diverted to catching consensual criminals leave women unnecessarily unprotected. If plainclothes police officers went to high crime areas and protected women rather than high vice areas and arrested women, we'd all be a lot better off. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 2, Why laws against consensual activities are not a good idea. Problems sometimes associated with consensual activities cannot be solved while they are crimes. Here the great art lies, to discern in what the law is to be to restraint and punishment, and in what things persuasion only is to work. John Milton 1644. No one will deny that the reason some people take part in consensual crimes is personal problems. No one will deny that, for some, taking part in consensual crimes can also create or exacerbate problems. As long as certain consensual activities remain illegal, it is difficult for people who take part in those activities to know whether or not they have a problem, that is, a bad relationship, with any of those activities. It wasn't until after prohibition was repealed that people began to face up to their drinking problems. Total abolition automatically creates its opposite, total abandon. When both extremes were removed from consuming alcohol, people could see clearly where they fell on the spectrum of normal alcohol consumption. Prohibition ended in 1933, the first chapter of Alcoholics Anonymous was founded a few years later. Had the cultural stereotype that everyone who drinks is a hopeless drunk and the countercultural stereotype of hard-drinking hero not been eliminated by Prohibition's repeal, it's doubtful that Alcoholics Anonymous would have gotten off the ground. As long as drugs, for example, are illegal, it's hard to say to a friend, "You might have a problem," without sounding like a bad drug education commercial. People taking drugs have become immune to criticism. There's so much criticism, and so much of it is nonsense. Please see the chapter, Education, Not Legislation. Drug education seems to be developed by people who know nothing about drugs. It's propaganda and justification, not education. People taking drugs eventually stop listening even to their friends. When we remember we are all mad, the mysteries disappear and life stands explained. Mark Twain. This is not the case with, say, alcohol. Yes, alcoholics tend to deny they have a problem. Denial is a symptom of addiction, but alcoholics cannot wrap themselves in the garb of the social martyr. My only problem is that drugs are illegal. Among social groups where most drugs are equally available and equally acceptable, more people can see that they have a problem. This has led to the growth of Cocaine Anonymous, Drugs Anonymous, Pot Smokers Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, the Betty Ford Clinic, and the many other drug treatment centers. Some people don't know why they take part in illegal consensual activities, other than they're not going to let any damn busybodies tell them what to do. As St. Augustine wrote in his Confessions, circa AD 398, near our vineyard there was a pear tree laden with fruit that was not attractive in either flavor or form. One night, when I at the age of 16 had played until dark on the sandlot with some other juvenile delinquents, we went to shake that tree and carry off its fruit. From it we carried off huge loads, not to feast on, but to throw to the pigs, although we did eat a few ourselves. We did it just because it was forbidden. If the forbidden fruit temptation were removed, people could choose to take part in a consensual activity or not, as they do now with alcohol, based on the risks and merits of the activity itself. When consensual activities are illegal, it's hard to tell if the motivating factor is a. simple rebellion, b. the natural desire for recreation, or c. a deep-seated personal difficulty. Appeasers believe that if you keep on throwing steaks to a tiger, the tiger will turn vegetarian. Haywood Brown problems are caused when the balance is off, when the relationship with something, often ourselves, is not good. When activities are prohibited, it's difficult to explore that balance, it's hard to evaluate the relationship. The laws against consensual activities tend to hide the potential problems from the people who need to know about them most, the people taking part in the activities. If one doesn't realize he or she has a problem, one will not seek effective treatment. Being sentenced by a court to a treatment center does very little good except, possibly, to keep someone out of jail. Solving a problem takes personal commitment, and that commitment comes through recognition. Keeping consensual crimes blocks that recognition. In the words of Shakespeare, Part 2, Why Laws Against Consensual Activities Are Not a Good Idea. Laws against consensual activities create a society of fear, hatred, bigotry, oppression, and conformity, a culture opposed to personal expression, diversity, freedom, choice, and growth. Idiot, and a member of a large and powerful tribe whose influence in human affairs has always been dominant and controlling. Ambrose Bierce. Human beings tend to fear change. For most people, dislike of the new, the different, the out of the ordinary seems to be instinctual. This makes sense. Prehistoric humans found that a new animal might try to eat them, a strange vegetable might poison them, or a differently dressed human might try to kill them. Survival lay in sameness, predictability, the status quo. This view led to demand for conformity within the group. It started with children who for their own survival were taught to eat certain foods and to avoid others, play with certain animals but stay away from others, walk in certain areas but avoid others. As children grew, they learned more cultural taboos, what to wear and what not to wear, what to say and what not to say, what to do and what not to do. A watering hole may have been off limits simply because an elder saw a wild beast there generations before and declared it taboo. This taboo continued even though the wild beast hadn't been there in decades. An important source of water was lost to the entire tribe just because a wise elder suggested one day, long ago, stay away from that watering hole. The soft-minded man always fears change. He feels security in the status quo, and he has an almost morbid fear of the new. For him, the greatest pain is the pain of a new idea. Martin Luther King, Jr. Enter the nonconformists. There has always been a small percentage of humans who found sameness, predictability, and the status quo dull. They balked at conformity. They wanted newness, information, risk. What most of the tribe called danger, they called adventure. What most found fearful, they found exciting. They were the explorers, the experimenters, the eccentrics. These nonconformists had a mixed reputation in the tribe. Some discovered new territories, techniques, and modes of behavior beneficial to the entire tribe. Others put the tribe in danger by their stubborn refusal to cooperate. The former became heroes, the latter became villains. Before the heroes became heroes, however, they went through a phase of seeming to be villains. They took part in and later advocated change, and, as the majority would say, we all know instinctively that change is not a good thing. The minority favoring change has led the majority, kicking and screaming, into the future. And this is as it should be. Society needs the majority of people to maintain the status quo. Consistency is necessary to grow things, build things, and raise children. An adventurer might plow a field and plant a seed, then become hopelessly restless a week later. So the adventurer is off to a new field, planting a new seed. The conformist who stays by the planted seed for a season has the benefit of the harvest. Will and Ariel Durant, in their History of Civilization, compare history to a fast-moving river, ever-changing, bringing along the new, moment by moment. Civilization, however, happens on the banks of the river where the vast majority of humanity lives, watching the river go by, building their houses, planting their crops, raising their children. We are all full of weakness and errors, let us mutually pardon each other our follies. It is the first law of nature. Voltaire. A healthy society needs a balance between the new and the old, between change and the status quo, between trying something different and maintaining tradition. If change happens too quickly, there's no time to see if the previous change is working. If change doesn't happen quickly enough, a society stagnates and begins persecuting the very adventurers who could have led it to a new and better place. A perfect example of too much change too soon was the aftermath of the French Revolution. From 1793 until 1800, France was ruled by government du jour. As Peter Weiss described it, years of peace, years of war, each one different than the year before. That was the trouble. Before a new form of government had a chance to work, it was toppled, its leaders beheaded, and a whole new government put in its place. After a dozen or so attempts at democracy, the French welcomed the dictator Napoleon with open arms. Although a despot, he brought with him what France desperately needed: law, order, and a sense of continuity. How can we tell, as a society, which side of the balance point we are on, whether we're permitting too much or persecuting too much, whether we've gone too far in the direction of change or gone too far in the direction of conformity? An excellent indicator is a society's attitude toward consensual crimes. Let's take a look at two proposals, both considered different based on our current cultural norms. One is the best way to receive is to take by force if necessary; the other, the best way to receive is to give even if it means giving everything you own. Neither of these positions will have the majority of our society flocking to them. And yet, in a healthy society, the practice of one of these philosophies should be illegal and the practice of the other should not. Now the 21st century approaches, and with it the inevitability of change. We must wonder if the American people will find renewal and rejuvenation within themselves, will discover again their capacity for innovation and adaptation. If not, alas, the nation's future will be shaped by sightless forces of history over which Americans will have no control. John Chancellor, let's say that each philosophy has a particularly charismatic leader. Two new groups find their way onto the American scene, the takers and the givers. The adherents of each group believe what they believe with fanatical devotion. Newsweek and Time do cover stories. 60 Minutes does a special 2-hour episode, 120 minutes. The leader of the takers says that Americans have gotten too soft, that the basic natural principle of survival of the fittest has been eliminated. Our gene pool is polluted. We will die as a society if we don't do something soon. We must put survival of the fittest back into our daily lives. The solution? If you want something, take it. If the people who own it can successfully defend it, they get to keep it. If the people taking it successfully take it, it's theirs until they are defeated by another taker. This would take the fat off of humanity fast. We would become strong, lean, and powerful once again. The leader of the givers maintains that energy is a flow, and the more you give, the more will flow back to you. If you feel you don't have enough, it's not because you need to take, it's because you need to give. Humanity is in trouble because we have not accepted the natural principle of giving practiced by the sun which gives us light, the trees which give us fruit, and all plant life which gives us oxygen. We have taken too much, it's time to give. And the more we want, the more we should give. If we want it all, we should give all that we have away. As an example, the leader of the takers takes a car, takes a house. If you can't defend your house, you don't deserve to live there, and takes against their will 2 or 3 attractive women as his own. If their husbands want them, they can come and get them. Arnold Schwarzenegger was paid $15 million for his role in Terminator 2, and spoke 700 words. That's $21,429 per word. Such classic lines and their monetary value: "Hasta la vista, baby," $85,716, "I insist," $42,858, and "Stay here, I'll be back," $107,145. Entertainment Weekly: the leader of the givers, by way of example, gives away everything he owns and, whenever he is given something, immediately gives that away, too. Even when given food, he eats only a few bites and gives the rest away. From the point of view of the government, who should be put in jail? 1. Both. Neither. The actions of the giver's leader are potentially only harming himself and those who choose to follow his example. He may give everything away, his philosophy may be flawed, and he may get little or nothing in return. His followers who likewise give everything away are also potentially hurting no one but themselves. If the philosophy fails, there will be sufficient examples of failure, and the vast majority of society will not follow suit. The takers, however, can do a great deal of harm to non-consenting others before their philosophy is proven unworkable. Long before people learn it's inconvenient and expensive to go to the grocery store in a tank, and to make sure your tank is bigger than everyone else's tank, society has a right to defend itself from a minority of people involved in an experiment that hurts unwilling others. Two radical points of view, and yet it's appropriate for the government to move in and stop by force one, and to practice tolerance with the other. We have the right to defend ourselves from theft, rape, and violence. We do not have the right to defend ourselves by force of criminal law from mental or emotional discomfort. Further, from an enforcement point of view, it's easy to tell when the takers have crossed the line, when they take something without the owner's permission. But how does one set laws against the givers? Pass a law saying that no one is allowed to give anything away? That you cannot give away more than 25% of your net worth? That before you give something away you must prove to an official of the state that giving it away will not negatively affect your well-being? These suggestions may sound absurd, but take a look at the wording of some of the consensual crime laws. When we got into office, the thing that surprised me most was to find that things were just as bad as we'd been saying they were. John F. Kennedy further still, who's going to complain? She gave me $5, officer. Put her in jail. Without a victim, it's highly unlikely that most of the crimes committed by givers would ever be brought to justice. In order to catch them, the police would have to go undercover, pretending to be people in need, waiting for some gullible giver to give them something. Then the whole question of entrapment arises. Is a giver guilty of a crime only when the giver gives unsolicited, or is the giver also guilty when the receiver has asked? And are those who receive from a known giver guilty as well? These are fine legal points, precisely the ones that come up every day in apprehending consensual criminals. Meanwhile, all those takers out there are taking, and the police are so busy entrapping the givers that there is no time to arrest many takers. The police are so busy protecting the givers from themselves that the genuine victims of the takers get taken. When a country protects itself from change too enthusiastically, it robs itself of the new information, ideas, and behaviors that might make for a better country. When most people's natural fear of the new is supported by law, the law justifies the fear, thus institutionalizing prejudice against anything new and different. It's against the law, it must be wrong, my fear is right. When religious leaders rummage about the Bible for scriptural proof that the prejudice is justified, and you can prove anything by selectively quoting the Bible, then the prejudice is enshrined. The law says it's bad, God says it's bad, I feel it's bad, therefore, it's bad. Let us forget such words, and all they mean, as hatred, bitterness and rancor, greed, intolerance, bigotry. Let us renew our faith and pledge to man, his right to be himself, and free. Edna St. Vincent Millay. An attitude such as this demands conformity. How dare you go against what the government, God, and I know to be true? In our country, we've been asked to walk an increasingly narrow line which shows us what we can and cannot put in our bodies, whom we can and cannot love, what kind of sex we can and cannot have, how we can and cannot heal ourselves, the recreational activities we can and cannot take part in, and how we can and cannot worship. The message clearly is morality our way, or else. We create a culture in which people are incapable of free choice because the culture doesn't allow an individual to gather enough information to make a choice. Experiments in and discovery of viable lifestyle alternatives are replaced by a list of shoulds, musts, have-tos, you'd betters, and don't you dares. Some people have the feeling their choices in life are as limited as that of a child being asked, do you want to go to bed now, or 5 minutes from now? Sure, there's a choice, but it's a narrow one. We are not permitted to grow up. America has become a never-never land in which the citizens are promising to be good little boys and girls in exchange for the government, like good parents, protecting them from every evil and fulfilling every need. And the government-authorized religious beliefs, authorized by the laws the government chooses to enact or refuses to enact, tell us what to do while we're here and how to ensure a happy hereafter. The voice of protest, of warning, of appeal is never more needed than when the clamor of fife and drum, echoed by the press and too often by the pulpit, is bidding all men fall in and keep step and obey in silence the tyrannous word of command. Then, more than ever, it is the duty of the good citizen not to be silent. Charles Eliot Norton: the repression created by suppressing consensual activities has a trickle-down effect. If these activities can get us put in jail, what about this much longer list of behaviors that are also disapproved of by the people who hold the jail keys? We have become a nation of individuals afraid to explore, afraid to try new things, afraid to be different. Consequently, we never fully discover, much less fulfill our individual dreams, our heart's desires. Our individual strengths, talents, and abilities are never developed. We sacrifice the better part of ourselves in order to be the way we should be. We and the country as a whole suffer. We deprive ourselves of the best political leaders because we maintain the pretense that our leaders should be perfect as defined by the keepers of conformity. Thank heavens this narrow-mindedness is loosening up. Kennedy was a Catholic, Carter had lust in his heart, Reagan was divorced, and Clinton smoked pot. Yes, the times, they are a-changing. If it had been Kennedy who admitted to smoking pot, even being in the same room as pot in 1960, Nixon would have been the one to have had the affair with Marilyn Monroe. Alas, the times, that is, we, are not changing quickly enough. The fishbowl world in which everything a candidate ever did is fully exposed has run ahead of our acceptance for things people do that do not physically harm the person or property of another. The press's ability to tell us what so has outstripped the American public's ability to say, so what? James Bryce wrote his classic study of the United States, the American Commonwealth, in the 1880s. One of the chapters is titled, "The Best Men Do Not Go Into Politics." John Chancellor Gary Hart had a tryst on a boat called Monkey Business, apparently with his wife's permission. So what? Jimmy Swaggart enjoys entertaining prostitutes, or vice versa, in cheap motel rooms. So what? Jerry Brown practices Eastern religions and is rumored to practice bisexuality as well. So what? Hugh Grant hires a hooker on the eve of the opening of his first Walt Disney movie. That's not a scandal. That's funny. We have, then, people who are afraid to take leadership positions because some incidents from their pasts are sure to be judged by the moralists. Or we get leaders who are so dull or so good at covering their tracks that no taint of nonconformity is possible. Example, George Bush. We may be getting the leaders we deserve, but not the best available. Ironically, our insistence on conformity hurts the very institutions it is designed to protect. When we attempt to force everyone into a certain set of behaviors, beliefs, or activities, those very behaviors, beliefs, and activities become eroded and diluted by the people who don't truly want to behave, believe, or act in that way. They are merely doing so out of fear that doing otherwise would cost them. If people do not freely choose to take part in something based on an inner need, desire, or, at the very least, curiosity, the power of the institution is diluted, its purpose diffused, and its future in question. For the good of the institutions we want to preserve, we must stop coercing people into them by force of law. Prejudice rarely survives experience. Yves Ebart, The Washington Post. A country that punishes people simply for being different, for exploring the rich diversity of human experience, or for experimenting with alternate lifestyles is a country condemned to pettiness, vindictiveness, crushing conformity, oppression, decay, and ultimately death. A nation that tolerates or, preferably, celebrates diversity, exploration, and experimentation is strong, dynamic, creative, alive, its citizenry mature, responsible, and able to make rational choices. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes. If I go to church on Sunday and cabaret all day Monday, Well, it ain't nobody's business if I do. Porter P. Granger and Everett Robbins' song lyrics. Entire books can be, and have been, written on each of the consensual activities currently prohibited by law. While the books already written have pretended to present balanced views, almost all have reflected the bias of the writer, the publisher, or, in some cases, the sponsoring organization. In this section of the book, I make no such pretense. This is not a balanced look. The child who said, "The emperor wears no clothes," did not make a balanced statement. A balanced statement might have been, "The emperor is a fine and noble person who in almost all instances exercises great wisdom in his choices and is known for his fine taste in clothing, which has revealed itself over the years in a display of tasteful, elegant, and sometimes spectacular attire." It is fair to say that our emperor is among the best dressed emperors in history. I wonder, then, why on this particular day the emperor, in all his wisdom, has chosen not to wear any clothing. That statement, of course, went beyond balance, passed swiftly through diplomacy, and came perilously close to elephant droppings before arriving at the truth of the matter. In this section of the book, I will spare you the preamble. In order to put people in prison for something, it is essential for the ordinary citizen to believe that the activity the person is being put in jail for is particularly odious. If it does not harm the person or property of another, the general population must believe that the action is so vile and so inherently evil that merely allowing it to take place in a country corrupts that country irreparably. I can't stand to sing the same song the same way 2 nights in succession. If you can, then it ain't music, it's close order drill, or exercise or yodeling or something, not music. Billie Holiday: those who want to keep something illegal, then, must, a. keep their hands in the political pie so that laws can be passed, enforced, and not repealed, and, b. use everything that is known about psychology, advertising, and public relations to make the population think that a menace is being kept at bay, and that the moralists, far from being seen in their true light as dismantlers of freedom and individual choice, are superheroes in the never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. This section of the book, then, is designed to counter those false negative impressions about specific consensual activities in the small way that limited space allows. As with all human activities, the activities currently set aside as illegal have built-in pros and cons, benefits and dangers, rewards and risks. For the most part, we have been told only about the cons, dangers, and risks. The average person, then, has a distorted view. My purpose here is to mention a few of the pros, benefits, and rewards so that, when combined with the programming we already have, the reader may be left with a more balanced view. Because of this, it may seem as though I am endorsing one, another, or all of the consensual crimes. I am not. I am endorsing the freedom for each person to take part in any or all of them without fear of being jailed. Exploring any new activity is fearful enough without the fear of jail being added to it. Exploring is a matter of free choice. A free country of free individuals must, of necessity, have free choice. The moralists in their paternalistic splendor want us to believe that, yes, we can handle certain choices, such as whom we can marry, but we cannot handle others, such as the gender of the person we marry, the number of people we can be married to at the same time, and who gets to wear the wedding dress. We must learn to distinguish morality from moralizing. Henry Kissinger: the moralists attempt at every turn to convert us to their own sense of superiority. They want us to join the ranks of their paternalism. You and I, of course, can take part in our simple pleasures without overdoing it, they tell us, but whereas we use it to amuse ourselves, they use it to abuse themselves. When we get to the top of the power structure, then we will have total freedom. Such nonsense. It's nothing more than the elitism of the pecking order. In fact, people who want to take part in the currently illegal consensual activities already do. Following the repeal of prohibition, for example, after a minor burst of curiosity, alcohol consumption actually went down. Some people discovered they had problems with alcohol, and stopped drinking altogether. Others found that, when drinking stopped being clandestine, it wasn't as much fun. Still others found that 1 or 2 drinks a couple times a week were all they wanted. With alcohol readily available, they stopped overindulging because they no longer had to compensate for scarcity. As we shall see in the discussion between William F. Buckley, Jr., and Professor Gazzaniga in the chapter, Drugs, the percentage of people who abuse rather than use a substance or activity will be roughly the same whether that substance or activity is illegal or not. Which brings me to a few general points I would like to make or reiterate. 1. Use is not abuse. 2. You need not personally support or take part in any activity in order to support another person's freedom to take part in it. 3. One person's meat is another person's poison, one person's poison is another person's insight. 4. While we can control our actions, we cannot control our needs, desires, orientations, or preferences. 5. Although a society must have certain mores, rules, and codes of behavior, putting these mores, rules, and codes of behavior into the hands of the criminal justice system is the least effective method to bring about compliance. 6. Your freedom of choice is paid for by giving others their freedom of choice. So little time, so little to do. Oscar Levant. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes. Gambling. The urge to gamble is so universal and its practice so pleasurable that I assume it must be evil. Haywood Broun. There seems to be something in human nature that likes to a. predict the future, and b. be rewarded when right. The destinies of individuals, peoples, and entire nations have rested on someone saying, "I think it will go this way." If this tendency is not inborn, it is ingrained early on. One of the most frequent interchanges between even young children is, "Wanna bet?" "Yeah." "How much?" The leaders of big business who already have more than enough money to live ostentatiously for the rest of their lives often say, "I'm in business because I enjoy it." It's a game. Part of the excitement of the game is that it's a gamble. People evaluate data, make conclusions, and place their bets. In business, it's known as taking risks. Gambling is as American as 1776. Guess how the fledgling colonies raised money to pay the Continental Army and fight the Revolutionary War? A lottery. Gambling was perfectly legal in this country until the 1820s when, guess what? Yes, our old friends the evangelicals had their revivals and declared gambling along with drinking, promiscuity, and all the rest a sin against God. By 1830, most forms of gambling were outlawed. It's a good thing for liberty that the evangelicals held less influence in France. The French paid for the Statue of Liberty with a series of lotteries. The Civil War and the expansion of the West re-established legalized gambling, but by the early 1900s the evangelicals held sway again and, as they were doing with alcohol, re-established the prohibitions on gambling. By 1910, even Nevada had outlawed it. The gambling known as business looks with austere disfavor upon the business known as gambling. Ambrose Bierce. Today, we see increasing acceptance of gambling. The fundraising through raffles, bingo, and even Las Vegas nights keeps many churches from openly opposing gambling, and the government can hardly call gambling a social menace. Most states run lotteries. Having the full force of criminal law enforcement to eliminate competition makes gambling not just a monopoly, but a monopoly at gunpoint. The major objection people seem to have to gambling these days is not so much that it's wrong, but that their towns would start looking like Las Vegas, gaudy casinos, ostrich plumes, Wayne Newton, and red velour everywhere. People don't fear gambling, they fear bad taste. That legalized gambling would cause no threat to community standards is evident from observing the evolution of betting on racehorses in New York City. The police once spent heaven knows how much money and time raiding bookie joints. Then the city opened off-track betting, OTB, outlets in storefronts all over the city near schools, churches, daycare centers, you name it. The OTB outlets have hardly become magnets for crime and corruption. In fact, there's hardly a better example than OTB to illustrate that addiction to gambling is no fun. The men and women who populate the storefronts appear to be numb. When the results of a race are announced, there is no cheering. Most silently drop their tickets to the floor. Ripping up losing tickets is a movie cliché, and a few unenthusiastically shuffle over to the payoff window. It appears to be no fun at all. If you don't want to visit an off-track betting storefront, you can call your bet in, charging it to your Visa or MasterCard. Has this led to the downfall of civilization in the Big Apple? Nah. Gambling in a big city is like cancer. Clap a lid on this thing before it spreads. Dragnet: when it comes to people throwing away their money by gambling, nothing could be worse than the state-run lotteries. Here we have robbery by bureaucracy. The state-run gambling odds are so bad that wherever organized crime competes with state-run gambling, organized crime is not just winning but flourishing. This is because state governments spend hundreds of millions of advertising dollars to entice new gamblers into the arena. Most people find that, after buying a few lottery tickets, they're no longer interested in that form of gambling. The government, then, needs to encourage more people who have never gambled before to begin gambling. As law professor and expert on gambling Nelson Rose wrote in the Los Angeles Times, lottery tickets are the only consumer products actively promoted and sold by the state. The state does not sell toothpaste, or even promote brushing your teeth. But it tells people they should gamble. The main marketing concern is how to attract new players, who otherwise wouldn't gamble. Those who decide gambling is for them soon begin shopping around for better odds. They're not hard to find. Most people, however, spend their money on other pastimes. Lottery commercials are clearly targeted toward the poor. Stockbrokers pitch their ads toward the rich. Even if one wins $1 million lottery, is one really a millionaire? Hardly. Although the payoff rules vary from state to state, large jackpots are usually paid off over, say, 20 years. That's $50,000 a year. Not bad, of course, but then taxes are taken off the top. That's up to 40% of $50,000, or about $20,000. Which means an income of $30,000 per year. Still very good, but not exactly enough to buy all those things you planned to buy when you became a millionaire, and certainly not enough to live up to the expectations of all your friends who now want to be lavishly entertained by a millionaire. After 20 years, your money's gone. Those who live off lotteries get neither retirement nor health benefits. More than one instant millionaire regretted ever winning in the first place. I don't know much about being a millionaire, but I bet I'd be just darling at it. Dorothy Parker: one would think the government, just out of shame, would allow other forms of betting. Shame, however, is not something governments are famous for. With gambling available in many churches, every supermarket in many states, and a phone call away to any stockbroker or OTB, should it really matter whether one wants to gamble on the turn of a wheel, the turn of a card, or the turn of events on Wall Street? Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes. Drugs. Jack Nicholson: my point of view, while extremely cogent, is unpopular. Los Angeles Times, which is Jack Nicholson, that the repressive nature of the legalities vis-a-vis drugs are destroying the legal system and corrupting the police system. Los Angeles Times: let's talk about acting for a minute. Consumers Union: the highly respected, scrupulously impartial organization responsible for Consumer Reports, studied the drug problem in this nation long and hard. Its conclusions, yet unpublished, are: this nation's drug laws and policies have not been working well. On that simple statement almost all Americans seem agreed. They are the result of mistaken laws and policies, of mistaken attitudes toward drugs, and of futile, however well-intentioned, efforts to stamp out the drug menace. What we have in this country is aptly called the drug problem. The damage that results from the ways in which society has approached the drug problem. the Consumers Union report made 6 recommendations. I quote, 1. Stop emphasizing measures designed to keep drugs away from people. 2. Stop publicizing the horrors of the drug menace. 3. Stop increasing the damage done by drugs. Current drug laws and policies make drugs more rather than less damaging in many ways. 4. Stop misclassifying drugs. Most official and unofficial classifications of drugs are illogical and capricious. They, therefore, make a mockery of drug law enforcement and bring drug education into disrepute. A major error of the current drug classification system is that it treats alcohol and nicotine, 2 of the most harmful drugs, essentially as non-drugs. 5. Stop viewing the drug problem as primarily a national problem, to be solved on a national scale. In fact, as workers in the drug scene confirm, the drug problem is a collection of local problems. 6. Stop pursuing the goal of stamping out illicit drug use. There's no greater threat to our independence, to our cherished freedoms and personal liberties than the continual, relentless injection of these insidious poisons into our system. We must decide whether we cherish independence from drugs, without which there is no freedom. William Von Ropp, Commissioner, U.S. Customs Service. The report, which is nearly 600 pages long, concludes, these, then, are the major mistakes in drug policy as we see them. This Consumers Union report contains no panaceas for resolving them. But getting to work at correcting these 6 errors, promptly and ungrudgingly, would surely be a major step in the right direction. I'm sorry. I lied. The previous excerpts were not from a yet unpublished report. The report was published in 1972. It was published by Consumers Union in book form, Licit and Illicit Drugs. It asked for its proposed changes to be made promptly and ungrudgingly. Instead, in 1972, President Nixon began our most recent war on drugs. How successful has prohibition been? To give but one example, since 1972, according to the Office of National Drug Control Policy, annual cocaine use in this country has risen from 50 metric tons to 300 metric tons. How and why drugs became illegal? It seems as if the Department of Justice sees the value of the Bill of Rights as no more than obstacles to be overcome. Professor Sanford H. Kadish. One might wonder after reading the United States Constitution how Congress can justify making laws against drug sale, use, and possession. As we have seen, the enumerated powers given Congress by the Constitution have to do with keeping the national borders strong, keeping the business environment healthy, and collecting taxes. It would take the legal word-bending ability of a lawyer to stretch the enumerated powers enough to include making drugs illegal. Alas, one thing Congress has plenty of is lawyers. Here, then, is the abbreviated story of how and why drugs became illegal in the United States. It is filled with more abuses, horrors, deceptions, and possible harm than any illegal drug has ever done. Prior to 1883, there were no federal laws against the manufacture, sale, use, or possession of drugs. As drugs had been available since before the Pilgrims arrived, the United States seemed to survive, even thrive, with no drug restrictions whatsoever. The primary drug problem was alcohol, not marijuana, morphine, or cocaine. Even state laws against drugs did not begin to appear until the late 19th century. In California in 1875, a blatantly racist law against opium was passed. Prejudice against the Chinese was high. The city of San Francisco prohibited establishments where opium was smoked. The law, like all drug laws that followed, failed. The large, well-run opium houses closed, but were immediately replaced by smaller, less reputable opium dens. A similar law was passed in Virginia City, Nevada, and similarly failed to work. Rather than realizing that such laws don't work, the Nevada state legislature made even more stringent laws. The state laws didn't work any better than the city laws, but that didn't stop other cities and states from passing laws. When all these laws failed, the United States Congress got involved. Sound familiar? A prohibition law strikes a blow at the very principles upon which our government was founded. Abraham Lincoln in 1883, Congress used its constitutional power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to heavily tax imported smoking opium. That abuse of the tax provision of the Constitution was the foot in the door. What followed was a wedge of misuses and abuses of power that not only tore the door off the hinge, it ripped away the entire front of the house. Once taxation was used to act on a popular but inaccurate belief, in this case that the Chinese were debauching the youth of America by enticing the innocent young into their opium dens, the die was cast. The power to tax, then, was no longer what the Founding Fathers had intended, a way to raise money, but had become a way to legislate morality as well. Making matters even worse, as this was a Prohibition Act pretending to be a tax bill, its enforcement fell under the Department of the Treasury. From 1883 until 1968, the Secretary of the Treasury had the dual duty as not only collector of the tax, but keeper of the public good. Even if the United States needed a keeper of the public good, putting it in the same department as the tax collectors and money counters was probably the worst choice. The country's first drug ban explicitly targeted the opium of the heathen Chinese. Cocaine was first banned in the South to prevent an uprising of hopped-up cocainized Negroes. Dan bombed the nation once the precedent that the federal government could legislate morality was established. No one gave a second thought to the law passed 5 years later prohibiting altogether the importation of certain kinds of opium and preventing the Chinese in America from importing opium at all. The United States Treasury was now giving up revenue, the tariff on the opium imported by the Chinese into America, in exchange for regulating consensual personal behavior. The anti-Chinese prejudice was such that the United States Treasury was permitted to abandon its primary job collecting and spending money in exchange for this new mission. Over the next 30 years, taxes on smoking opium went up, went down, smoking opium was banned altogether, the ban was lifted and reinstated again. During this time, the tax ranged from $6 per pound to $300 per pound. All that these regulatory and restrictive efforts accomplished, however, was to build the Chinese underworld, the tongs, corrupt the Treasury Department, and increase the nation's opium smoking at least ninefold. The Secretary of the Treasury wrote the Speaker of the House of Representatives on January 12, 1888, although all possible efforts have been made by this department to suppress the traffic, it has found it practically impossible to do so. The United States government, of course, responded with more laws and more law enforcement officers. As this onslaught only affected the heathen Chinese sick and not Americans, no one much cared. All other forms of opium, the types preferred by most white Americans, were perfectly legal and modestly taxed. Why should anyone worry about defending the rights of the Chinese? If they wanted to smoke opium, it was said, they could go back to China. A legal precedent, however, was set by the racist opium restrictions. I don't like principles. I prefer prejudices. Oscar Wilde. The next major step in federal drug enforcement was the 1906 Pure Food and Drug Act. This act said that all patent medicines containing drugs had to say so on the label and, with later amendments, had to state the amount of the drug. This requirement was a positive step in that it allowed people to regulate the kind and amount of drugs they took. It was only later that this act became yet another weapon in the arsenal used for the federal attack on individual choice. More on the Pure Food and Drug Act in the chapter, Regenerative Use of Drugs and Other Unorthodox Medical Practices. The next major move by the federal government and the great-granddaddy of all federal drug restrictions was the Harrison Narcotics Act of 1914. The bill's chief proponent was then Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan, a staunch fundamentalist, prohibitionist, and famed orator. His oratory on behalf of Woodrow Wilson won Wilson the presidential nomination, and Wilson appointed him Secretary of State in appreciation. 11 years later, Bryan would lead the prosecution in the Scopes Monkey trial, winning a conviction against the schoolteacher who had the audacity to teach Darwin's unbiblical theory of evolution in the public schools. The Harrison Act, in fact, did not prohibit drugs. The act only regulated and taxed the importation and distribution of opium or coca leaves, their salts, derivatives, or preparations, and for other purposes. It seemed reasonable to regulate, not prohibit, opium, cocaine, and their derivatives. It is unlikely that a single legislator realized in 1914, wrote Edward M. Brecker, that the law Congress was passing would later be deemed a prohibition law. The trouble with the world is that the stupid are cocksure and the intelligent are full of doubt. Bertrand Russell, even in the National Report on Drugs, Crime, and the Justice System, published in December 1992, the United States government admits, the act was ostensibly a revenue measure that required persons who prescribe or distribute specific drugs to register and buy tax stamps. The Oxford English Dictionary defines ostensibly as under mere profession or pretense. The government admits, then, that the law was deceptive. It deceived the legislators who passed it and the public who accepted it. The only people who complained were physicians. This from the National Report. From the first, the Treasury Department held that medical maintenance of opiate addicts, treatment through declining usage, was not permissible, but physicians opposed this view. Initial enforcement included arrests of physicians, pharmacists, and unregistered users. 6 months after the passage of the Harrison Act, an editorial in American Medicine stated, "Narcotic drug addiction is one of the gravest and most important questions confronting the medical profession today. Instead of improving conditions, the laws recently passed have made the problem more complex. Abuses in the sale of narcotic drugs are increasing. A particularly sinister consequence is the character of the places to which addicts are forced to go to get their drugs and the type of people with whom they are obliged to mix. 90% of the politicians give the other 10% a bad name." Henry Kissinger in 1918, the Secretary of the Treasury, appointed a committee to look into the drug problem. The committee found that, in the 4 years since the passage of the Harrison Act, underground drug traffic was flourishing, dope peddlers had established a national organization, smuggling was rampant, and the use of the forbidden substances had increased. What did the government do? Well, of course, it made new and stricter laws. In 1922, it created the Federal Narcotics Control Board. In 1924, it banned the importation or manufacture of heroin in any form, even for medical purposes. Since that time, one of the most effective painkillers known has been missing from the pharmacopoeia of physicians, even though in 1925 Dr. Lawrence Kolb concluded, after an elaborate study, if there is any difference in the deteriorating effects of morphine and heroin on addicts, it is too slight to be determined clinically. In 1967, the President's Committee on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice came to the same conclusion. While it is somewhat more rapid in its action, heroin does not differ in any significant pharmacological effect from morphine. Has either of these reports changed the government's mind? Come now. It was, in fact, the heavy restrictions placed on morphine that turned addicts to heroin. Like hard alcohol in place of beer and wine during Prohibition, heroin being more concentrated was easier to transport and smuggle. People who were content to drink morphine began injecting heroin simply because heroin was more available and the cost per high was lower. As we shall see shortly, the same is true today in the relationship between crack and cocaine. Did the new and stricter laws work? Here is an excerpt from an editorial in the June 1926 issue of the Illinois Medical Journal. "We must abandon the prevalent belief in the superior wisdom of the ignorant." Daniel Borston. The Harrison narcotic law should never have been placed upon the statute books of the United States. It is to be granted that the well-meaning blunderers who put it there had in mind only the idea of making it impossible for addicts to secure their supply of dope and to prevent unprincipled people from making fortunes and fattening upon the infirmities of their fellow men. As is the case with most prohibitive laws, however, this one fell far short of the mark. So far, in fact, that instead of stopping the traffic, those who deal in dope now make double their money from the poor unfortunates upon whom they prey. The doctor who needs narcotics used in reason to cure and allay human misery finds himself in a pit of trouble. The lawbreaker is in clover. The government's reaction? Why, of course, more laws, stricter enforcement of the laws already on the books, and yet another agency. In 1930, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBN, was created within the Treasury Department under the direction of Commissioner Harry Anslinger. Enter one of the true villains of the piece, particularly with regard to marijuana prohibition, Commissioner Anslinger. From 1930 until he was forced out of office by President Kennedy in 1962, Anslinger ran the FBN with the same tight reins and questionable ethical procedures that his contemporary J. Edgar Hoover held at the FBI. By 1932, the evangelicals were in desperate need of a cause and a leader. Their previous cause, prohibition, was obviously running out of steam, as had their previous leader, William Jennings Bryan. Shortly after winning the glorious victory for the literal interpretation of the Bible in the Scopes monkey trial, he literally ran out of steam and died. After Prohibition, the evangelicals turned to keeping creationism taught in the public schools, censoring those disgraceful Hollywood movies, and ending the drug menace. In the latter cause, they gladly cleaved to the bosom of their new leader, Commissioner Harry Anslinger. I say that you cannot administer a wicked law impartially. You can only destroy. You can only punish. I warn you that a wicked law, like cholera, destroys everyone it touches, its upholders as well as its defiers. Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee inherit the wind. Poor Harry. Try as he might, he never obtained the recognition and personal glory Hoover did at the FBI, or even that of Postmaster turned Hollywood censor Hayes, with his Hayes Office and Hayes Production Code. For some reason, Anslinger had a real seat under his dentures when it came to the subject of marijuana. Yes, he was ruthless in pursuing all those other narcotics violators, the cokeheads and the junkies, but there was something about marijuana that infuriated him. Perhaps it was because marijuana was not officially labeled a narcotic, thus not under his jurisdiction. Perhaps it was his well-documented racism. Perhaps he wanted a drug to call his own and hold proudly before the evangelicals as David had held the head of Goliath. Perhaps he wanted to be a hero in the Hearst papers, as Hearst was suddenly printing provocative anti-hemp stories. Perhaps he was on the take from DuPont. Perhaps it was some combination of these. Many people never grow up. They stay all their lives with a passionate need for external authority and guidance, pretending not to trust their own judgment. Alan, what's DuPont? Hearst. What did two business magnates have to do with marijuana prohibition? Plenty. In the mid-1930s, machinery was perfected that would allow the hemp fiber to be more easily and economically separated from the plant. This meant paper, clothing, and other manufactured articles could be produced from hemp at prices far more competitive than ever before. This did not sit well with two American giants, William Randolph Hearst and the DuPont Corporation. Hearst not only printed newspapers, he made the paper on which to print them. If hemp became the primary source of paper, not only would much of Hearst's paper-making machinery become obsolete, but all those forests he purchased could only be used as backdrops for Marion Davies movies. Hearst began attacking hemp at every opportunity. Earlier, Hearst had successfully turned public opinion against Hispanics. Many believe he and fellow yellow journalism baron Joseph Pulitzer started the unnecessary Spanish-American War. Hearst used the Mexican term for hemp, marijuana, in his many salacious anti-hemp stories. Most Americans never associated marijuana with the hemp their grandfathers grew, or the extract of cannabis their grandmothers took. Hearst's headlines included such joys as new dope lure, marijuana, has many victims, marijuana makes fiends of boys in 30 days, hotel clerk identifies marijuana smoker as wild gunman arrested for shootings. The propagandist's purpose is to make one set of people forget that certain other sets of people are human. Aldous Huxley, and guess who was quoted in Hearst's papers as saying, if the hideous monster Frankenstein came face to face with the monster marijuana he would drop dead of fright? Yes, none other than H.J. Anslinger, head of the Federal Narcotics Bureau. Hearst's paper went on to report, this is not overstatement. Users of the marijuana weed are committing a large percentage of the atrocious crimes blotting the daily picture of American life. It is reducing thousands of boys to criminal insanity. And only 2 states have effective laws to protect their people against it. The marijuana weed, according to Mr. Anslinger, is grown, sold, and used in every state in the Union. He charges, and rightly, that this is not a responsibility of one state, but of all and of the federal government. DuPont, meanwhile, had just patented a process for making paper from wood pulp, which Hearst would use extensively in the years to come. The process, which relied heavily on DuPont chemicals, was not necessary in manufacturing paper from hemp. Additionally, DuPont had recently taken German patents and perfected the miracle fiber nylon, to be manufactured from coal tar and petroleum products. Inexpensive, readily grown hemp fibers would put a damper on 2 of DuPont's future money makers, paper production and textiles. Make of these facts what you will. One thing is certain, Hearst and DuPont made a fortune thanks to the prohibition of hemp. The shepherd always tries to persuade the sheep that their interests and his own are the same. Stendhal Anslinger used his position of authority to encourage states and cities to ban marijuana. In 1935, Anslinger announced, in the absence of federal legislation on the subject, the states and cities should rightfully assume the responsibility for providing vigorous measures for the extinction of this lethal weed, and it is therefore hoped that all public-spirited citizens will earnestly enlist in the movement urged by the Treasury Department to adjure intensified enforcement of marijuana laws. By 1937, 46 of the 48 states, as well as the District of Columbia, had laws against marijuana. At Anslinger's urging, marijuana was labeled a narcotic and had the same strict penalties as morphine and heroin. The wild reports continued in Hearst newspapers and magazines. Commissioner Anslinger took quill in hand himself on occasion, his prose as bad as his prohibitions. This, for example, from Hearst's American magazine of July 1937, an entire family was murdered by a youthful marijuana addict in Florida. When officers arrived at the home, they found the youth staggering about in a human slaughterhouse. With an axe he had killed his father, mother, 2 brothers, and a sister. He seemed to be in a daze. He had no recollection of having committed the multiple crime. The officers knew him ordinarily as a sane, rather quiet young man, now he was pitifully crazed. They sought the reason. The boy said he had been in the habit of smoking something which youthful friends called muggles, a childish name for marijuana. I can't understand why people are frightened of new ideas. I'm frightened of the old ones. John Cage, I don't know about you, but I've never met a pothead that ambitious. In Hollywood, in his famous production code, Mr. Hayes prohibited any positive mention of drugs. Cigarettes, of course, were just fine. Hollywood joined in the propaganda madness, at Hearst's encouragement, and made the now classic reefer madness. In 1937, Anslinger rushed through Congress the Marijuana Tax Act. Anslinger had waited because the question of whether or not it was acceptable to use the tax provisions of the Constitution to justify prohibitions was before the Supreme Court. On March 29, 1937, the Supreme Court decided that machine guns could be prohibited by first passing an act taxing them, then using the tax law to ban them altogether. On April 14, 1937, the Marijuana Tax Act was introduced to Congress. The testimony before the Congressional Committee was, for the most part, provided by Anslinger employees, and Anslinger reading Hearst newspaper articles, some of which he had written. The hearings were reminiscent of the scene from John Huston's film, The Bible, in which John Huston, playing Noah, has a conversation with God, also played by John Huston. The film was produced and directed by John Huston. The narrator, John Huston. Curiously, neither Hearst, DuPont, nor Anslinger had by 1937 created the myth that marijuana use leads to heroin addiction. During the House hearings, a representative remarked, "I am wondering whether the marijuana addict graduates into heroin, an opium, or a cocaine user." Commissioner Anslinger replied, "No, sir, I have not heard of a case of that kind. The marijuana addict does not go in that direction." But each day brings its petty dust our soon chock souls to fill, and we forget because we must, and not because we will. Matthew Arnold. And how many doctors were heard in the congressional hearings in 1937? Precisely one. He represented the American Medical Association. The AMA opposed the bill. At least 28 medicinal products containing marijuana were on the market in 1937, the doctor pointed out. Drugs containing marijuana were manufactured and distributed by the leading pharmaceutical firms, and marijuana was recognized as a medicine in good standing by the AMA. From an editorial in the Journal of the American Medical Association, May 1, 1937, after more than 20 years of federal effort and the expenditure of millions of dollars, the opium and cocaine habits are still widespread. The best efforts of an efficient Bureau of Narcotics, supplemented by the efforts of an equally efficient Bureau of Customs, have failed to stop the unlawful flow of opium and coca leaves and their components and derivatives, on which the continuance and spread of narcotic addiction depends. Like the Harrison Narcotics Act before it, the Marijuana Tax Act claimed even in the title of the bill only to tax marijuana. It was yet another deception perpetrated on Congress and the American people. The intent of the bill was never to tax, but to prohibit. Beyond mere deception, however, the big lie to Congress was yet to come. The great masses of the people will more easily fall victims to a big lie than to a small one. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, 1933. In testifying before the Congressional Committee, the doctor sent by the AMA said the AMA had only realized 2 days before the hearings that the killer weed from Mexico was indeed cannabis, the benign drug used and prescribed by the medical profession for more than 100 years. Said Dr. Woodward, "We cannot understand, yet, Mr. Chairman, why this bill should have been prepared in secret for 2 years without any intimation, even to the medical profession, that it was being prepared." Anslinger and the committee chairman, Robert L. Doughton. DuPont dynasties. Robert Doughton was a key DuPont supporter in Congress, denounced and curtly excused Dr. Woodward. When the marijuana tax bill came before Congress, one pertinent question was asked from the floor: did anyone consult with the AMA and get their opinion? Representative Vinson answered for the committee, "Yes, we have, and they are in complete agreement." The big lie. The bill passed, and became law in September 1937. Anslinger was furious with the AMA for opposing him before the Congressional Committee. As the Commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, he could prosecute any doctors who prescribed narcotics for illegal purposes. Which purposes were illegal was pretty much Anslinger's call. From mid-1937 through 1939, more than 3,000 doctors were prosecuted. In 1939, the AMA made peace with Anslinger and came out in opposition to marijuana. From 1939 to 1949, only 3 doctors were prosecuted by the FBN for drug activity of any kind. Stop judging by mere appearances, and make a right judgment. Jesus of Nazareth, John 7:24. In 1944, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia and the New York Academy of Medicine released the LaGuardia Marijuana Report, which, after 7 years of research, claimed that marijuana caused no violence and had certain positive medical benefits. In a rage, Anslinger banned all marijuana research in the United States. He attacked LaGuardia vehemently. In 1948, however, Anslinger dropped the marijuana causes violence argument. He made, in fact, a complete about-face when he testified before Congress in 1948 that marijuana made one so tranquil and so pacifistic that the communists were making abundant supplies available to the military, government employees, and key citizens. Marijuana was now part of a communist plot aimed at weakening America's will to fight. That this statement was a complete reversal of his congressional testimony only 11 years before went unnoticed. Anti-communism put Anslinger back in the public eye, along with his good friend Senator Joseph McCarthy. It was later revealed by Anslinger in his book, The Murderers, and also by Dean Latimer in his book, Flowers in the Blood, that Anslinger supplied morphine to McCarthy on a regular basis for years. Anslinger's justification? To prevent the communists from blackmailing such a fine American just because he had a minor drug problem. In 1970, in passing the Controlled Substances Act, the federal government shifted its constitutional loophole for jailing drug users and providers from taxation to the federal government's obligation to regulate interstate traffic. This is as dramatic a violation of the Constitution as the taxation excuse, but it fit the government's plan better. Under this law, a bureaucrat usually not elected decides whether or not a substance is dangerous and how dangerous that substance is. There's no more messing around with legislatures, presidents, or other bothersome formalities. When MDMA, ecstasy, was made illegal in 1986, no elected official voted on that. It was done in-house. People are now in jail because they did something that an administrator declared was wrong. Prohibition goes beyond the bounds of reason in that it attempts to control a man's appetite by legislation, and makes a crime out of things that are not crimes. Abraham Lincoln. The Controlled Substances Act was circulated to the states where it was enthusiastically received. Most states have modeled their programs on the federal plan. There is no longer a need, then, to deceive legislators. The agency heads and their minions simply decide what the law is, and that's that. Today, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics is, like its former director Anslinger, no more. How's this for a bureaucratic shuffle? In 1968, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, FBN, was transferred from the Treasury Department to the Justice Department, where it was merged with the Bureau of Drug Abuse Control, BDAC, to form the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD. In 1973, during the early skirmishes of the war against drugs, the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD, the Office for Drug Abuse Law Enforcement, ODAL, and the Office of National Narcotics Intelligence, ONI, all combined to form the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA. I hope you're paying attention. There will be a quiz. As the war against drugs escalated, one agency was not enough. In 1988, the National Drug Enforcement Policy Board, NDIP, and the Office of National Drug Control Policy, ONP, were formed. The director of ONP, now a cabinet-level position, was given the title that Mr. Anslinger, anti-communist sentiments notwithstanding, would have killed for, the drug czar. Nothing is less productive than to make more efficient what should not be done at all. Peter Drucker. Who would have thought we'd have a czar in the same Washington that gave us Joseph McCarthy, the Bay of Pigs, and the Cold War? Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes. Drugs. It's amazing how little Americans know about drugs. Considering that we spend $40 billion per year to make 1,350,000 arrests and have sacrificed a good number of our personal freedoms and physical safety to the war on drugs, it might be valuable to take a look at the enemy. Because it is the consensual crime on which the greatest prohibitions are placed, we'll go into drug myths and facts in a fair amount of detail. Opiates. The opiates are opium, morphine, and heroin. All three come from the opium poppy. They are generally known as narcotics. At first, opium was smoked. It wasn't smoked, actually, it was heated until it gave off vapors but did not yet smoke, and the vapors were inhaled. The active ingredient of opium, morphine, went directly into the bloodstream and to the brain. This was the method favored in China and by the Chinese immigrants brought to the US to build the transcontinental railroads. Morphine was first separated from opium in 1806. Any oral ingestion was referred to as eating. Opium eating was usually drinking some concoction made with morphine. These included any number of patent medicines such as laudanum, an alcohol-morphine mixture. In addition to pain-killing, morphine was known for its tranquilizing and relaxing effects. Many of the patent medicines were marketed to women to cure anxiety, nervousness, and menstrual cramps. By the 1890s, men went to the saloons to drink alcohol and women stayed home and ate opium. Eugene O'Neill wrote eloquently and touchingly about his mother's morphine addiction. his brother's alcoholism, and his father's disapproval of both, in his play, Long Day's Journey into Night. Creation is a drug I can't do without. Cecil B. DeMille. Physicians referred to morphine as GOM, or God's own medicine. With the introduction of the hypodermic syringe in the mid-1800s, the effects of injecting morphine were discovered. The Civil War was an ideal laboratory to experiment with morphine's injectable anesthetic and pain-killing qualities. The doctors went a little overboard. Many soldiers returned from the war addicted to morphine. For quite some time, morphine addiction was known as the soldier's disease. Nevertheless, by 1880, physicians recommended GOM for 54 diseases including anemia, insanity, and nymphomania. The addictive quality of morphine, however, did not concern doctors. Although many people needed the drug daily, as long as they were able to get the drug, morphine addicts functioned normally in society. Most addictions are only troublesome when the addictive substance is taken away. As a culture today, we are addicted to, among many other things, electricity, packaged foods, television, and automobiles. As long as these are readily available, we don't notice our addiction. If one or all were taken away, we would immediately exhibit the classic symptoms of addictive withdrawal. Dr. William Stewart Halsted is widely recognized as the father of modern surgery and was one of the 4 founders of Johns Hopkins Medical Center. Dr. Halsted died at the age of 70, having revolutionized surgery. The sterile operating room was one of his many contributions. He enjoyed a 32-year marriage, good health, and the admiration of his peers. However, Sir William Osler's Secret History of the Medical Center, made public in 1969, revealed that Dr. Halsted had been addicted to morphine until the end of his life. Dr. Osler, another of the founders of Johns Hopkins, wrote, he had never been able to reduce the amount to less than 3 grains 180 milligrams daily. On this he could do his work comfortably, and maintain his excellent physical vigor. Just say no. Mary Mathery, RN. A daily injection of morphine is certainly not recommended operating room procedure, but the history of Dr. Halsted is hardly the stereotype of narcotic addiction that we have come to believe. In 1898, heroin was synthesized from morphine by the Bayer Company, the folks who gave us aspirin. They were looking for a better painkiller than aspirin, and they found it. Heroin is 4 to 8 times more potent than morphine. Unfortunately, it had this minor drawback: it was almost as addictive as tobacco. Knowing this, why would anyone risk addiction? The answer may be found in this description. Heroin's most valued effect is the ecstatic reaction that it gives after being intravenously injected. Within seconds, a warm, glowing sensation spreads over the body. This brief but intense rush is then followed by a deep, drowsy state of relaxation that lasts 2 to 4 hours and then gradually wears off. That was not an enticement from an illicit drug catalog or some pusher, but the description from the Encyclopedia Britannica. No matter how addictive heroin may be, however, most ill effects and almost all heroin fatalities are due to the laws against the drug, not the drug itself. Of course, drugs were fun. And that's what's so stupid about anti-drug campaigns, they don't admit that. I can't say I feel particularly scarred or lessened by my experimentation with drugs. They've gotten a very bad name. Angelica Houston. It is impossible to accurately determine the strength and purity of heroin purchased on the street. Practically all overdoses occur because users cannot accurately determine a dosage level. In addition, most of the negative effects people associate with heroin addiction, premature aging, ill health, and what Rosanna might describe as "you look awful," come not from the heroin, but from the impure substances used to cut the heroin. Heroin is cut, that is, diluted at least 6 times by 6 different individuals, or organizations, on its way to market. When drug dealers cut heroin, anything that's white and dissolves in water will do: laxatives, powdered milk, baking soda, quinine. By the time the heroin reaches the end user, often more than 70% of the white powder is something other than heroin. All these additives may be perfectly fine for the stomach, but can play havoc on the body when directly injected into the bloodstream. When a heroin addict refers to being ill by bad dope, he or she is referring not to the quality of the heroin, but the content of the contaminants. Although heroin is the opiate most effective for killing pain, it is not available by prescription. What is readily available on street corners cannot be used in hospital wards. People are suffering needlessly at this very moment because the moralists of our time are concerned that heroin manufactured for medical use will be used recreationally. Because of an ineffective attempt to control the personal habits of would-be heroin users, innocent hospital patients in advanced stages of degenerative diseases must suffer. All of the opiates have the same active ingredient, morphine, in different degrees of concentration. While the most addictive of all illegal substances, it is seldom deadly, and the primary harm opiates cause is due to their illegality. I always wanted to blunt and blur what was painful. My idea in taking drugs was pain reduction and mind expansion, but I ended up with mind reduction and pain expansion. Carrie Fisher. Cocaine, crack, amphetamines. Cocaine is simply a stimulant, an energizer. That's all. Its close chemical cousin is caffeine. In the early 1500s, when the Spanish conquistadors conquered the Incas, they discovered the coca leaf was a gift more prized than silver or gold. Priests and supplicants were allowed to approach the altar of the Inca only if they had coca leaf in their mouths, writes Edward M. Brecker in Licit and Illicit Drugs. For religious and superstitious reasons, the conquistadors themselves did not chew the coca leaves, but did use it to encourage the Incas to work harder and produce more. Although coca leaf chewing never caught on in Europe or North America, wine drinks prepared with coca were very popular. They were first marketed in 1886 as a remarkable therapeutic agent. Gounod, who wrote Ave Maria, and Pope Leo XIII were regular imbibers of Mariani's wine, a popular cocaine wine concoction. Coca-Cola, also originated in 1886, contained cocaine from the coca plant and caffeine from the cola nut. Cocaine, first synthesized from the coca leaf in 1844, was used as a local anesthetic, to fight fatigue, and as an antidepressant. Here's how one doctor described it in 1884: I take very small doses of it regularly against depression and against indigestion, and with the most brilliant success. In short, it is only now that I feel I am a doctor, since I have helped one patient and hope to help more. This same doctor wrote to his fiancée, if you are forward you shall see who is the stronger, a gentle little girl who doesn't eat enough or a big wild man who has cocaine in his body. Italics in original. In my last severe depression I took coca again and a small dose lifted me to the heights in a wonderful fashion. I am just now busy collecting the literature for a song of praise to this magical substance. Cocaine habit forming? Of course not. I ought to know, I've been using it for years. Tallulah Bankhead. The interestingly titled Song of Praise to Cocaine and Its Therapeutic Benefits was published in a medical journal in July 1884. The doctor's name was Sigmund Freud. Amphetamines were first synthesized in 1887, but their effect as a cocaine-like stimulant was not noted until 1927. In 1932, an amphetamine marketed under the trade name Benzedrine replaced cocaine as the power drug of choice. Several film historians report that Gone with the Wind never would have been made without producer David O. Selznick's 22-hour Benzedrine-inspired workdays. World War II has been called the Benzedrine War. The American, British, German, Italian, Russian, and Japanese armed forces were given amphetamines to counteract fatigue, elevate mood, and heighten endurance. After World War II, pep pills replaced caffeine for many students, cross-country truck drivers, and athletes. A small minority of users were not content with the increased well-being and productivity cocaine and amphetamines supplied, so they began injecting themselves with amphetamines, the speed freaks, and, later, smoking cocaine in preparations known as freebase, ice, or crack. As long as people regulate their use of these more concentrated and directly ingested forms to avoid burnout, there is nothing intrinsically more addictive or harmful about mainlining amphetamines or smoking crack than there is in cocaine or amphetamines themselves. This is not to say that they are not addictive. Cocaine and amphetamines are, although less addictive than tobacco or opiates, but to single out crack as though it were some newly discovered instant addictor and destroyer of humanity is a serious misrepresentation. In fact, if cocaine were legal, most people who chose to use it would drink it or take it in pill form. Brownie pledge, I swear I've never, ever tried drugs. Brooke Shields. The most popular drug in the cocaine, crack, and amphetamines category is caffeine. It is the most popular drug in the world. I must caution you, however, that the National Institute on Drug Abuse has the following to say about caffeine: dependence, a form of physical dependence, may result with regular consumption. In such cases, withdrawal symptoms may occur if caffeine use is stopped or interrupted. These symptoms include headache, irritability, and fatigue. Tolerance may develop with the use of 6 to 8 cups of coffee or more a day. A regular user of caffeine who has developed a tolerance may also develop a craving for the drug's effects. Dangers: poisonous doses of caffeine have occurred occasionally and have resulted in convulsions, breathing failure, and even death. These are roughly the same dependence and dangers of the illegal stimulants cocaine, crack, and amphetamines. Narcotic means inducing sleep or stupor, or at least that's what it once meant. While this does describe the opiates, precisely the reverse is true of the stimulants cocaine and amphetamines. To lump these two types of drugs, opiates and stimulants, into a category, narcotics, which only applies to the opiates, is an unnecessary attack on the perfectly good word narcotic. The reason for this language side is that once the American public believed narcotics were bad, the easiest thing to do was lump every other drug the government wanted to control into that category. Narcotics has been shortened to simply drugs to fit limited headline space and television newscast time. At least drugs is more accurate. Woodbury, GA. Few families in this rural Georgia town were left untouched by a federal investigation that culminated in the arrest of 62 people on charges of selling crack. The accused sellers include a sheriff's deputy, a retired policeman, and a 68-year-old woman. Associated Press, April 25, 1993. Psychedelics. The psychedelics include peyote, mescaline, psilocybin, and that relative newcomer, LSD. We will explore peyote and LSD in the chapter, Religious and Psychologically Therapeutic Use of Drugs. Marijuana, hemp, cannabis. Marijuana was among the first plants cultivated by humans. Approximately 10,000 years ago, at the same time humans began making pottery and working metal, they began weaving hemp fiber. As Jack Herer points out in his book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, from at least the 27th to 7th century BC up until this century, cannabis was incorporated into virtually all the cultures of the Middle East, Asia Minor, India, China, Japan, Europe, and Africa for its superior fiber, medicines, oils, food, and for its meditative, euphoric, and relaxational uses. Hemp was one of our ancestors' most important overall industries, along with tool making, animal husbandry, and farming. There's been no top authority saying what marijuana does to you. I tried it once, but it didn't do anything to me. John Wayne Homer refers to a drug brought by Helen to Troy that sounds remarkably like marijuana. Dr. Robert P. Walton, an American physician, found passages from Pliny, the Arabian Nights, Herodotus, Marco Polo, and others clearly indicating that marijuana was used in the ancient world for purposes other than making rope. Although the Greek and Roman civilizations certainly had access to the ingestible forms of hemp, wine was the intoxicant of choice. The early Christians inherited this preference. The pagans, however, supplemented wine with various herbs, one of which was hemp. The use of any intoxicant other than alcohol, then, became associated with paganism, and the Christian world turned its back, and eventually its wrath, on such practices. The use of any plant product other than grapes for consciousness altering was considered a form of witchcraft. It was banned by the Church, and later enforced by the Inquisition. In 1430, for example, Joan of Arc was accused of using witch herbs to hear her voices and burned at the stake. The most popular witch herb at the time was cannabis. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII proclaimed that cannabis, among other herbs, was central to satanic worship. Until the end of the Inquisition, lighting up could have led to burning at the stake. Hemp continued to be grown, of course, as raw material for manufacture. The sails and ropes on Columbus's ships were made of hemp, as were the sails and ropes on the Mayflower. When the Mayflower arrived in 1620, marijuana had been grown on the American continent for almost a decade. The Jamestown settlers brought it to Virginia in 1611 and cultivated it for its fiber. As Edward M. Brecker wrote, from then until after the Civil War, the marijuana plant was a major crop in North America, and played an important role in both colonial and national economic policy. In 1762, Virginia awarded bounties for hemp culture and manufacture, and imposed penalties upon those who did not produce it. Any formal attack on ignorance is bound to fail because the masses are always ready to defend their most precious possession, their ignorance. Hendrik van Loon: it was common knowledge that smoking the flowering tops of the hemp plant caused intoxication. As tobacco at that time was smoked primarily for its high and usually in a pipe, the paraphernalia and the practice for pot smoking as well as the cannabis plant itself were readily available. Marijuana was one of the few painkillers in colonial America. George Washington, who had dental problems his entire life, was obviously concerned about the medicinal uses of marijuana. His journal for August 7, 1765, states began to separate the male from the female hemp at rather too late. It was the belief then that the unfertilized female plants produced the best resin for making hashish. Washington's comment that he was rather too late indicates that he wanted unpollinated female plants. Other than medicinal or recreational use, there is no reason to concern oneself with whether or not the male plants had fertilized the female plants. Throughout the 19th century, cannabis was prescribed for a number of conditions. It was listed in the United States Pharmacopoeia as extractum cannabis or extract of hemp, and was so listed until 1942. In 1851, the United States Dispensatory reported of extract of hemp. The complaints in which it has been specially recommended are neuralgia, gout, rheumatism, tetanus, hydrophobia, epidemic cholera, convulsions, chorea, hysteria, mental depression, delirium tremens, insanity, and uterine hemorrhage. The greatest service which can be rendered any country is to add a useful plant to its culture. Thomas Jefferson: by the second half of the 1800s, fluid extracts of hemp were marketed by Parke Davis, Squibb, Lilly, and Burroughs Wellcome. Grimald and Sons manufactured cannabis cigarettes as an asthma relief. All these products were sold at modest prices without a prescription at neighborhood pharmacies. Recreationally, hemp was generally eaten or smoked in the form of hashish, a concentration of the THC-containing portions of the hemp plant. Hashish was freely imported, and World's Fairs and international expositions from the 1860s onward often featured the Turkish Hashish Smoking Exposition. At the 1876 Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia, for example, the Turkish Hashish Exposition was most popular, and fairgoers were encouraged to return again and again to enhance their enjoyment of the fair. For the most part, however, Americans in the mid to late 1800s either drank extracts of cannabis or ate hash. From the Civil War onward, for example, the Ganjawala Hashish Candy Company sold a popular intoxicating hash candy. A typical ad read: hashish candy, the Arabian gunye of enchantment, confectionized a most pleasurable and harmless stimulant, cures nervousness, weakness, melancholy, and inspires all classes with new life and energy. A complete mental and physical invigorator. Send for circular. Beware of imitations. 25 cents and $1 per box. Imported only by the Gunjawala Co., 476 Broadway, NY. Every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol or morphine or idealism. Carl Jung. And then there were Alice B. Toklas's favorite, hash brownies actually called Haskich fudge. Here, from her 1954 Alice B. Toklas cookbook, is the recipe, which is presented here solely for its historical, gastronomical, and literary illumination. Haskich fudge, which anyone could whip up on a rainy day. This is the food of paradise of Baudelaire's artificial paradises. It might provide an entertaining refreshment for a ladies' bridge club or a chapter meeting of the DAR. In Morocco it is thought to be good for warding off the common cold in damp winter weather and is, indeed, more effective if taken with large quantities of hot mint tea. Euphoria and brilliant storms of laughter, ecstatic reveries and extensions of one's personality on several simultaneous planes are to be complacently expected. Almost anything Saint Teresa did, you can do better if you can bear to be ravished by envanouissement revel. Take 1 teaspoon black peppercorns, 1 whole nutmeg, 4 average sticks of cinnamon, 1 teaspoon coriander. These should all be pulverized in a mortar. About a handful each of stoned dates, dried figs, shelled almonds, and peanuts. Chop these and mix them together. A bunch of cannabis sativa can be pulverized. This along with the spices should be dusted over the mixed fruit and nuts, kneaded together. About a cup of sugar dissolved in a big pat of butter. Rolled into a cake and cut into pieces or made into balls about the size of a walnut. It should be eaten with care. 2 pieces are quite sufficient. Obtaining the cannabis may present certain difficulties, but the variety known as cannabis sativa grows as a common weed, often unrecognized, everywhere in Europe, Asia, and parts of Africa, besides being cultivated as a crop for the manufacture of rope. In the Americas, while often discouraged, its cousin, called cannabis indica, has been observed even in city window boxes. It should be picked and dried as soon as it has gone to seed while the plant is still green. Sirrah's eyes then began to tremble at what his eyes were seeing. Gertrude Stein only the poor and lower classes smoked, or ate, the hemp plant. Liquid extract of cannabis, hashish candy, and hashish itself were readily and inexpensively available. Why bother with the plant? Marijuana is not a narcotic. Like alcohol, it is not sleep-inducing unless taken in large quantities. Unlike tobacco or opiates, it is non-addictive. To quote from the Consumers Union report, the lethal dose is not known, no human fatalities have been documented. As we're in the midst of a drug war, each day we are inundated with news, some heartening, some discouraging. For example, in Newsweek, June 14, 1993, fed up with mandatory sentences, about 50 senior federal judges have refused to hear any more drug cases. Others have disobeyed sentencing rules and a few have resigned in protest. You get a kid who makes a mistake. If he's involved with enough drugs, then it's a 10-year minimum mandatory sentence and he has to do 8.5 years. To me, that's ludicrous, says J. Lawrence Irving, who quit the federal bench in San Diego in 1990. It's gotten to where defense attorneys in federal drug cases can do their clients about as much good as Dr. Kevorkian can do his quietly shepherd them through to the least painful end. Dan Baum, 50 federal judges refusing to hear drug cases is unprecedented. Heartening. But then, on the same page, an 18-year-old Alabama high school senior was sentenced to 10 years for federal drug conspiracy because she told an undercover agent where to meet her boyfriend to buy LSD. Allow me to end this section on recreational drug use in an unusual way, by quoting at length from the National Review. One might think if I wanted a supporting point of view, I would quote at length from The Nation, The New Republic, or maybe High Times. But no. The sanest words I've read in a while on drugs come from a discussion between William F. Buckley, Jr., and Michael S. Gazzaniga, professor of neuroscience at Dartmouth Medical School. I would like to thank Mr. Buckley for his permission to quote from this discussion at length. So, this from the February 5, 1990, issue of the National Review. First, the magazine gives Professor Gazzaniga's credentials. Professor Gazzaniga is the Andrew W. Thompson Jr. Professor of Psychiatry, Neuroscience, at Dartmouth Medical School. He is editor-in-chief of the Journal of Cognitive Neuroscience, MIT Press, and his most recent book is Mind Matters, Houghton Mifflin, 1988. Our laws are telling people, if you're concerned about getting caught, don't use marijuana, use cocaine. Well, that is not necessarily what people want to do. Judge James Gray Buckley, it is said that the drug crack is substantively different from its parent drug, cocaine, in that it is, to use the term of Professor Van den Haag, crimogenic. In other words, a certain, unspecified, percentage of those who take crack are prompted to go out and commit mayhem of some kind. Is that correct? Gazzaniga, no, not in the way you put it. What you are asking is there something about how crack acts on the brain that makes people who take it likelier to commit crime? Let's begin by making it clear what crack is. It is simply cocaine that has been mixed with baking soda, water, and then boiled. What this procedure does is to permit cocaine to be smoked. Now any drug ingested in that way, i.e., absorbed by the lungs, goes more efficiently to the brain, and the result is a quicker, more intense experience. That is what crack gives the consumer. But its impact on the brain is the same as with plain cocaine and, as a matter of fact, amphetamines. No one has ever maintained that these drugs are crimogenic. The only study I know about that inquires into the question of crack breeding crime reports that most homicides involving crack were the result not of the use of crack, but of dealer disputes. Crack did not induce users to commit crimes. Do some crack users commit crimes? Of course. After all, involvement in proscribed drug traffic is dangerous. Moreover, people who commit crimes tend to use drugs at a high rate, though which drug they prefer varies from one year to the next. Buckley, you are telling us that an increase in the use of crack would not mean an increase in crime? Gazzaniga, I am saying that what increase there would be in crime would not be simply the result of the pharmacology of that drug. Look, let's say there are 200,000 users/abusers of crack in New York City, a number that reflects one of the current estimates. If so, and if the drug produced violent tendencies in all crack users, the healthcare system would have to come to a screeching halt. It hasn't. In fact, in 1988 the hospitals in New York City, the crack capital of the world, averaged only 7 crack-related admissions, citywide, a day. The perception of crack-based misbehavior is exaggerated because it is the cases that show up in the emergency rooms that receive public notice, and the whole picture begins to look very bleak. All of this is to say, when considering any aspect of the drug problem, keep in mind the matter of selection of the evidence. The alarming statistics cited by testing advocates to demonstrate the high costs of drug abuse do not always accurately reflect the research on which they are based. In fact, some of the data could be used to prove that drug use has negligible or even beneficial effects. Scientific American Arch 1990. It is prudent to recall that, in the past, dangerous and criminal behavior has been said to have been generated by other drugs, for instance marijuana. You remember reefer madness. And bear it in mind that since cocaine is available everywhere, so is crack available everywhere, since the means of converting the one into the other are easy, and easily learned. It is important to note that only a small percentage of cocaine users actually convert their stuff to crack. Roughly 1 in 6. Buckley, then would it follow that even if there were an increase in the use of crack, the legalization of it would actually result in a decrease in crime? Gazzaniga, that is correct. Buckley, isn't crack a drug whose addictive power exceeds that of many other drugs? If that is the case, one assumes that people who opt to take crack do so because it yields the faster and more exhilarating satisfactions to which you make reference. Gazzaniga, that is certainly the current understanding, but there are no solid data on the question. Current observations are confounded by certain economic variables. Crack is cheap. Buckley, why? If cocaine is expensive, how can crack be cheap? Gazzaniga, cocaine costs $1,000 per ounce if bought in quantity. 1 ounce can produce 1,000 vials of crack, each of which sells for $5. The drug abuser is able to experience more drug episodes. Crack being cheap, the next high can come a lot more quickly, and since there is a down to every up, or high, the cycle can become intense. The number of teenagers huffing or inhaling household products is reportedly higher than the number abusing cocaine. National Institute on Drug Abuse. So yes, crack is addictive. So is cocaine. So are amphetamines. The special punch of crack, as the result of going quickly via the lungs to the brain, may prompt some abusers to want more. By the way, it is the public knowledge that crack acts in this way that, as several studies document, causes most regular cocaine users to be cautious about crack. The casual to moderate user very clearly wants to stay in that category. So, all you can say is that there is a perception, widely shared, that crack is more addictive. Whether it isn't really known. One thing we do know is that crack does not begin to approach tobacco as a nationwide health hazard. For every crack-related death, there are 300 tobacco-related deaths. Another example of hyperbole is the recent claim that there were 375,000 crack babies born last year. How could that possibly be, when the government, the National Institutes on Drug Abuse, informs us that there were only 500,000 crack users last year? Exaggeration and misinformation run rampant on this subject. Buckley, well, if crack were legally available alongside cocaine and, say, marijuana, what would be the reason for a consumer to take crack? Gazzaniga, you need to keep your drug classifications straight. If your goal were, pure and simple, to get high, you might try crack or cocaine, or some amphetamine. You wouldn't go for marijuana, which is a mild hallucinogen and tranquilizer. So, if you wanted to be up and you didn't have much time, you might go to crack. But then if it were absolutely established that there was a higher addiction rate with crack, legalization could, paradoxically, diminish its use. This is so because if cocaine were reduced to the same price as crack, the abuser, acknowledging the higher rate of addiction, might forego the more intensive high of crack, opting for the slower high of cocaine. Crack was introduced years ago as offering an alluring new psychoactive experience. But its special hold on the ghetto is the result of its price. Remember that on another front we know that 120 proof alcohol doesn't sell as readily as 86 proof, not by a long shot, even though the higher the proof, the faster the psychological effect that alcohol users are seeking. After 20 years on the bench, I have concluded that federal drug laws are a disaster. It is time to get the government out of drug enforcement. Judge Whitman Knapp, New York Times, May 14, 1993. Buckley, is there evidence that the current consumption of drugs is restrained by their illegality? We have read that 90 million Americans have experimented, at one time or another, with illegal drugs. Would more than 90 million have experimented with them if drugs had been legal? Gazzaniga, I think illegality has little if anything to do with drug consumption, and, incidentally, I am certain that far more than 90 million Americans have at some point or other experimented with an illegal drug. This gets to the issue of actual availability. Drugs are everywhere, simply everywhere. In terms of availability, drugs might just as well be legal as illegal. Now it has been argued that legalization will create a different social climate, a more permissive, more indulgent climate. It is certainly conceivable, primarily for that reason, that there would be greater initial use, the result of curiosity. But the central point is that human beings in all cultures tend to seek out means of altering their mental state, and that although some will shop around and lose the powers of self-discipline, most will settle down to a base rate of use, and a much smaller rate of abuse, and those rates are pretty much what we have in the United States right now. Buckley, then the factor of illegality, in your opinion, does not weigh heavily. But, we come to the critical question, if 90 million, or more, Americans have experimented with the use of drugs, why is drug abuse at such a, relatively, low level? Gazzaniga, if you exclude tobacco, in the whole nation less than 10% of the adult population abuses drugs. That is, 9 to 12 million adult Americans abuse drugs. That figure includes alcohol, by the way, and the figure remains fairly constant. We're in a war. People who blast some pot on a casual basis are guilty of treason. Daryl Gates, Los Angeles police chief, consider alcohol. In our culture alone, 70 to 80% of us use alcohol, and the abuse rate is now estimated at 5 to 6%. We see at work here a major feature of the human response to drug availability, namely, the inclination to moderation. Most people are adjusted and are intent on living productive lives. While most of us, pursuing that goal, enjoy the sensations of euphoria, or anxiety reduction, or, at times, social disinhibition or even anesthesia, we don't let the desire for these sensations dominate our behavior. Alcohol fills these needs for many people and its use is managed intelligently. It is worth noting that the largest proportion of this drug is sold to the social drinker, not the drunk, just as most cocaine is sold to the casual user, not the addict. Now, early exposure to alcohol is common and inevitable, and youthful drinking can be extreme. Yet studies have shown that it is difficult to determine which drunk at the college party will evolve into a serious alcoholic. What is known is that the vast majority of early drinkers stop excessive drinking all by themselves. In fact, drug use of all types drops off radically with age. Buckley, wait a minute. Are you telling us that there is only a 10% chance that any user will become addicted to a drug, having experimented with it? Gazzaniga, the 10% figure includes all drugs except tobacco. The actual risk for abuse of some drugs is much lower. Consider last year's National Household Survey, NHS, which was carried out by the National Institutes on Drug Abuse. It is estimated that some 21 million people tried cocaine in 1988. But according to the NHS, only 3 million defined themselves as having used the drug at least once during the month preceding their interview. Most of the 3 million were casual users. Now think about it. All the cocaine users make up 2% of the adult population, and the addicts make up less than 1/4% of the total population. These are the government's own figures. Does that sound like an epidemic to you? No major American decision was ever made without the influence of alcohol, nicotine, caffeine, often all three. Note on bulletin board Buckley, but surely an epidemic has to do with the rate at which an undesirable occurrence is increasing. How many more cocaine users were there than the year before? Or the year before that? Gazzaniga, the real question is whether or not more and more Americans are becoming addicted to something. Is the rate of addiction to psychoactive substances going up? The answer to that is a flat no. Are there fads during which one drug becomes more popular than another as the drug of abuse? Sure. But, when one drug goes up in consumption, others go down. Heroin use is down, and so is marijuana use. That is why the opiate and marijuana pushers are trying to prove their purity so they can grab back some of their market share, which apparently they have done for heroin in New York City. But having said that, you should know that the actual use of cocaine and all other illicit drugs is on the decline, according to the NHS. The just published National High School Survey carried out by the University of Michigan reports that the same is true among high school students. Crack is used at such a low rate throughout the country that its use can hardly be measured in most areas. Buckley, well, if a low addiction rate is the rule, how do we come to terms with the assertion, which has been made in reputable circles, that over 40% of Americans fighting in Vietnam were using heroin and 80% marijuana? Gazzaniga, stressful situations provoke a greater use of drugs. Vietnam was one of them. But what happens when the soldiers come home? That point was examined in a large study by Dr. Lee Robbins at Washington University. During the Vietnam War, President Nixon ordered a study on the returning vets who seemed to have a drug problem. Nixon didn't know what he was looking for, but he was getting a lot of flack on the point that the war was producing a generation of drug addicts. Dr. Robbins chose to study those soldiers returning to the United States in 1971. Of the 13,760 Army enlisted men who returned and were included in her sample, 1,400 had a positive urine test for drugs, narcotics, amphetamines, or barbiturates. She was able to retest 495 men from this sample a few months later. The results were crystal clear. Only 8% of the men who had been drug positive in their first urine test remained so. In short, over 90% of them, now that they were back home, walked away from drug use. And all of them knew how to get hold of drugs, if they had wanted them. Incidentally, Dr. Robbins did a follow-up study a couple of years later on the same soldiers. She reported there had not been an increase in drug use. As a first-time drug law offender, I was sentenced to 27 non-parolable years in prison. The amount of time was based on liquid waste found in the garage and unprocessed chemicals. There were no drugs. David A. Nichols, May 29, 1993. Buckley, aha. You are saying that under special circumstances, the use of drugs increases. Well, granted there was stress in Vietnam. Isn't there stress also in American ghettos? Gazzaniga, if you live in poverty and frustration, and see few rewards available to you, you are likelier than your better satisfied counterpart to seek the escape of drugs, although the higher rate of consumption does not result in a higher rate of addiction. Virtually every study finds this to be the case, with one possibly interesting twist. A recent Department of Defense study showed that drug use in the military was lower for blacks than for whites, the reverse of civilian life. It is generally agreed that the military is the only institution in our country that is successfully integrated. In short, environmental factors play an important role in the incidence of drug use. Buckley, so you are saying that there are social circumstances that will raise the rate of consumption, but that raising the rate of consumption doesn't in fact raise the rate of addiction. After much criticism in 1990, the Naples, Florida, police department canceled a highly touted campaign against drug dealers. The department, which has one black officer, out of 75, had dressed undercover white officers in blackface and colorful clothes because, said one official, sales are made predominantly by blacks. News item. Gazzaniga, that's the idea. Drug consumption can go up in a particular population, fueled by stress, but the rate of addiction doesn't go up no matter what the degree of stress. Most people can walk away from high drug use if their lives become more normal. Of course, the stress of the ghetto isn't the only situation that fuels high drug consumption. Plenty of affluent people who for some reason or another do not find their lives rewarding also escape into drugs. Buckley, if it is true, then, that only a small percentage of those who take crack will end up addicted, and that is no different from the small percentage who, taking one beer every Saturday night, will become alcoholics. What is the correct way in which to describe the relative intensity of the addictive element in a particular drug? Gazzaniga, that is an interesting question and one that can't satisfactorily be answered until much more research is done. There are conundrums. Again, it is estimated that 21 million people tried cocaine in 1988. Yet, of those, only 3 million currently use it, and only a small percentage are addicted. As for crack, it is estimated that 2.5 million have used it, while only 500,000 say they still do, and that figure includes the addicted and the casual user. Some reports claim that as many as 1/2 of crack users are addicted. As I have said, crack is cheap, and for that reason may be especially attractive to the poor. That is a non-pharmacological, non-biological factor, the weight of which we have not come to any conclusions about. We don't even have reliable data to tell us that crack creates a greater rate of addiction than, say, cocaine. My own guess is it doesn't. Remember that the drug acts on the same brain systems that cocaine and amphetamines do. Buckley, to what extent is the addictive factor affected by education? Here is what I mean by this: taking a drug, say heroin, or cocaine or crack or, for that matter, alcohol is a form of Russian roulette, using a 10-cartridge revolver. Now, presumably, an educated person, concerned for his livelihood, wouldn't take a revolver with 9 empty cartridges and 1 full cartridge, aim it at his head, and pull the trigger. But granted, decisions of that kind are based on ratiocinative skills. And we have to assume these skills don't exist even among college students. If they did, there would be no drinking in college, let alone drug taking. Comments. Nothing will ever be attempted if all possible objections must be first overcome. Dr. Samuel Johnson Gazzaniga, most people perceive themselves as in control of their destiny. They do not think the initial exposure will ruin their lives, because of their perceived self-control, and they are right. Take the most difficult case, tobacco, the most highly addictive substance around. In a now classic study, Stanley Schachter of Columbia University formally surveyed his highly educated colleagues at Columbia. At the same time, he polled the working residents of Amagansett, a community on Long Island where he summered. He first determined who were ongoing smokers, and who had been smokers. He took into account how long they had smoked, what they had smoked, and all other variables he could think of. It wasn't long before the picture began to crystallize. Inform a normally intelligent group of people about the tangible hazards of using a particular substance and the vast majority of them simply stop. It wasn't easy for some, but in general they stopped, and they didn't need treatment programs, support programs, and all the rest. Dr. Schachter concluded, after this study, that it is only the thorny cases that show up at the treatment centers, people who have developed a true addiction. For those people, psychological prophylactics, including education, are of little or no value. Yet it is these people that are held up as examples of what happens when one uses drugs. This is misleading. It creates an unworkable framework for thinking about the problem. Most people can voluntarily stop using a psychoactive substance, and those people who do continue to use it can moderate their intake to reduce the possibility of health hazards. This is true, as I say, for most substances, but I repeat, less true for tobacco because of its distinctively addictive nature. The people who unwisely continue to use tobacco tend to smoke themselves into major illness even though they are amply warned that this is likely to happen. Marijuana is not much more difficult to obtain than beer. The reason for this is that a liquor store selling beer to a minor stands to lose its liquor license. Marijuana salesmen don't have expensive overheads, and so are not easily punished. William F. Buckley, J.R. Buckley, so no matter how widely you spread the message, it is in fact going to be ignored, both by PhDs and by illiterates. Gazzaniga, if they are real abusers, yes. That is the reason for the high recidivism rate among graduates of drug treatment centers. Here we are talking about the true addicts. Education appears not to help the recalcitrant abusers, who are the ones that keep showing up at health centers. Yet, manifestly, education contributes to keeping the abuse rate as low as it is. I think the message gets to the ghetto, but where there are other problems, the need for an artificial reward drugs are going to be taken by many people because the excruciating pain of a current condition overrides long-term reason. In short, the ghetto citizen or the psychologically isolated person might well decide that the probability of living a better life is low, so grab some rewards while you can. Buckley, in that case, education, even in the popular media, is likely to influence primarily the educated classes. That has to mean that the uneducated class will suffer more addiction than the educated class. Gazzaniga, well, again, people in the lowest socio-economic status will continue to consume more drugs, but that doesn't change the addiction rate. Still, legalization shouldn't change the current figures, since drugs are literally available everywhere in the ghetto. They are also available on every college campus. They are available in prisons. I suppose if one wants to conjure up fresh problems brought on by legalization, they will center on the folks living on Park Avenue, where drugs are less easily secured, not the ghetto. Legalization of drugs would reduce crime in the ghetto, and much that is positive would follow. The vast majority of the crime network ought to crumble. The importance of that cannot be underestimated. Adulation is alright if you don't inhale. Adlai Stevenson Buckley, what would be your prediction, as a scientist, of what the advent of drugs sold legally and without prescription to adults in a kind of federal drugstore, combined with a program of intensified education, would accomplish in the next 10 years? Gazzaniga, drug consumption rates will bounce around, related as they are to environmental factors, fads, and a host of other factors. Drug abuse rates will not change much, if at all. Yet many of the negative social consequences of keeping drugs illegal will be neutralized. The health costs of drug abuse will always be with us. We should try to focus on those problems with more serious neurobiologic and neurobehavioral research and help where we can to reduce the percentage that fall victim. I am an experimental scientist, and like most people can see that the present system doesn't work. We need to try another approach. If, for whatever reason, legalization doesn't improve the situation, it would take 5 minutes to reverse it. Thank you, Mr. B and Professor G. Good conversation. What a drug. I close this chapter with this quote from the National Institute of Justice, from a program sponsored by the Police Foundation. The goal of legalizing drugs is to bring them under effective legal control. If it were legal to produce and distribute drugs, legitimate businessmen would enter the business. There would be less need for violence and corruption since the industry would have access to the courts. And, instead of absorbing tax dollars as targets of expensive enforcement efforts, the drug sellers might begin to pay taxes. So, legalization might well solve the organized crime aspects of the drug trafficking problem. On average, drug use under legalization might not be as destructive to users and to society as under the current prohibition, because drugs would be less expensive, purer, and more conveniently available. The trouble with most folks isn't so much their ignorance, as knowing so many things that ain't so. Josh Billings Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press Last revision, December 2, 1996 Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes religious and psychologically therapeutic use of drugs. I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson long before the white man traveled on hempen sails to find religious freedom in a new world, the natives on a land now called North America used sacramental plants to commune with nature, the universal brotherhood, and the Great Spirit. The Incas chewed coca leaves, but only for spiritual purposes and only with the permission of their spiritual leader, the Inca. The conquistadors from Spain turned what was once a sacrament into a reward for work and, later, a stimulant for the energy to do more work. Changing the purpose and use of coca leaves was but one part of the European destruction of a great civilization. Indigenous tribes throughout North America ate the buds of the peyote cactus as an expression of thanksgiving, a request for guidance, or in support of a brother who wanted to give thanks or seek direction. Peyote was always used in a formal, ceremonial way, and recreational use was considered a sacrilege. It took the white man who knew or cared so little about the Native American way until 1899 to find out what was going on and, of course, make it illegal. Oklahoma passed a law against peyote in 1899, New Mexico outlawed it in 1929. Not until the 1960s, when a sufficient number of white people began seeking mystical experience, was peyote considered a menace that had to be controlled nationally. We are not clear as to the role in life of these chemicals, nor are we clear as to the role of the physician. You know, of course, that in ancient times there was no clear distinction between priest and physician. Alan Watts humans have always sought ways to alter everyday consciousness. This is usually achieved either through changes in normal behavior, or by ingesting a consciousness-altering substance. We civilized types descendants of the primitive Native Americans conquerors have a strong bias that religious experiences should be obtained through altered action rather than sacramental ingestion. Prayer, fasting, penance, and personal sacrifice are all acceptable forms of achieving greater connection with God and Spirit. Ingesting chemicals, sacramental plants, or other consciousness-altering substances is not. What we are aware of and that we are aware at all is due to a complex biochemical electrical process in the human nervous system. A slight alteration creates a shift in consciousness. Any number of stimuli can trigger the chemical electrical shift that leads to the change in consciousness. All the acceptable techniques for achieving religious experiences involve chemical change. Prayer is changing one's focus, altering what one is thinking. Fasting causes a significant biochemical change. Even the born-again experience as practiced by many churches is based on psychological pressure: you are a sinner and you will spend all eternity in hell, and release, accept Jesus and you will spend all eternity in paradise, which produces profound biochemical change. When we have a shift in consciousness, our belief determines whether or not the shift is perceived as a religious experience. If we connect a certain positive feeling with God, each time we have that feeling we think of God. If we attach that same pleasant feeling to our spouse, each time we feel that feeling, we will think of our spouse. If we attach the same feeling to our favorite television program, each time we feel that feeling, we will think of our favorite television program, and so on. It is well for people who think to change their minds occasionally in order to keep them clean. For those who do not think, it is best at least to rearrange their prejudices once in a while. Luther Burbank: a change of consciousness is an experience. If we choose to give that experience religious meaning, it becomes a religious experience. If we choose to associate it with someone we are in love with, it becomes a romantic experience. If we choose to associate it with our favorite television show, it becomes a video experience. We could even choose to associate it with something wicked and evil: this is the devil tempting me, or I'm having a psychotic episode, and the same experience becomes a negative one. It takes very little chemical change to bring about a profound shift in consciousness. LSD, for example, is not measured in milligrams, or thousandths of a gram, but in micrograms, millionths of a gram. As few as 25 micrograms, that is, 25 millionths of a gram, can bring about a profound change in consciousness that lasts many hours. After Dr. Albert Hofmann accidentally ingested LSD on April 16, 1943, he described his experiences: I was seized with a feeling of great restlessness and mild dizziness. At home, I lay down and sank into a not unpleasant delirium, which was characterized by extremely excited fantasies. In a semi-conscious state, with my eyes closed, I felt the daylight to be unpleasantly dazzling, fantastic visions of extraordinary realness and with an intense kaleidoscopic play of colors. After about 2 hours this condition disappeared. Note that there's not much talk about God in there. In fact, at first psychiatrists thought the LSD experience closely resembled the delirium of extreme schizophrenia and explained, perhaps, the paintings of Vincent van Gogh. He was not interpreting those swirling sunflowers and turbulent indigo, Joni Mitchell's phrase, skies. He was painting what he saw. LSD, it was thought, should be taken by therapists to better understand the working of the schizophrenic mind, or by architects so that they might better design mental institutions to be healing and comforting places from an insane person's point of view. Others thought LSD would be useful in therapy because it produced such a pronounced shift from ordinary consciousness. If insane people could be sufficiently jarred from their insanity even for a brief period of time, perhaps their reality could be restructured, through therapy, into a healthier pattern. Still others, such as author Aldous Huxley and Harvard professors Timothy Leary and Richard Alpert, thought that LSD opened the doors of perception, as Huxley called it, through which human consciousness could glimpse mystical visions. They maintain that LSD opened the consciousness through which all the great spiritual teachers, Moses, Buddha, Zoroaster, Krishna, Jesus, Mohammed, and others, had their insights and revelations. Some thought LSD produced psychoses, others thought it produced enlightenment. How people approached the experience significantly influenced the results of the experience. Those who took LSD thinking it was going to simulate schizophrenia left the LSD experience thinking, oh, that's what it's like to be crazy. Many who took LSD expecting mystical revelation got mystical every happening, great and small, is a parable whereby God speaks to us, and the art of life is to get the message. Malcolm Muggeridge. Not a shred of evidence exists in favor of the idea that life is serious. Brendan Gill. The set and setting was vitally important. The set was the mindset. One had to ask oneself, am I taking part in this experience for kicks or for illumination? The latter was recommended. The setting was the environment in which you took LSD, whom you were taking it with, what physical activities were planned, music, silence, readings aloud from the New Testament or the Tibetan Book of the Dead. In properly planned sessions one had a guide who had had the experience before, to provide safety, support, and encouragement. Less than 10 years later, by the mid-1970s, people were dropping acid on the way to the disco. The Bee Gees. Jesus, the psychedelic old-timers would lament. What happened to the Beatles? And why are they going to a disco? If they want to go out, why don't they go to a real religious experience like seeing 2001, A Space Odyssey in Cinerama? Soon acid became synonymous with any orally ingested consciousness-altering substance, tranquilizers, strychnine, it didn't matter. People were looking for a trip, not a journey, a high, not a higher state of consciousness. Some of the original mystical LSD takers went on to explore God in more traditional ways. LSD was advertised as only one door to the house of perception, how you moved in was up to you. Richard Alpert took an ancient route, went to India, and became Ram Dass. Timothy Leary took the techno route and became fascinated with space travel, computers, and cyberspace. Whatever the outcome, LSD was a bright flash between the black and white 50s and the Technicolor 70s. What people did with that flash was and is entirely up to them. Woman, thank you for saving the world. Henry Kissinger, you're welcome. Throughout history, humans have sought the tree of life. People have tried to return to the garden by ingesting substances from the plant, mineral, and animal kingdoms. Some worked, most didn't. Alas, in our country today sincere seekers cannot seek in this way. They are entitled to use the traditional methods as much as they please, but only those tried and accepted by our Judeo-Christian forefathers. People can pray, fast, join a monastery or convent, become missionaries, and that's okay. Changing consciousness through external actions that produce internal chemical reactions is acceptable. Ingesting chemicals is not. If you do, you are not taking part in a sacrament, but committing a sacrilege. You will be punished for it not only in the hereafter, but here. We'll explore further the absurdity of jailing people for religious beliefs in the chapter, Unconventional Religious Practices. The point of this chapter is, although ingesting chemicals may not be part of the Judeo-Christian tradition, it certainly has a long and dignified history in the human tradition. To deny Americans, native or immigrant, the right to explore chemical sacraments is not only an interference with our religious freedom, but yet another example of imposing Judeo-Christian religious beliefs on others by force of law. An understandably quiet movement of sincere, well-educated, they have more degrees than a protractor, comments the Los Angeles Times, individuals is exploring anew the value of psychedelics. Today the mind-expanding chemicals are often referred to as empathogens, empathy-producing, or entheogens, become one with Theos, God. And shock and joy, the FDA is giving begrudging approval to limited research. If you surveyed 100 typical middle-aged Americans, I bet you'd find that only 2 of them could tell you their blood types, but every last one of them would know the theme song from the Beverly Hillbillies. Dave Barry: we're like early man who says fire is too dangerous, says Rick Doblin, Harvard-trained social scientist and spokesperson for the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. We're not even at the stage where we've figured out that fire can keep you warm in winter. MAPS is a nonprofit group that tracks the handful of approved psychedelic research projects throughout the United States. The preliminary research has been encouraging, especially when empathetic chemicals are used in conjunction with the therapeutic process. Psychotherapy is enhanced by an altered state experience, said Charles S. Grob, MD, one of the lead researchers of MDMA, ecstasy, use in therapy. In other studies, using chemicals such as MDMA, MDA, and LSD has resulted in significant progress treating recidivism, sexual dysfunction, depression, and addiction, among many others. Of course, even these token research programs are under fire and, by the time you read this, may have been halted altogether by ignorance and misplaced grief. One of the primary organizations challenging any research is Drug Watch International. This was formed by Dr. William Bennett, not the former drug czar turned best-selling pontiff on morality, but another one. How many can we take, and his wife, Sandra, after losing our son to cocaine in 1986. They hated me without reason. Jesus of Nazareth, John 15:25. The sort of kill the messenger response was echoed by actor Carroll O'Connor, who, in his grief following the suicide of his son, blamed it all on his son's drug dealer, who was promptly arrested. The fact that O'Connor's son killed himself after being out of work for a year and after spending his third wedding anniversary alone was not mentioned. The dealer was sentenced to a year in prison. How does one explain to a parent grieving for a lost child that putting other parents' children in prison is not the solution? No one, apparently, has found a way to communicate this to the Bennetts. Illicit drugs are illicit because they're harmful, they claim in circular, ignorance-perpetuating logic. In fact, research has shown drugs in general and psychedelics in particular to be far less harmful than formerly feared. In 1995, UCLA's Ronald K. Siegel, one of the few researchers permitted to perform scientific studies on LSD after the blanket governmental ban in 1970, reported, "Dangers of psychedelics are not as great as the public was led to believe in the 60s. Risks of brain damage and schizophrenia have been discounted. Most psychedelics are stimulants, and like any stimulant, they can be harmful to those with high blood pressure and heart conditions." Meanwhile, a much larger group of individualists just as sincere but lacking governmental sanction explore their psyches, their world, their loved ones, their lives, and their God with entheogens. For many, LSD, due to its sometimes tedious electric qualities, has been replaced with psilocybin, mushrooms, MDMA, and MDA. Instant gratification takes too long. Carrie Fisher. MDMA was first synthesized in 1912. In the early 1980s, it was rediscovered and named ecstasy. "I wanted to call it empathy," its rediscoverer said, "but I thought ecstasy would sell better." It did perhaps too much better. It was banned in 1986, when after enthusiastic articles in, among other publications, The Wall Street Journal, Time, and Newsweek, a bureaucrat in Washington decided it should be banned. MDA, a naturally occurring chemical with empathetic effects similar to MDMA, is found in more than 70 plants as well the human brain. When the chemicals the body produces to suppress the effects of MDA are suppressed, small doses of MDA can produce powerful results. The heart opens, one psychiatrist explained in non-psychiatric terms. While MDMA is still illegal, the plants containing MDA are not. Think they'll ever get around to banning nutmeg, green tea, or the cola nut? These plants are sold by various companies working entirely within the law. For the most part, these entheogens are taken not as a high, but as a sacrament not to meant placate a vengeful God out there, but to celebrate the essence of God within us all. From the standpoint of some Christians, who believe this life is to be suffered through and pleasure should only be found in paradise, it seems the pagans have returned again, their devil's mass in tow. For the glory of God, they must be forbidden to practice such hedonistic sacrileges, so if they do, they must be punished severely here on earth. Now, the big thieves hang the little ones. Check proverb. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes, regenerative use of drugs and other unorthodox medical practices. Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize itself into an undercover dictatorship. Dr. Benjamin Rush, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. How can something start out so good and become so bad? That's the question I ask myself each time I think about the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. It began as a good idea, designed to educate and protect the citizens of the United States. Now it regularly raids alternative healers, keeps healing and rejuvenative drugs away from those who might benefit from them, dictates what is and is not proper healing, and wants to severely limit our ability to buy vitamins, minerals, and other nutritional supplements. The FDA has, like Dr. Frankenstein's experiment, gone awry. In the early 1900s, prepared foods and packaged medicines were a mess. As Upton Sinclair described in The Jungle, his 1906 expose of the meatpacking industry, meatpackers would pack anything into skin sawdust, rat droppings, the digestive tracts of animals and all that they contained, and sell it as pure beef sausage. One could never be sure if a quart of beef stew contained an entire quart of beef stew or even if it contained beef. Over-the-counter patent medicines did not list ingredients or strength of concentration on the label. Or they might claim to contain medicines and be nothing but sugar water in an imposing bottle. Normally, it would be left to the states to regulate food and drugs through local health codes, honest weight restrictions, and other regulatory laws. With improvements in packaging, transportation, and marketing, however, by the turn of the century many products were traveling across state lines. This brought them under the jurisdiction of the federal government. Regulation of interstate commerce was one of the powers enumerated to Congress. Sailing round the world in a dirty gondola, oh, to be back in the land of Coca-Cola. Bob Dylan. In 1906, Congress passed the Pure Food and Drug Act, which established that foods and drugs should be unadulterated, and that their contents be clearly labeled. This was a much-needed regulation. The act, however, had this little loophole: what is adulterated and who decides what is adulterated? Ironically, according to the book, The Big Drink, The Story of Coca-Cola by E.J. Kahn, Coca-Cola was taken to court by the government for marketing a mislabeled product. In 1903, Coca-Cola had replaced the real thing, cocaine, with caffeine. It was cheaper. Coca-Cola was in trouble not because it contained cocaine, but because it didn't. The case continued in court for 9 years, and Coca-Cola eventually agreed to make changes in its manufacturing process and to list its ingredients, which included neither coca nor cola. In 1927, the enforcement of the law moved from the Bureau of Chemistry, a division of the Department of Agriculture, into its own bureaucratic structure, the Food, Drug, and Insecticide Administration, a formidable, respectable name if there ever was one. Not surprisingly, in 1931 it dropped the insecticide from its title and became the Food and Drug Administration. The FDA was then given the power to ban harmful additives. By what criteria do we define harmful? If a chemical has a known lethal dose, should it be prohibited? If that were the case, salt could never be used as an additive. For the most part, whatever the FDA decided was harmful was harmful. The decisions were, and are, capricious at best. Despite the belief that hand-washing is the most important measure to prevent the spread of infection in hospitals, less than 1/3 of physicians wash their hands between patients. The American Hospital Association 1992. Over time, the FDA also grew to encompass regulation over all medical techniques, practices, and devices. The original Pure Food and Drug Act, also known as the Wiley Act, only required that food not be adulterated or misbranded when shipped across state lines. In 1912, the act was amended to prohibit false therapeutic claims. The problem with that is the same as determining what is harmful: who is to say what is and is not therapeutic? For example, the placebo effect is a scientifically proven fact. If people take an absolutely worthless substance and believe it's going to make them better, it tends to make about 1/3 of the people better. Bona fide, licensed, reputable physicians use placebos every day with the approval of both the Food and Drug Administration and the American Medical Association. The doctor will charge the full amount for an office visit, write a prescription, send the patient to a pharmacy to pay a large amount of money for sugar pills. And insurance companies knowingly and willingly pay the bills. Whether it's belief in the doctor, in the pills, in getting out of the house and paying some money, or a combination of all those factors, one thing is certain: many people who take the sugar pills get better faster than people who are told by the doctor, "There's nothing I can do about this, it will have to run its course." And so it was with the patent medicines. If advertising copy and patent medicines were the largest advertisers in the country at the turn of the century, could convince you that mother's soothing syrup would cure your cold, for a certain number of people, the cold got cured sooner than it would absent mother's soothing syrup. If the medicine didn't work, the most the government could do was require that the manufacturer issue a refund. Bureaucracy, the rule of no one, has become the modern form of despotism. Mary McCarthy, the 1912 law put the burden of proof on the government. A manufacturer had to be clearly defrauding the public. This was not stringent enough, however, and in 1938 the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act was passed. Since then it has been up to the manufacturer to prove scientifically that its drugs are effective. Goodbye placebo effect. For patent medicines, at least. For the AMA and legitimate pharmaceutical companies, fine. While the spirit behind strengthening the FDA was certainly a good one, the results have been anything but. Yes, we can buy foods relatively free of rat droppings. FDA guidelines restrict the amount of animal droppings and insect parts permitted in foods, but do not prohibit them altogether. And while it's good to know that hemorrhoid cream has actually shrunk a hemorrhoidal tissue here or there, much of the FDA's current activity amounts to dictating what does and does not heal people and prohibiting the latter. Just as people should have the freedom to find and worship God as they choose, so too should they have the freedom to maintain and enhance their own health as they choose. The FDA neither believes nor supports this contention. Only medicine as the FDA and the AMA, it's hard to tell them apart most of the time, define medicine is medicine. Everything else is quackery. Quackery, according to the FDA, is not just misguided medical practices that American consumers need to be educated about. Quackery is fundamentally evil, and those who traffic in it, both suppliers and consumers, must be punished. Taking vitamin E supplements daily for at least 2 years appears to dramatically reduce the risk of heart disease. Separate studies of men and women who took daily vitamin E supplements had about a 40% lower risk of heart disease. New England Journal of Medicine, May 1993. In some cases, the quackery of yesteryear is the sound medical practice of today. The sound medical practice of yesteryear is utter foolishness today. George Washington, for example, was literally bled to death. It was the medical belief in Washington's day that, when ill, pressure had to be relieved and the evil humors had to be bled away. There's hardly a practice or procedure that was considered sound medical science 200 years ago that someone wouldn't be arrested for attempting today, and with good reason. As Thurman Arnold observed, the principles of Washington's farewell address are still sources of wisdom when cures for social ills are sought. The methods of Washington's physicians, however, are no longer studied. Conversely, to suggest 50 years ago that diet, exercise, or vitamins would help prevent or cure heart disease would have been considered blatant quackery. According to medical doctors, bed rest was needed if you had a weak heart, and lots of red meat. People were arrested for suggesting that exercise, reduced meat diets, and vitamin supplements would help the heart. Now these techniques are part of standard medical practice. All this restriction came about because the FDA took a leap that defies logic. This from the official FDA history. It was recognized that no drug is truly safe unless it is also effective, and effectiveness was required to be established before marketing one of the major advances of medical history. How can one equate safety with effectiveness? A safe drug is one I can put in my body and know that, as long as I take it in recommended doses, will not cause me to shrivel up and die. An effective drug is something else again. Yes, if one takes an ineffective drug when one could, instead, be taking an effective drug, the illness may become worse, and this is not good. To say, however, that the ineffective drug is not safe is confusing the issue and torturing the language. Saying a drug cures something that it does not makes the manufacturer guilty of false advertising, not of marketing unsafe substances. The Puritan through life's sweet garden goes to pluck the thorn and cast away the rose. Kenneth Hare. The most the government should be able to do is warn the consumer of the potential risks, which include the risk that the drug or medical procedure may not be effective at all. Instead of giving certain products the FDA seal of approval, the FDA wants to remove all products that it has not approved. The FDA also wants to arrest those products' manufacturers. I shouldn't say the FDA wants to do this, it's doing it right now. According to Science magazine, it costs, on average, $231 million and takes 12 years to do the necessary testing on a drug to receive FDA approval. If difficulties arise in the testing stage, the cost can be considerably more. This sheer financial burden keeps any number of useful drugs off the market. Pharmaceutical companies often don't bother with the necessary testing on promising drugs because they doesn't feel they will make back their investments. Even if a pharmaceutical company moves full speed ahead, cures are still, for the most part, 12 years from market. The FDA guidelines are known to be so strict and so all-pervasive that clothing manufacturer Lee's can say of its relaxed riders jeans, if they were any more relaxing, we'd need FDA approval. Even worse than suppressing newly discovered drugs is the fact that drugs discovered years ago will never receive FDA approval and therefore can never be marketed. Who is going to spend 12 years and $231 million proving the safety and effectiveness of a drug that anyone can then manufacture? No pharmaceutical company in the known world, that's for sure. In the scheme of things, I'm not as important as Dr. Jonas Salk. Tom Selleck. These many hurdles are keeping essential drugs and treatments from the American public. Jane S. Smith observes in her 1990 book, Patenting the Sun, Polio and the Salk Vaccine, as Jonas Salk has often remarked, it would be impossible to repeat his polio work today, when such ventures need to be passed by human subject review boards and peer review boards and various other qualifying agencies. In 1952 you got the permission of the people involved and went out and did it, and then wrote up your results in a scientific journal. If something terrible happened, the blame would be on your head and the blood on your hands, and of course your career would be over. But in the planning stages, at least, life was a great deal easier for the medical experimenter than it has since become. By today's standards, the Salk vaccine, which was used widely starting in 1953, would not have been available until the mid-1960s, providing that Dr. Salk could have found a pharmaceutical company willing to gamble $231 million on his vaccine. With current FDA guidelines, polio might be a common disease even today. If we are not our brother's keeper, at least let us not be his executioner. Marlon Brando. Imagine what the FDA would have to say about these unorthodox medical practices. They came to Bethsaida, and some people brought a blind man and begged Jesus to touch him. He took the blind man by the hand and led him outside the village. When he had spit on the man's eyes and put his hands on him, Jesus asked, "Do you see anything?" He looked up and said, "I see people, they look like trees walking around." Once more Jesus put his hands on the man's eyes. Then his eyes were opened, his sight was restored, and he saw everything clearly. Mark 8:22, 25, There some people brought a man to him who was deaf and could hardly talk, and they begged him to place his hand on the man. After he took him aside, away from the crowd, Jesus put his fingers into the man's ears. Then he spit and touched the man's tongue. He looked up to heaven and with a deep sigh said to him, "Ephphatha," which means, "Be opened." At this, the man's ears were opened, his tongue was loosened and he began to speak plainly. Mark 7:32, 35, spitting. Can you imagine? Half of the modern drugs could well be thrown out of the window, except that the birds might eat them. Dr. Martin Henry Fisher as Julian Whitaker, MD, points out, in medical school I was taught that the only tools that work to help people are drugs and surgery. In the 20 years since then, I have seen that much of what I was taught is just plain wrong. The medical establishment has been wrong about the big killers and cripplers like heart disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, and arthritis. Wrong about the origins of these diseases. And wrong about how to remedy them. Their record is shameful. As young doctors, we all take a solemn oath to uphold human life and well-being above all else. Sadly, it seems today's physicians care more about their profession than their patients. Traditional Western medicine is known as symptomatic medicine. It diagnoses and treats symptoms. This is fine, and for the elimination of certain symptoms there is nothing like symptomatic medicine. To pretend, however, that symptomatic medicine represents the full range of healing and health enhancements available is a severely limited view. In fact, the two reasons, neither of them medical, the human lifespan has tripled in the past 400 years, are plumbing, which took septic waste away from homes, streets, and cities, and transportation, which made fresh fruits and vegetables available year-round. The majority of lives saved by modern medical science can be summed up by the three A's: anesthesia, which permits surgery, antiseptics, and antibiotics. While symptomatic medicine is marvelous, it does not justify our current attitude, which was summed up by George Bernard Shaw: we have not lost faith, but we have transferred it from God to the medical profession. Many of the alternative methods of obtaining, maintaining, and enhancing health should be, if not encouraged, at least not forbidden by the FDA. The first time I met and embraced Judy Garland, it made pharmaceutical history. Oscar Levant: not that genuine, bona fide, certified quacks don't exist. They do. But these charlatans would best be put out of business by a few civil lawsuits from disgruntled patients than from the meddling of the government, which is generally too slow to act and then overreacts. The Food and Drug Administration is intimately connected with the American Medical Association, as well as the handful of pharmaceutical companies which create and manufacture the majority of prescription drugs. Working at the FDA, being on the board of the AMA, and working for any of the large pharmaceutical companies is like playing musical chairs. The high-paying jobs, the gold ring on the merry-go-round, are at pharmaceutical companies. The best way to get a raise is to become a public servant for a couple of years and spend some time at the FDA or AMA. Politicians frequently own pharmaceutical stocks. For example, when George Bush became vice president, the New York Times reported, the vice president still owned the Eli Lilly stock upon taking office. It was his most valuable stock holding. Dan Quayle's family owns an enormous amount of stock in Eli Lilly. When Bush left the CIA in 1977, he was made the director of Eli Lilly, appointed by Dan Quayle's father, a post he held until 1979 when he began running for vice president, with a generous campaign contribution from guess who? While vice president, Bush made what the New York Times called an unusual move when he intervened with the Treasury Department in March in connection with proposed rules that would have forced pharmaceutical companies to pay significantly more taxes. New York Times, May 19, 1982. Upjohn-Co., which makes Halcion, the most widely prescribed sleeping pill in America, has confirmed that it submitted incomplete data on the side effects of the controversial drug to the Food and Drug Administration when it sought approval to sell the drug here. The Washington Post: alternative healing methods directly threaten the profitable prescription drug business. Here, as with the banning of marijuana, we see not just old-time religion, but good old corporate greed as a motivating factor. To quote Dr. Whitaker again, the U.S. government's recommended daily allowances, RDA, for vitamins and minerals are insufficient. Powerful food lobbies work overtime to keep these figures low. A nutrition label may proudly state it contains 100% of the RDA for vitamin C. And since the RDA for vitamin C is only 60 mg per day, the product looks good. But consider that some medical research puts the optimal intake of vitamin C at 3,000 mg per day. Now, the manufacturer's claim seems ridiculous, as it contains only 2% of the optimal intake. And now the FDA wants to limit vitamin supplements to the recommended daily allowance. Larger doses would require a doctor's prescription. This means, a. Doctors will be paid to write the prescriptions and, b. Only certain authorized pharmaceutical companies will be able to manufacture the pills. Is the FDA really concerned that some of us are taking too much vitamin C? We must free science and medicine from the grasp of politics. President Bill Clinton. The FDA does not, by the way, sit quietly in Washington rubber stamping its approval or disapproval on various proposals. It has its own army of armed agents who, augmented by state and local law enforcement authorities, make raids. For example, here is how Saul Kant, director of the Life Extension Institute, described a typical FDA raid. On February 26, 1987, an armed force of about 25 FDA agents, U.S. Marshals, and members of the Hollywood, Florida, Police Department smashed down the glass doors of our store at 2835 Hollywood Boulevard and stormed into our nearby warehouse with guns drawn. As Bill Felloon, the vice president of the foundation, was trying to leave the warehouse to find out what was going on at the building, he suddenly found himself staring down the barrel of a .45 caliber pistol, which belonged to a member of a second group of FDA agents, U.S. Marshals, and police officers, who were simultaneously attacking the warehouse. The FDA can, overnight, put a nutritional supplement manufacturer out of business. To say that the FDA sometimes overreacts is an understatement. When some truly despicable person laced Tylenol with cyanide in 1982, resulting in 7 deaths, what did the FDA do? The answer you'll discover every time you open a bottle or a package of practically anything: tamper-resistant packaging. Notice it's called tamper-resistant packaging and not tamper-proof packaging. That's because no packaging is truly tamper-proof. Any deranged person with a hypodermic needle can poison any product wrapped in plastic, paper, or cellophane. To make the food and drug supply truly tamper-proof would require metal and glass packaging for everything from candy bars to loaves of bread to boxes of cereal. Allen Ginsberg said he saw the best minds of his generation destroyed by madness. I have seen the best minds of my generation go at a bottle of Anacin with a ball-peen hammer. P.J. O'Rourke. Nonetheless, the FDA requires certain tamper-resistant packaging on certain consumable products. How much time do you spend each day removing tamper-resistant packaging? If it's only a minute a day, over 70 years of package opening, you will have wasted 425 hours thanks to FDA overreaction. More than 17 days, and these are 24-hour days, of your life will be spent complying with an FDA regulation which fails to solve a problem we no longer have. Fortunately, whoever was insane enough to poison Tylenol in the first place stopped doing it voluntarily. And, thankfully, there have been few copycat occurrences. But this had nothing to do with tamper-resistant packaging. If some nut wants to randomly poison innocent people, he or she still can. It is our right to seek the health care we choose. Whether it's taking drugs not yet approved by the FDA, visiting unorthodox healers, from chiropractors to acupuncturists to witch doctors to faith healers to prayer therapists, purchasing health machinery, did you know you can't buy oxygen or even plastic tubing used to transport oxygen without a prescription, or anything else that does not physically harm the person or property of a non-consenting other? It ain't the FDA's business if we do. But, FDA, please keep the rat droppings and insect parts in my frozen pizzas down to an absolute minimum. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't nobody's business if you do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes: prostitution, love for sale. Appetizing young love for sale. Who's prepared to pay the price for a trip to paradise? Love for sale. Cole Porter. Let's face it, we're all whores. We've all done something with our bodies we wouldn't have done if we hadn't gotten paid for it. We've all worshipped at the shrine labeled "In God We Trust." We do things every day that we wouldn't do if we had $1 billion. When we reach the point of having so much money we no longer have to put out, we start buying. We become the procurer, the customer, the John. But please don't be upset, we're in good company, I'm a whore. All actors are whores. We sell our bodies to the highest bidder. William Holden, I do everything for a reason. Most of the time the reason is money. Susie Parker, people think I sit here and push buttons and get things accomplished. Well, I spent today kissing behind's Harry S. Truman. I did it for the loot, honey, always the loot. Ava Gardner, I went into the business for the money, and the art grew out of it. If people are disillusioned by that remark, I can't help it. It's the truth. Charlie Chaplin, I've been in trouble most of my life, I've done the most unutterable rubbish, all because of money. I didn't need it. The lure of the zeros was simply too great. Richard Burton, sometimes I feel like an old hooker share. Sometimes at the end of the day when I'm smiling and shaking hands, I want to kick them. Richard Nixon, I am never quite sure if I am one of the cinema's elder statesmen or just the oldest whore on the block. Joseph L. Mankiewicz, the only reason I'm in Hollywood is that I don't have the moral courage to refuse the money. Marlon Brando, I made appearances at cocktail parties in Florida for $500 a pop, pretending to be an old friend of the host Mickey Rooney. I'd love to sell out completely. It's just that nobody has been willing to buy. John Waters, losing my virginity was a career move. Madonna, I view prostitution as a purely economic exchange, inherently no more or less degrading for either buyer or seller than any other professional relationship. The same arguments against prostitution buying or selling could be made against any professional service: psychologist, psychiatrist, doctor, lawyer, priest, minister, you name it. You mean you sell your knowledge of God? Well, not exactly. Well. Do you get paid for it? Well, I do get a salary, yes. A small stipend. Do you have to do any manual labor? I mean, do you have to landscape the grounds or sweep out the church or anything? No, but I do have other duties. Such as? I counsel people, I have administrative duties in the church, I perform marriage ceremonies. You get paid to officiate in the spiritual union of two human beings. Do you do anything in your job in which you are not the representative of God? Well, there is the administrative work. Do you have training in administration? No. Among my pastoral duties is running the church. But you don't have a degree in administration? No, my degree is in divinity. So, you sell divinity. Well, if you put it that way, you're really distorting this whole thing. After I die, I shall return to earth as a gatekeeper of a bordello and I won't let any of you enter. Arturo Toscanini to the NBC Orchestra. Yes, it is a distorted way of looking at it. It is, however, the same distortion people apply to prostitution. Some people become prostitutes because they like it, others become prostitutes because they feel they are providing a service. Many become prostitutes because, all things considered, it's the best job they can get. But isn't prostitution degrading? Other than the unjustified cultural taboos against it, prostitution is no more degrading than any other job, and, in talking with prostitutes, one discovers that many find prostitution less degrading than other jobs. I make good money. That's why I do it, commented one prostitute. If I worked at McDonald's for minimum wage, then I'd feel degraded. One of the myths about prostitution is that it is full of drugged out, washed out, otherwise worthless men and women. This is not the case. I find that the women, generally, are ambitious, clever, intelligent, gregarious, and usually like people, says Margot St. James, founder of C.O.Y.O.T.E, the Organization for Prostitutes' Rights. COYOTE stands for Call Off Your Old Tired Ethics. The profession itself is not abusive, it's the illegality, it's the humiliation and degradation that is dealt to them at the hands of the police. From a simple beginning, just see how her sinin has paid. She's the picture of happiness now that she's mastered a trade. Sheldon Harnick. Norma Jean Almodovar agrees, and she knows whereof she speaks. Ms. Almodovar was a Los Angeles police officer for 10 years and, tired of police corruption and genuinely immoral acts she was asked to condone daily, she quit and became a prostitute. If a prostitute went on to become a police officer, her prostitute friends would probably throw her a party. When a police officer became a prostitute, however, the police considered it a personal insult and felt they had to do something about it. They did. She was targeted, entrapped, and jailed. Ms. Almodovar's story is told in her 1993 book, Cop to Call Girl, Why I Left the LAPD to Make an Honest Living as a Beverly Hills Prostitute. In her book, she gives her views on whether or not prostitution is degrading. That really depends on the individual involved or how one views sex. It was not degrading to me because I think that sex is a positive, nurturing act, and whether it is given out of love or rendered as a service, as long as it is consensual, it is still positive. On a scale of the pain or pleasure human beings can inflict on each other, if murder, rape, and torture are the worst, certainly giving another person an orgasm must be among the best. I cannot fathom how one could think that making another human being feel good for a fee could be degrading or demeaning unless it is degrading to make other people feel good. If the reason society continues to arrest men and women who engage in prostitution is that it is degrading, then perhaps someone could explain how going to jail, being strip searched, checked for lice, and asked to undress in front of dozens of insensitive guards and inmates somehow resolves this problem. Jail and prison were degrading to me, not prostitution. Prisons are built with stones of law, brothels with bricks of religion. William Blake, when asked if prostitution is immoral, Ms. Almodovar replied, "Morality is the belief of the person. I don't consider it immoral. Everyone who works sells one or more parts of his or her body. Athletes, actors, actresses, and construction workers sell their body. The body is what is needed to engage in physical work. It would be difficult to engage in any profession without the use and therefore sale of one's body. Perhaps because the genitalia are involved, people object to prostitution. In a free country, people should be able to engage in behavior that others find immoral or objectionable as long as no force or fraud is involved. As an adult, I feel confident that I can make my own moral judgments. For me, it is not immoral to make other people feel good in a sexual way and receive payment for providing the service. People are often surprised to learn that many prostitutes actually enjoy their work. Like all professionals who feel they are filling a need, prostitutes can feel a profound psychological satisfaction. Here is what Barbara, a Los Angeles prostitute, had to say: "I derive a great deal of satisfaction knowing that I'm turning some guy on, more than he's ever been turned on in his life. And I know I'm turning him on more than his wife. That's not that difficult to do, because the average American housewife, from what I've been able to tell through the husband, most definitely is not very adept. Most of them have this typical Anglo-Saxon, American guilt complex, and use sex as a tool against their husbands. They definitely don't know how to give pleasure to their husband. It is a silly question to ask a prostitute why she does it. These are the highest paid professional women in America." Gail Sheehy, which brings us to the question, why do people visit prostitutes? First, we must accept that sex and the desire to be touched in a nurturing way are human needs, like eating. If not a need, after enough time they're certainly high on the list of wants. Sex always involves some sort of exchange. Those who are attractive enough exchange their attractiveness with other people. Their attractiveness is the coin with which they pay for sex. Some people have a good personality, they trade charm for sex. Others spend time with and do things for the people, or person, they have sex with. Some people exchange the exclusivity of their emotional affection, tenderness, and care. The list of what people spend in order to have sexual and sensual needs fulfilled goes on and on. Those who are too busy, not very attractive, too shy, or who simply don't want to be bothered with the dating game sometimes visit prostitutes. People also visit prostitutes because they want a walk on the wild side. Some have a specific sexual fantasy they would like fulfilled. Here, I am not necessarily talking about outrageously kinky things. Many men, for example, visit prostitutes simply to receive oral sex. The Hugh Grant Syndrome, Part 4. There is no more need to pity or censure someone who visits prostitutes than there is to pity someone who doesn't always get home-cooked meals. Perhaps the person doesn't want all that comes with home-cooked meals. Perhaps the person hasn't found someone who wants to stay home and cook his or her meals. Or perhaps the person is simply tired of home-cooked meals and wants a little variety. As Sophie Tucker explained, all men like a little piece of mutton on the side. And a good many women, too. Remove prostitutes from human affairs, and you will destroy everything with lust. Saint Augustine: some people are hypocritical about their purchase of sex, they know their interest in another is primarily sexual and will buy that person with candy, flowers, dinners, shows, concerts, gifts, and, perhaps, a few words of affection. They might even pay for sex by using the magic word that flings open the portals of sexual pleasure: love. People on the receiving end of this are sometimes deceived, but often they're just playing the game, too. They want the attention, flattery, companionship, presents, and experiences. I haven't been to that new restaurant, have you? And are willing to trade sex for those. There are two reasons prostitution is so despised in our culture: hatred of women and the taboos against paganism. In ancient times, pre-1985, women were valued for either domestic abilities, having children, raising children, keeping house, making clothes, cooking food, or entertainment, sex, pleasant talk, sex, dancing, sex, and sex. As women were not viewed as human beings but as necessary, and often burdensome, means to an end, a split developed what we now call the Madonna/whore complex. A woman is either put on a pedestal, protected, taken care of, seen as the mother of my children and the light of my life, or she is used for sex, emotionally and perhaps physically abused, and seen as nothing more than a slut. In the minds of many men, women must fall into one of these two categories. One seldom goes from the whore category to the Madonna category, but the slide from Madonna to whore, at least in the eyes of the man, is fairly common. I'm a marvelous housekeeper. Every time I leave a man, I keep his house. Sasagabor: in the ancient Judaic culture, for example, the only woman with independence was the prostitute. All professions were filled by men. Everything was owned by men. The only valuable commodity a woman was allowed to own was her body and her charm. Women became whores because they didn't want to prostitute themselves to one man in marriage. What men really resented about prostitution was the woman's independence. In pagan cultures, however, women could aspire to a parallel but very different profession: temple, or sacred, prostitute. Pagans believed that physical pleasure signified the presence of the gods. Sexual pleasure, among the greatest of physical pleasures, was one of the gods' greatest gifts. Not only was sex pleasurable, it was essential to fertility, and fertility was life. The fertile ground gave its crops, the fertile livestock gave their young, the fertile trees gave their fruit. Human fertility was necessary for the propagation of the species. Everything was viewed in sexual terms: the rain falling on the receptive earth, the seed planted in the receptive ground, the net thrown into the receptive sea. In this system, the feminine, receptive, quality was not just appreciated, it was worshipped. The temple prostitute, whether female or male, developed this quality to an art. My ancestors wandered lost in the wilderness for 40 years because even in biblical times, men would not stop to ask for directions. Elaine Busselr, the temple prostitute, performed many functions. She was the high priestess, or he was the high priest, of the temple. She or he would make offerings to the goddess or god of the temple, explore erotic visual delights through dance, play music, write and recite poetry, prepare sumptuous food, and concoct potions of love. The temple prostitute was, of course, also well trained in the arts of massage, touch, and erotic stimulation. Sex was a sacrament, orgasm, a religious experience. The community respected and revered the sacred prostitute as much as any other priest or priestess. Prostitution was a high calling, an honorable and exalted position. In Judaism and, later, Christianity, paganism did not fit. In the Old Testament, God demanded obedience, not orgasm. The temple prostitute was a sign of civilization, of refinement. For the Jews to wander in the desert for 40 years and be successful warriors, all this pagan frivolity had to go. Among the most popular of the pagan frivolities, not surprisingly, was the temple prostitute. In the New Testament, Paul, in particular, denounced pagan practices at every opportunity. Paul speaks specifically against the temple prostitutes, not prostitution in general. Paul is condemning all pagan practices, the work of the temple prostitute being just one of them. Women were in such short supply in Louisiana in 1721 that the government of France shipped 25 prostitutes to the colony. By this action the government hoped to lure Canadian settlers away from Indian mistresses. One-night stands with American history, sex being their profession, prostitutes are better versed in the prevention of sexually transmitted diseases than the average amateur. Just as doctors, dentists, and other healthcare workers routinely put on rubber gloves for standard medical procedures, so too do prostitutes routinely insist customers wear condoms. Most prostitutes, in fact, have techniques for applying condoms that are non-obtrusive and erotic. Where prostitution is legal, prostitutes are professionals. They know how to protect themselves and their clients. For example, a study of 535 prostitutes working in legal Nevada brothels showed that none of them was infected with HIV. Prostitutes also show a lower incidence than the general public of all other sexually transmitted diseases. Prostitutes know how to, discreetly, examine a client for signs of sexually transmitted diseases. They know what herpes sores look like, for example, and are not going to fall for the "I just caught it in my zipper" deception. Prostitutes also know how to satisfy their clients in safe ways even if the client does have a sexually transmitted disease. Masturbation, for example, can be erotic and safe. In study after study, prostitutes who are not intravenous drug users have a lower rate of HIV infection than the general population. Prostitutes do not spread AIDS any more than drug use spreads AIDS. What spreads AIDS is unsafe sex and the use of contaminated needles. When the purchase of sex is legalized and the use of drugs is legalized, both of these transmission routes will be almost completely eliminated. The big difference between sex for money and sex for free is that sex for money usually costs a lot less. Brendan B. And it is unsafe sex that spreads AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases, and unsafe sex can only be eliminated through education, not by prohibition. Prostitution is not disgusting, but what's happening today in connection with prostitution is. In several cities, the names of men arrested for soliciting prostitutes are published in the newspaper. These men have not been convicted, mind you, just arrested. Some cities send letters to wives and employers. Spurred by the laws, vigilante groups of moralists have formed. One group writes down license numbers of cars driving in areas known for prostitution, gets the owner's address from the Department of Motor Vehicles, which cooperates in this effort, and calls the wives and employers telling them drivers were seen looking for prostitutes. Some cities use the assets forfeiture laws and confiscate cars permanently even for a first offense. It's obscene. The police are thoroughly corrupted by the techniques they must use in order to enforce the laws against prostitution. According to the Washington Post, the police engage in substantial perjury to avoid the charge of entrapment and to obtain sufficient evidence for conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. And perhaps even more upsetting, the police often must suppress their best evidence because they cannot admit having sex with the prostitute before the arrest. The illegality of prostitution also creates an unsafe environment for the prostitutes. Those who object to prostitution because they find that it degrades women should realize that the women who take part in prostitution may or may not be degraded by the job, but are certainly degraded by the rape and other violence that can take place because prostitutes must ply their trade in clandestine ways and clandestine places. Further, these rapes and other acts of violence against prostitutes are seldom if ever reported to the police. If they are, the police dismiss them with, that's part of the game. If you don't want it, don't be a hooker, or simply respond, you can't rape a whore. Lawyers and tarts are the two oldest professions in the world. And we always aim to please. Horace Rumpole, as with all consensual crimes, arresting women for prostitution sets them on a life of crime. As Margot St. James describes, 70% of all women who are in jail today were first arrested for prostitution. When a woman is charged for a sex crime, it's a stigma that lasts her lifetime, and it makes her unemployable. Like entering any other profession, becoming a prostitute is a choice. Exercising free choice of professions is certainly guaranteed to us by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We may not treat sex workers, as some prostitutes prefer to be called, with the reverence that once was given the sacred prostitute, but sexual professionals are entitled to the respect, protection against violence, and freedom to make a living anyone else has. Copyright 1996 Peter McWilliams and Prelude Press. Last revision, December 2, 1996. Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do. Part 3, a closer look at the consensual crimes, pornography, obscenity, etc. Jack Parr, what do you think about pornography? Oscar Levant, it helps. Censorship applies to basically three subjects: 1. Sex, 2. Violence, and 3. Ideas. Of the three, censorship of ideas is by far the most serious. It is also the most subtle. A major motivation behind censorship is paternalism. You are not able to handle this information, the censor says, therefore for your own protection we will keep it from you. The variation on that, of course, is you and I will not be corrupted by this, but they, those poor uneducated, unsophisticated, unwashed masses will not be able to handle it, so for their own good and the good of the country, we'll ban it. The other major motivation, far more pernicious, is to protect power. Here, someone or some group with power decides, if this information got out, it might prove damaging to our power, so we'd better suppress it. All censorship is a violation of the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. It was a brilliant move for the Founding Fathers to put all of these guarantees together in one amendment. Almost all censorship is based on the religious and/or political beliefs of those in power. The bottom line justification for censorship is invariably, A, it's immoral. Meaning, of course, against their religious beliefs, and/or, B, it's un-American. Which means it doesn't agree with their view about the kind of government America should have and the way that government should be run. In addition to the obvious free speech and free press guarantees, most censorship violates our First Amendment rights to freedom of and from religion. Even if the freedom of speech, or of the press clause were not there, applying the remainder of the First Amendment would eliminate almost all censorship as we know it. It is the function of speech to free men from the bondage of irrational fears. Justice Louis Brandeis, but just in case the primary justification for all censorship, that is, religious and political suppression, was missed, the Founding Fathers added the freedom of speech and press clause: Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press. As I've asked before, what could be clearer than that? The only limitation on this freedom is, as always, harming the person or property of non-consenting others. Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes expressed this in his famous example from 1919, the most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. The question in every case is whether the words used are used in such circumstances and are of such a nature as to create a clear and present danger that they will bring about the substantive evils that Congress has a right to prevent. One could not, then, in supervising the demolition of a building, give the order, blow it up, knowing that there still were people inside. The willful murder of those people cannot be protected by saying, well, I was just exercising my right of free speech. Unfortunately, over the years, the clear and present danger of substantive evils that Justice Holmes gave as the exception to the First Amendment rights has been interpreted beyond his obvious physical example of starting a panic by falsely yelling fire. More and more, the clear and present danger has been interpreted as a potential danger to our national morality, and we've already established the source of most morality. If the First Amendment means anything, it means that a state has no business telling a man, sitting alone in his own house, what books he may read or what films he may watch. Justice Thurgood Marshall, from a unanimous Supreme Court decision, 1969 and 1991, for example, the Supreme Court ruled that nude dancing by women in a Las Vegas bar was not protected by the First Amendment. This dancing, the court held, was on the level of shouting fire, in a crowded theater. How retrograde we have gone from 19 to 91. This is considered a landmark decision. As Stanford University law professor Gerald Gunther explained, the court is saying that public morality trumps legitimate rights of expression. That's never happened before. In the past, one had to define the clear and present danger by comparing whether or not the censored material would potentially cause the same physical harm as shouting, fire, in a crowded theater. Now, the clear and present danger need only be as potentially harmful as consenting adults dancing nude in front of other consenting adults, in a bar in Las Vegas. What a wonderful gift the Supreme Court gave us in 1991 to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the passage of the Bill of Rights. I'll explore the censorship of political ideas more fully in the chapter, Unpopular Political Views. For now, let me turn to the two other favorites of censorship, sex and violence. With censorship, we find another conservative-liberal division. Conservatives usually want to censor the sexual, liberals generally want to censor violence. Neither camp uses the word censor, they use words such as curb, protect, control, modify, and limit.